And welcome to episode 14 of the Retro Critical Podcast, the final episode of the Retro Critical Podcast. I came on with a full episode last time, about a month ago, and I talked about how that was going to be kind of the last full official episode, and I would do one send-off with a kind of compilation of all of the podcast-like content that I had put up on my channel. So these were videos where I would come on in my beautiful-looking Winnipeg Jets hat and sunglasses, representing, of course, the worst idea I've ever had on the channel. And I would just sort of do a podcast segment like you've heard on this podcast. And for as bad as I looked and as silly as the presentation ultimately was, I think a lot of these videos had some really good ideas. I said some, I think, fairly intelligent things about gaming, about the hobby, and I wanted to, in a way, put together a podcast that collects all these things, because I took those videos down, and, you know, it's just, as I mentioned, I did not want to be associated with that look anymore, so I took all of those videos down, but I still want them to be on the channel, and I think they gave people a lot of food for thought. They weren't always everyone's cup of tea. They were long-winded and analytical, and I realize that on YouTube that doesn't always play very well. But I think this compilation of segments really represents the best of what I've done on YouTube. And why not collect that in a podcast for posterity? And if you're a long-time viewer of the channel and listener of the podcast, you've heard a lot of these. You've seen a lot of these videos before. So feel free to click off. But if you haven't, and a lot of these videos got lost and buried and didn't have a lot of views, so if you haven't discovered some of this stuff, I think this is a nice opportunity to put it on in the background, and as you drive around this holiday season, or as you're doing stuff at home, and just take it segment by segment. I'm going to warn you, a lot of it, you'll hear my YouTube intro, which was, and welcome back to Game Escape, and blah, blah, blah. You'll have to put up with that. Some music in the background. Some of this was kind of stream of consciousness stuff. So, yeah, I would say take it one segment at a time. Don't try to listen to it back to back. And also, I just want to reiterate before we begin here that this is not the end. It's the end of the podcast. And I mentioned that it's the end of the podcast simply because I'm incurring a cost to making the podcast, and there's really no growth to it. It doesn't seem like a lot of people are listening to it, at least via the podcast route. I know people do listen to it on YouTube. So I am going to kind of dispense with that format, and what you'll see and what you've been seeing if you subscribe to the channel. And by the way, the channel is now searchable on YouTube. For the longest time, if you typed in Game Escape, nothing would come up. You'd have to type in my other name, or my initial username before I created the channel name, which is W. Cladley, and then you'd see the channel. But now if you type in Game Escape, you will find Game Escape, or at least I do, in this part of the country when I search for it. So you'll find that I'm doing these critical take videos, and these are essentially the Retro Critical Podcast segments, just uploaded as YouTube videos. I'm not on camera. That experiment, again, will not be repeated. But, yeah, you'll just see, a lot of the same presentation, a lot of the same content, just as an easily digestible YouTube video. And I think that's the direction to go in. There has been some positive reception to those. Again, by my standards, that means maybe 100 people watch them, and I get about 10 comments. But that's fine. So that's where the direction of Game Escape will be going. That's where the podcasting segments will be found. And just enjoy the send-off episode. To those who have listened to the podcast, to those who have commented on it, to those who have left reviews, I really do appreciate it. Means a lot. And like I said, the Game Escape content will continue over at my YouTube channel. If you look in the show notes, you'll find a link to it if you're not already familiar with the channel. So thanks to everyone. Hope you have a wonderful holiday season, a happy, healthy, and successful 2017, and I'll be interacting with you on the YouTube channel. And welcome back to Game Escape, here with part one of a four-part series about what it means to be a retro gamer. You know, I've been in this hobby for a long time. I've been on YouTube for about 2 years now. And one of the things I really wanted to explore was the retro gaming community and what it means to me and the way I see it sort of in kind of modern culture. So part one is entitled Physical Space and Physical Interaction, and this really deals with the origins of the retro gaming hobby. And I kind of see the origins of the passion for retro gaming really stemming from the way games were consumed back in, at least in my time in the 80s, certainly back in the 70s as well. The idea that gaming was something special was such a radical break from other forms of entertainment. It wasn't a given like it is today. I think kids who grow up today just assume that gaming is omnipresent. It's on their televisions, it's on their smartphones. It really is nothing special. And back in the 80s when I got into gaming, it was kind of an occasion to play a video game. You had to change your physical location to actually play a video game. Now, that happened, at least for me, in the arcades at the outset. It was something special to go to an arcade. It was an event to go to the shore or to an amusement park and to see this physical space with rows and rows of these games. It was so radically different from going to the movies, from watching television at home. Of course, you can make the argument that film and television was like that for previous generations, and I think, you know, it was. I mean, you know, you had to really change your physical location to see a movie. Television was sort of a communal event. There was only one television in the house. But gaming, you know, was very similar, and having to do that, I think, creates a sense of kind of wonder and also engenders a lot of passion in people, in groups for whom, you know, this was really a unique experience. And kids growing up in the 70s and 80s, I think, you know, we are the example of kind of the first generation that truly grew up with video games. Of course, you can also argue that, you know, there were arcades before that. There were amusements that you had to travel to, you know, be it sort of pinball or those baseball games. There were these little sort of pinball-like baseball games that I remember my parents telling me about from the 50s and 60s. But you know, and it wasn't just arcades for us. It was also unique when, at least when I first got my NES, much like the early days of television, where there was only one unit. Of course, there was only one NES, and, you know, it could never be hooked up to the regular television. It was hooked up to a TV upstairs that had to be rolled into my room. And you know, again, so it wasn't like I always had access to it. It was something special. It was a break in the kind of continuity of life to actually play this game. You know, and I couldn't play it for 5 or 6 hours at a time. You know, I could choose to play it during my TV time. I had friends who told me that, you know, their Nintendos were hooked up to the main family television, and it was a special event to play it. So there was always, to me, you know, looking back, I couldn't really communicate this as a kid, but there was a sense of pilgrimage involved, you know, that I was enjoying this unique experience, you know, prior to getting an NES, you know, once a month, once every 2 months, and then getting the NES, it was, you know, like a weekly treat where I could actually have access to this TV cart and play these games. I think in a deeper sense, what made video games so unique back in the 70s and 80s was what I've argued elsewhere is the sense of human-machine interaction as a source of direct physical pleasure. We have kind of lost that. You know, games back then weren't just, you know, content. They weren't just, you know, these digital consumable items, but rather there was a novelty in actually holding, you know, the hardware in your hands. You know, there was a physical pleasure of using the buttons and joysticks in the arcade and kind of manipulating an on-screen image. That, again, we take for granted, but it was and you had to have lived through the time, I think, but it was totally unique. Everyone in my family watched TV. Everyone was kind of, into films, and so, and they were everywhere. I mean, it wasn't anything special to consume other forms of entertainment, but the video game, with this ability to manipulate images, was truly something special. So I think those of us who grew up in that time, who remember the kind of, like I said, the pilgrimage, the ritual of having access to these games, I really think that's the birth of really the love and the passion for gaming. And it's a realization that I think kind of goes unnoticed today. So thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and stay tuned for part 2 of this series. And welcome back to Game Escape, here now with part 2 of my series What is Retro, and today I want to look at the origins of collecting and the passion for collecting. Where did this start? In my opinion, it really began with early gaming advertisements and magazines, and these kind of gave us the first ideas or the first images of what amassing a library of video game content might mean. I'm talking about things like when you would buy an SNES game and there was that little pamphlet in the game showing you all the other types of games that were either released by that company or by Nintendo, the back of console boxes, kind of showing you this world of gaming that awaited you. And, for a majority of us growing up, that was merely a dream. No one could really afford, or at least no one that I knew could afford, to buy the 16 or 20 different games that were in these advertisements. And this is where video game magazines came into play. And I think their role is understated. Yes, they were our source of information before the internet, but they also kind of created this, they sort of played off of the dream of amassing this library of content. They were a source of information produced by people who were lucky enough to actually play all of the games that were out there and chronicle their experiences. So I kind of always saw the magazines as these little mini collections of games, or at least it gave me an idea of what a gaming collection might be, and they became irresistible for that reason. They also kind of, I think, moreover, gave us a glimpse of the future of digital content, of this almost mythically distant time when all these games would be available to us cheaply and easily. And it was, I think, it was a unique experience to kind of read these magazines and dream these dreams. So that, I think, was the birth of the desire to collect. When the internet came around, and eBay in particular, it allowed gamers to slowly realize that they could actually fulfill these dreams. They could collect all of these games. As the prices fell and the stock became available online, this act of collecting became a way to play all of the games that we remembered from those advertisements, that we read in those magazines, and it gave us a chance to kind of reappraise these games. I'd go so far as to say that this is the birth of YouTube culture, because we couldn't allow the magazines, as wonderful as they were, to have the last word. A lot of their reviews were either woefully brief or lacking in analysis, and sometimes they were just sort of paid off by advertising dollars. So, retro collecting is special in that way. It's I think one of the few times in my life where I could actually go back and realize the dreams of my youth, or at least one set of dreams. I can't fly into space, I can't afford a Ferrari or something like that, but I can fulfill the dreams that I had as a kid through collecting. And I think that's where the passion comes in, because there's always something new to collect. There's always that game in that magazine or on that advertisement that you never got a chance to play. And I think it's what drives the hobby forward from a collecting standpoint. So I thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back with part 3 of this series very shortly. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today with part 3 of my series, What is Retro? And today I want to deal with the question of nostalgia. Most retro enthusiasts will tell you that nostalgia is a driving factor in the pursuit of their hobby. But I would argue that the type of nostalgia that we enjoy as retro gamers is quite different than the traditional understanding of what nostalgia is. There are any number of what I would call traditional definitions of nostalgia, but a common theme in all of them is that a common theme in traditional nostalgia is that it always represents a yearning for an often idyllic past that can never be recaptured or duplicated in the present. Sometimes it's argued that it's a mourning over the temporal ruptures that forever separate our childhoods from our present. But gaming nostalgia, and probably other forms of nostalgia here in the 21st century, is very different from that, I think. And while we as retro gamers do yearn for the lost days of our youth, technology is changing how we experience that nostalgia, and I think that is unique to the culture that we inhabit. So there are two questions that emerge from this. Why are we nostalgic for the gaming culture of our youth? And I think there's always a personal answer to nostalgia, and that is, childhood for many of us is a positive time. It's a time of enjoyment, of freedom, and if we're playing games in that time, we just associate gaming with those good feelings, and that's, I think, a kind of part of the standard definition of nostalgia. I think the cultural level of that question goes back to this idea of positive human-machine interaction and a hopefulness in the development of technology and in the future of technology. This was not a time when, technology was being used to, capture all the minutiae of our lives and represent us and lay us bare in a kind of scheme of big data. Companies back then weren't using technology to track our movements online and create dossiers of clicks that supposedly correspond to our interests. I think back then there was this naive hopefulness that technology would deliver us forward into a more positive future and a uniformly positive future. At least that was the sense that surrounded me as a kid, both from my peers and from adults in my life. So, gaming seemed to be embedded in that hope. They were these objects of technology that were there simply to give us pleasure. When you think about it in concrete terms, these were times when you would buy a game and play it and enjoy it. There were no paywalls or DLC or restrictive licensing. Gaming wasn't embedded into a kind of rent-seeking monetization scheme like it is today. So I believe that on a conscious or even subconscious level plays in to the nostalgia that we enjoy as retro gamers. So the second related question is, in what ways is technology changing nostalgia? And I think the traditional definition that we spoke about, the temporal rupture of traditional nostalgia, is vanishing because the objects of our nostalgia are simply longer lasting. I can go back to my SNES, pick up the same game, and play the same save file that I created in the 90s. I can consume and experience the same games in the same ways that I did when I was 10 years old. I can play Super Mario Brothers, it's 30 years later, but I'm playing the same card and the same hardware, and I may play it on a different television, I may have a CRT, but I'm doing the same things. That experience hasn't changed. And this is to say nothing about, re-releases and repros and compilations and emulation, all of which allow us to relive these experiences. Now, moreover, retro gamers can share their passion online, on YouTube, on Twitch, and things like that, and we've created an almost limitless stream of nostalgia that can be consumed on a daily basis. So nostalgia is no longer a yearning for the past, but an actual lived experience in our present. Our nostalgia isn't nostalgia for something that was irrevocably lost to time, but something that actually remained incomplete in its own time. Now, what do I mean by that? I think to the credit of game developers, the games of our youth were so rich, they were so varied and so plentiful that they couldn't really be exhausted when we were kids. We couldn't play everything. We couldn't even explore all of the games that we had. So in a certain sense, retro gaming nostalgia, aided by technology, aided by the internet, may actually just be the continuation of a journey we started in our youth. I thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back with part 4 of this series very soon. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today with part 4 of my series, What is Retro? Now the last time we spoke about the beauty of modern nostalgia, but there is another less inspiring tale to tell. Nostalgia in the age of technology, while certainly freeing us from the temporal melancholy imposed by traditional nostalgia, is also very clearly connected with commercial intent. You know, completing the gaming journeys of our youth is also at once fulfilling the dicta of game advertisement from this period. It is fair to ask if our impassioned collecting is nothing more than a delayed form of hyper-consumerism, of a middle class aided by technology at a later time, pursuing a consumer behavior of an earlier time available only to the wealthy. Which is to say that, as a kid, if you handed me $1 million, I would have bought all the same things in 1995 that I bought in 2011 for significantly less money. In a related sense, it is also clear that nostalgia is becoming just another market segment. You know, we have all of these niche products hitting the market, you know, whether you know, these super expensive retro cards or things like this new retro VGS, you know, from companies that are always asking retro gamers to part with more and more of their money to relive the games of their youth. So it's not just finding the steal at the flea market or on eBay. It's these, you know, really luxury nostalgia products that are hitting the market. But this commodification of nostalgia, however, is not limited to the activities of these niche vendors. It is, I think, in a larger sense, driven by YouTube personalities. We think of AVGN, Pete Doer, Pro Jared, Metal Jesus Rocks, who in the early life of YouTube leveraged their technological and financial resources to mass produce their own nostalgia. And this took off, with more and more people, myself included, following in their footsteps, starting YouTube channels, going to gaming conventions, building game rooms, etc. And the result has been, over the past 2 or 3 years, the homogenization of gaming nostalgia, or what I call the emergence of the retro personality, which is to say of a huge group of people with the same interests, who laugh at the same jokes, who relate to the same memes, who share the same memories and have the same nostalgia for the same games. This is why things like Phantasy Star and Earthbound shoot up in price, because they've been praised so often by so many people in the retro gaming culture that they're just in such constant high demand. You know, we retro gamers all seem to be awesome guys who loved games back in the day, and we tell the same jokes, and we wear the same rad gaming t-shirts, and we just want to chill in our game rooms and let our beards grow and talk about our love for Mega Man. And the problem, of course, with mass authenticity is it always morphs into its opposite. So my question in concluding this video series is, can our hobby survive if we become a mere market segment? And it very well may. I mean, you know, nostalgia might kick in for, you know, PlayStation 2 titles, and, you know, it could be kind of a circuit of nostalgia that just, you know, repeats itself every 10 or 15 years. But I think in doing so, we're certainly going to lose something along the way. You know, maybe becoming just another marketing demographic, just another group of people who build assets in the form of game collections, or who monetize their nostalgia on YouTube or Twitch or whatever other form of social media comes next. Maybe paradoxically this means that we're growing up, And perhaps this is all part of the process of developing a more traditional nostalgia, the yearning for something that is forever lost. I thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today with a top 10 video looking at the top 10 environments in video gaming. Now, what do I mean by that? I thought about getting into the hobby, and of course I'm old enough to remember a time before I started playing video games, and one of the things that really drew me in to gaming and to the hobby was this idea that games could create other worlds, digital worlds into which you could kind of escape and lose yourself. And I began thinking a couple weeks ago, what are some of the greatest worlds in gaming, or some of the greatest environments in video gaming? And I try to come up with, a definition of a gaming environment and some of the attributes it needs to have to truly be great. So for the purposes of this video, I'm going to consider an environment to be a backdrop or setting in which game actions take place. So it could be a level, it could be a stage, an area, a location, or a game world, depending on what sort of a genre we're talking about. Beyond that, it needs to have visual or narrative consistency. So it can't be a multitude of settings or a number of levels or dungeons or worlds in a game. It needs to be a place in which part of the narrative takes place, and it needs to be visually consistent. Now, beyond that, I think a great game world needs to possess one or more of the following attributes. It has to be visually beautiful and impressive. It must have functional or narrative importance in the game, and it must be historically significant in the evolution of gaming as a medium. So I've selected 10 environments that I think represent all of these attributes. And, it's a subjective discussion, of course. I have not played every video game ever made, and I think 10 people coming up with 10 lists might have a number of different games on those lists. But anyway, this is my attempt to really define 10 of the greatest places you can go in gaming. Number 10 is Super Mario Bros. World 1. Super Mario Bros. Served as a point of entry for many people into the hobby of gaming, and as such, it is the first world to have been, I think, really ingrained in the minds of a generation of gamers, to the point where many can close their eyes and remember every facet of that first stage in World 1 in Super Mario Bros. And if you started gaming in the 80s, I think if you do that exercise, you close your eyes and you think back to Super Mario Bros., you will really remember that first level. But nostalgic value aside, Super Mario Bros. Represented a defining moment in the medium. As Howard Phillips, he was the editor of Nintendo Power, as he discussed on a recent episode of the All Gen Gamers podcast, the game was the first to span multiple screens. Whereas many arcade games before it would display the entirety of the action, the story, and the mechanics on one static screen, Super Mario Bros. Allowed the player to move left to right, which also facilitated the use of a basic narrative, namely, rescue the princess. It also featured foreground and background, and really defined the visual aesthetic dominant in the series to this day. Although most of these features seem almost generic to every platform game by today's standards, they were introduced in Super Mario Bros. And are therefore central to the history of gaming. World 1 of Super Mario Bros. Was effectively an introduction into the world of gaming itself. And venturing into this world was, for me personally, the beginning of a lifelong passion. Number 9 on the list is the Green Hill Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog. The first Sonic game was released during a strange pause in the North American gaming scene. It came almost 6 years after the release of the NES and 2 months before the release of the SNES. The Nintendo Entertainment System had established the visual and mechanical idiom of gaming. It was gaming to an entire generation. The Genesis had been on the market since 1989, but it was Sonic that really seemed different and innovative. Its bold sprites, bright colors, and sense of speed totally shattered the preconceived notions of what a platformer could do, and the Green Hill Zone was the perfect embodiment of this new era. It was lush, large, and offered players a number of different paths and ways to play through it. You could do the speed run, or the obsessive quest to get every ring within the time limit, or some happy medium in between. The iconic Sonic loops, seen for the first time here, were stunning back in the day, and they seemed to say, look, Mario could never do this. When the SNES was released in August of 1991, it became clear that the Genesis was outclassed technologically. But for those 2 months in the summer of '91, Sonic and the Genesis represented the pinnacle of visual fidelity and console gaming, and the series, even when challenged by the great SNES platformers like Super Mario World, Mega Man X, Super Metroid, and Donkey Kong Country, never lost its ability to seem bold and different from anything on a Nintendo platform, a feat that it owed to the innovation scene in the first Sonic game. Number 8 on the list is the Game Center stage from Capcom vs. SNK Millennium Fight 2000 on the arcade and the Dreamcast. Throughout the 1990s, fighting games ignited the arcades, and while the Street Fighter series brought the genre to global prominence, SNK series were consistently pushing Capcom on character and stage design. Capcom vs. SNK Millennium Fight 2000 combined the visual legacy of both companies, using Sega's Naomi hardware architecture, and the result was what is arguably the most beautiful 2D fighter ever created. While one can select almost any stage of the game as being the greatest 2D fighting stage of all time, the Game Center is a notch above all others. Now, if we think back to the attributes, yes, there is no narrative value here, but there is an immense visual beauty and historical value. When playing one of Capcom's frenetic 2D fighters, you often ignore the background. But if you're playing this game, pause it at this stage. You'll notice all of the details, the gently falling raindrops, the bike racks, the transition from the dreary street to the bright game center, the sense of depth you have as you look into the arcade, the accurate game center layout with the UFO catcher machines on the ground floor, and an escalator to the top floor with Capcom and SNK fighting games. It really is incredible if you just almost view it as a painting. And you are, and this is the cool thing, you are, moreover, playing a fighting game in the environment in which the genre was born, and which, upon reflection, is just such a unique idea for a level design. Now, Capcom has produced many excellent fighting game backgrounds over the years, but I think none were as gorgeous as this one. Coming in at number 7, we have Ding Dong Dell from Ni no Kuni. Released in 2013, Ni no Kuni seemed almost too good to be true. It was a game that promised to combine the visual prowess of both Level 5 Studios and Studio Ghibli. And in an era in which games often fall short of their pre-release hype, this one delivered on every promise and may be the most beautiful RPG of all time. Ding Dong Dell, the first town to which Oliver ventures in the other world, is bursting with color and charm, and manages to be even more impressive than Motorville, which is itself a gorgeous anime representation of industrial-era America and kind of where the game starts. In 2013, I think, gamers, particularly those who grew up in the 80s and 90s, can be a bit jaded, but Ni no Kuni managed to be a link back to the great RPGs of the SNES and the 16-bit era in general. Back when the genre continually provided grand, gorgeous worlds for gamers to explore. Ni no Kuni managed to do just that, and while the anime art style might not be to everyone's taste, it certainly is in the running for being the best-looking PlayStation 3 game of all time. At number 6, we have the town of Onit from Earthbound. When I think of Earthbound, I think of Onit, the little town in Middle America in which Ness starts his quest. It possesses an undeniable quirkiness and charm that was unmatched on the Super Nintendo and still feels like a singular experience today. Earthbound was a game that did not push the technological limits of its platform, but instead embraced a very deliberate artistic minimalism that made it stand out against other tour de force games of its time like Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI. The pastel colors and comparatively simplistic graphics make the game feel almost like a child's drawing, one depicting a highly satirized American town, and this is an effect that perfectly fits the narrative. Even if you were not among the throngs of Earthbound devotees, any time you do spend it on it will be memorable. And with the game now having been released for the Wii U Virtual Console, now is the perfect time to visit or revisit this unforgettable locale. At number 5, we have Dragon Quest VIII, in particular the green fields of Dragon Quest VIII. And much like Capcom vs. SNK, this is a purely aesthetic choice. If you've spent any time at all with the Dragon Quest series, you'll know that grinding to level up is incredibly important, and it usually occurs in the green fields outside the towns early in these games. The green fields of Dragon Quest VIII are as lush and verdant as ever, and combined with the beautiful musical score, are the perfect backdrop for leveling up early in the game. The third-person perspective offers just enough exploration to make each trip into the field seem new and exciting, and the variety of monsters and roaming bosses that can be encountered offer just the right amount of tension and discovery to these early journeys. The result is that level grinding seems like far less of a chore here than in other Dragon Quest games. And these fields are one of the many visual touches that create the feeling of being pulled deeper into what was always just a flat, two-dimensional world in the other Dragon Quest games. And this is an experience that I hope Square Enix builds on with another fully 3D console Dragon Quest game. And incidentally, if you like that idea of a 3D Dragon Quest world, you can also try Dragon Quest Swords on the Nintendo Wii, which also captures something of that exploratory charm that we have here in Dragon Quest VIII. At number 4, we have Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, particularly the Light World, or the Overworld of the game. Longtime fans of the Legend of Zelda series have likely read about Shigeru Miyamoto's inspiration for these games, his boyhood explorations of the hills and forests near the rural town of Sonobe, part of Kyoto, Japan. The first game realized this inspiration, in spite of the Nintendo Entertainment System's graphical limitations, but the SNES iteration of the series truly brought this vision to life. The fields and forests of the Light World are incredibly detailed and seem to offer almost limitless exploration, or at least it felt that way when the game was first released. This vision of Link wandering through the bright green meadows, clearing brush, stumbling upon little villages, talking to hermits, sorcerers, and even lumberjacks dwelling deep within the landscape, is truly iconic and has not been matched by subsequent games in the series, though Link's Awakening on the Game Boy was close. Though the game takes Link through castles, dungeons, and even a parallel universe, I found myself always wanting to come back to the Light World and venture out into its fields in search of hidden treasure or side quests. I can only hope that the upcoming sequel on the 3DS deepens this experience. Number 3 on our list is Midgar from Final Fantasy VII. Now, Final Fantasy VII was a revelation to longtime RPG fans and gamers in general when it was released in 1997. Though a Final Fantasy game through and through when it came to gameplay mechanics and combat, the narrative of Final Fantasy VII took all of the series' standard elements and transposed them onto a more adult and nuanced storyline dealing with environmentalism, terrorism, and personal discovery. The backdrop for all of this was Midgar, one of gaming's most iconic dystopian settings, and also one of the earliest console dystopian settings. Midgar is presented as a 2D pre-rendered background across which the 3D polygonal characters roam, and it is absolutely stunning. Each pre-rendered scene displays tremendous artistry in depicting a variety of vistas in this hulking, dirty, and corrupt metropolis, which nonetheless contains small areas of natural beauty peeking through the detritus. Accompanying this is an unforgettable musical score that makes the world seem almost soulful, a stark contrast to the grey and oppressive dystopias of modern gaming. The city, moreover, felt huge for its era, and the time spent there seemed like a game unto itself. It was therefore shocking when Cloud and company finally broke through the walls of Midgar to discover an entire world in which to continue their story. It was this realization that made Final Fantasy VII revolutionary. Midgar alone seemed so much larger, so much more realistic, and so much more interesting than all of the RPGs that came before it. And yet it was only the first part in a truly immense adventure. Number 2 is the Bob-omb Battlefield from Super Mario 64. Much like Super Mario Bros., Super Mario 64 introduced gamers to a new kind of world. This time, one in which characters could freely roam in a three-dimensional space. I've previously commented on how revolutionary and different this game was from all that had come before it, and how at the time it shattered gamers' understanding of what a platformer was. Although it is decidedly primitive by today's standards, it provided hours upon hours of fun and exploration in 1996, and still holds up today with its clean visuals and healthy dose of challenge. The introduction to this new era in console gaming was the iconic Bob-omb Battlefield, Mario's first stage in this new 3D challenge. It was the first setting in which Mario could stomp Koopas, find mushrooms, collect coins, and even fly in 3D. And as such, it set the tone and gameplay style for all subsequent 3D Mario games. If you grew up with the NES and SNES Mario games and were still a gamer at the launch of the N64, I think it's fair to say that you will never forget your first foray into the Bob-omb Battlefield. And the number 1 game on my list, in my opinion, the greatest environment in the history of gaming, is Cyrodiil from the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. Now, this game was released in 2006 by Bethesda Software and is one of the most iconic role-playing games, and I think iconic video games of all time, thanks in large part to its massive and unbelievably immersive setting, Cyrodiil. This game, more than any other on this list, fulfills the criteria that I set out at the beginning almost perfectly. It is a place of incredible visual beauty, far surpassing anything seen on PCs and consoles before its release. It functions in the narrative in an incredibly innovative way. You are presented with the story exposition in the Imperial City prisons at the beginning of the game, but you discover the rest of it as you traverse this game world. You can move at your own pace, in any direction you want, tackling whatever series of quests you want in whatever order, and the story will be slowly revealed to you in different ways. Every area you explore, every monastery you find, every wanderer you encounter, and even every book you read reveals more and more details about the game world and its history. For the first time in gaming, you were discovering a narrative as you were discovering a world, and this is a truly historic innovation. Cyrodiil functions almost like a vast network, linking all of these narrative moments in the game together. And it was, and still is, a great pleasure to traverse its hills, groves, mountains, and forests. Skyrim may be larger, it may tell a more intricate story, and it may have better graphics, but Oblivion was the first game to offer all of this innovation in one package. And it is, in my opinion, a more visually engrossing locale than Skyrim, especially if you play it with some of the aftermarket graphical mods. The experience to be had in Cyrodiil represents, in my opinion, the future of video game narratives. And it is a future I hope Bethesda and other companies will fully realize on the 8th generation of home consoles. So that's my list, my opinion on the top 10 environments in the history of video gaming. Again, this is a very, very subjective kind of exercise, and I think it would be great if you guys out there would leave a comment talking about your top 10 environments in gaming, or leave me a video response. Like I said, I think if a lot of people sort of go through this exercise and try to think of their favorite worlds in games, I think we'll have some certainly differences of opinion, but there may be one or two or three games that are common to all gamers, and maybe we can then start thinking, well, maybe objectively these places are some of the coolest and best and most memorable environments in gaming. So I thank you for watching the video. Like I said, looking forward to the discussion, and thank you for watching Game Escape. We will be back shortly with some new videos. And welcome back to Game Escape. Here today to do a video that I've been thinking about for a little while, and that is a discussion of my unanswered video game questions. I've been playing video games my entire life. I spend most of my free time playing games, and yet I find that there are just a couple of questions about gaming that I can't answer, and I thought it was strange because I also, I keep up on the gaming news, and I feel pretty much connected to a certain degree with gaming culture and history, but I've identified 4 questions that I have to which I don't have any answers, and perhaps someone out there who's either maybe in the industry or who has some knowledge of this can point me in the right direction, maybe leave a comment or a source. And I will say that obviously I could research all of these extensively, and I'm sure the information is out there, but it's one of those things. I can talk about the history of the Sega Saturn or the NES, and there are certain small details that I've nonetheless sort of absorbed over the years, but these questions have gone unanswered. So my first question is, how are games made? The physical media. How is the physical media for video games made? This is a question I've always had. For example, do Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo, do they have manufacturing plants where they press the CDs? I think that question, at least for today, is maybe a little bit easier to answer. I kind of remember that Alpha Omega Sin did a video back with the whole Xenoblade GameStop controversy, and he put a link to a company called GameQuest Direct, who basically print games that are out of print, mostly CD-based games. And so I would imagine that today the companies, all the big video game companies, have some sort of a third party that does this for them. I think today probably it's unlikely that they actually have the manufacturing facilities to do this themselves. Although I wonder, back in the days of, say, the NES or the Genesis, how did those physical plastic shells get made, and where? And for that matter, how was the box art being made? Did they print this stuff up themselves? Did they print the manual themselves, or did they have a partner who did this for them? So again, that was one that I've always wondered about. The next one is kind of one that I haven't been able to find a good answer to, and that is, we hear the expression hand-drawn sprites, particularly when you're talking about the 8-bit or the 16-bit eras. And we know what that art style looks like. We know what the mechanics of games that utilize hand-drawn sprites are like, but I've always wondered, how are these hand-drawn works of art really transferred into a game? So when you have an artist drawing a sprite, how does that actually make it into a video game? Maybe that's a naive question because I don't know a lot about computer programming, but in one of the art books that I had, I believe it was the Street Fighter 25th Anniversary art book, one of the guys that worked on Street Fighter basically made a comment and said, well, when I was doing the work on Alpha, this was the first time I was drawing digital, which I assumed to mean that there was some sort of interface where you could actually draw, and your work would appear on screen, and you can manipulate it that way. But how are programmers, particularly back in the olden days of gaming, how did they take a piece of concept art and draw a sprite and then get that sprite into a game? As you think about all of the great sort of hand-drawn games of the 16-bit era, you look back to Neo Geo, things like that, so impressive in their art styles. How did that actually make it into the game? I've always wondered that. another question that I've had is that I would like to know, I'd like people to see the process, particularly today, of creating a video game. How is this done? And really from conception to distribution. And I think for all other forms of entertainment or art, we have a concept of how these works are made. I mean, if you're into movies, I think most people have a very, very basic understanding of the process of making a movie. You can imagine someone writing a script. You understand the idea of memorizing the script, special effects, takes, editing, things like that. I don't think we have that for games. I stand maybe that's part of their magic, but I mean, it also links up to this idea of, well, how do the hand-drawn sprites make it into the game? How do they develop the art assets? How do they take an idea and build a world around it? Or for the companies that have their own gaming engines, how do they produce those engines? I think it would be a fascinating topic for a reality show. I believe the PlayStation Network had something like that, kind of a reality show about, it was like young designers trying to get a job at one of the major companies. I'm not so much interested in that, but maybe like if you've ever seen the HBO reality show Hard Knocks, where they sort of follow an NFL team as they're in training camp prepping for the season. I think like that gave you an idea of what an NFL training camp is like, and I think they should do something similar for video games. What does the workflow look like? What does the division of labor look like within a studio, and how do they merge the writing, the art, and the programming together into a finished package? I think that, as a gamer, as someone who spends a lot of time enjoying games, I would like to have a little bit better understanding of that beyond sort of the things you read about. Oh, it's the crunch time, and you read somewhat about the process during delays and stuff like that. But it'd be fascinating to observe. And my last question, something that I really don't know how to answer and that I find interesting, is how do programmers evolve in the industry? And I sort of asked this question a while back. I have a Retro Gamer magazine subscription. From time to time, you'll be reading about the history of a particular game and the creative process behind it. And they don't really go into like the detail I wanted in my previous question with the creative process, but they'll say things like, well, person X came up with the idea for X-Wing, worked on X-Wing and all the different PC variants of that, and today he works for, let's just say, and I can't really remember this particular article, but today he works for Activision. Or someone, worked on the original Mega Man, and he's still working at Capcom, and he's involved in Dead Rising 3, or something like that. And my thought was, how do these people stay in the industry and develop their skills from hardware generation to hardware generation? Because if you worked, say, back in the NES era, and you're still working today, how did you educate yourself to the different technologies that have developed over the years? And even for that matter, how do people go from like engine to engine today? If you're developing for CryEngine 3 or Frostbite or Unreal Engine or something like that, I mean, I guess the question really is, as a programmer, is there a consistent skill set that you have that lets you, say, start off in the NES era, and maybe you just sort of learn the new hardware technologies or software programs, but there's something, and again, this is my lack of knowledge of what really goes into program a video game, but are there some sort of hard and fast skills that you have as a developer that lets you kind of move seamlessly from platform to platform, generation to generation? I kind of thought, like, what sort of an analogy would make this clear? I guess if you're a lawyer, you go to school and you're skilled in interpreting the law. That's your skill. And when new laws are written and when new laws take effect, you have to sort of learn their implications, but you have that core skill of understanding law that you can sort of apply to all of these new developments in your field. Is it the same way with games, or do developers have to just sort of start anew when there's a new console, or when there's an update to a particular gaming engine? Are they constantly retraining? And if so, how do they do it? How is this knowledge communicated in the gaming community? And actually, quite frankly, how is it compensated? I mean, is it just assumed that if you were a game developer and that's what you want to do for 20 years, that you'll sort of take it upon yourself to learn these new programs, or do they go back to school? What is the training element here? Because it seems fascinating to me that as you're reading Retro Gamer, you're hearing about these guys who develop for what today are pretty primitive platforms, but are nonetheless active in the industry, and the amount of knowledge and skill it must have taken to learn all of these new innovations over the course of 20 or 30 years is pretty impressive. So those are the questions that I just don't have good answers for, and that I have been really curious about. And if you know them, like I said, if you have some ideas, if you have some references, put those in the comments below. And as always, I thank you for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with a new video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today with a video essay about the issue of video games as both works of art and objects of escapism. It's a piece of writing that I put together a few months ago, and I'm now just having the time to create a video about it. This is going to be a long one, and I know that long videos aren't always the most popular on YouTube, but I'll put the ideas out there, and hopefully you guys will stick around to the end and let me know what you think. The rising popularity of video games has led to questions about the aesthetic quality of these games, or whether they can even be interpreted as aesthetic objects at all. Roger Ebert notably argued that games are not and never will be art, which prompted an uproar amongst avid gamers and gaming critics, who brought forth numerous examples of games that they considered to be works of art. Ebert, after hearing these criticisms, responded a few years later, and proudly announced that his opinion had remained unchanged, despite the technological advancements that the medium had made in its current role as a mainstream form of entertainment. Although the smugness of Ebert's response was irritating, he is essentially correct, not because there is anything inherently more artistic or aesthetically pleasing about films, but because his critics drew on games that approximated cinematographic techniques, both filmic and narrative. While it may be true that the best game narrative is better than a hard film narrative, aesthetic production is very specific to a given medium, and productions in one medium never transfer over perfectly to another. I would argue that it is best to read the works of Proust and Dostoevsky as books, rather than watch any filmic interpretations of their works, no matter how well conceived these films may be. In the same manner, it will always be preferable to watch films rather than to play games that seek to simply imitate them. Ebert won the argument because it was conducted on his home turf. This defense of video games as art, however, neglected to address much of the early development of the medium. Had this been taken into consideration, a more nuanced response could have been made. The origins of modern gaming, I think, can be traced back to the 1970s in both Japan and the United States, and the earliest incarnations of games in both countries had similarities in both content and cultural reception. Despite this fact, it is more instructive to look to Japan when tracing the origins of games as aesthetic objects, because Japanese developers continued to develop the medium after the video game market collapsed in the United States in the 80s. And because it was the technological development of this period that provided the foundation on which the reemergence of the American market was built. While any number of moments in Japanese gaming history could be seen as foundational, I think the best example for evaluating the cultural impact of the medium was the Space Invaders craze of 1978, during which the population of Japan was so enamored of that game and played it at such a rapacious pace that there was a national shortage of 100 yen coins. The cultural and technological context that made this scenario possible constitute, in my opinion, the birth of a particular, and from 1978 to about 1998, dominant aesthetic in gaming. To understand the Space Invaders phenomenon, one must think about the cultural and physical space of the Japanese economic boom. A train-faring culture living under extreme economic performance pressures in a compressed, restraining physical and civic environment, the Japanese populace increasingly sought out mechanisms of escape in the form of electronic devices. Space Invaders, a mechanical digital object of amusement, was one of the first games to feed this desire on a national scale. As its popularity and the popularity of similar games expanded, so too did the establishments in which these games were played. Japanese arcades were game centers. The game centers, like the games within them, became the physical spaces of escapism in the crammed landscape of urban Japan. They tended to be built around train stations or areas of heavy foot traffic, and promised passers-by and commuters a brief moment of reprieve from the pressures of suffocating professional obligation. Although the space within the game center was constrained, the games themselves featured a number of specific qualities that fostered this desired sense of escape. In the foreground of these early gaming experiences was an appeal to the pleasures of human-machine interaction. Arcade games were considered, both in Japan and in the United States, to be on the bleeding edge of digital entertainment technology, and experiencing the click of precision buttons and joysticks, the hum of infectiously catchy music, and the rapid movement of sprite-based images were all part of this appeal. The aesthetic at play was actually what 18th century German aesthetic philosophy considered to be the original definition of the word aesthetics, prior to the development of aesthetics as a philosophical science, which is to say that it was a low-level sensory pleasure. The pleasures of touch, sound, and sight that occur before these sensations are subjected to philosophical reflection. The early Japanese game centers offered precisely this kind of experience. It was focused, brief, and repeatable, and could be enjoyed in the same manner by vastly different audiences, from the student to the archetypal salaryman, for example. Added to this mix of qualities was a focus on manual dexterity and visual acuity. The games forced their players to react more quickly than their peers, and track stats to establish the best players on a given machine. This combination of competition and aesthetic pleasure ensured repeat business and the establishment of the medium in mainstream Japanese culture. As the boom years of the 1980s turned into the bust years of the 1990s and the prolonged economic downturn, which still plagues Japan today, the game center continued to expand and continued to provide an escape route for a populace who were struggling not only with workplace pressures, but also a slowly declining standard of living and diminishing economic expectations. This environment, the result of a decades-long project of neoliberalization that could no longer be sustained, intensified the need for digital escape, and the desire to do so primarily through machine-based technology. Video games were not the only example of this phenomenon. Pachinko parlors also saw vastly increased patronage in the 80s and 90s, and despite a decline beginning in 2000, increasing popularity since the newest economic crisis of 2008. As people use them to, in a sense, numb their concerns through the din of clinking metal and blaring music and waves of garish, flashing lights. Pachinko is, as experts have pointed out, despite being a form of gambling, a game that neither extracts huge losses nor promises massive winnings. Its primary appeal seems to be its palliative function, if you play it for long enough, you become mesmerized by the path of the metallic balls take through the pin layouts, following each as they drop erratically toward the small hole at the bottom of the playing field. Like game centers, pachinko parlors are places that allow people access to a form of human-machine interaction that facilitates time-bound escapism, and I think that this dream of ever deeper integration of the human and the machine was also an extremely popular theme in other forms of entertainment, the sort of mecha manga genre, and all of the offshoots of that, beginning also in the late 70s with Gundam. Until 1998, this kind of pleasurable interaction was the dominant aesthetic in video games. It was at this point that American developers began to actively challenge the predominantly Japanese gaming paradigm. Although you could situate this moment perhaps at different times, I would argue that it first happened through the rise of the first-person shooter genre on the PC and its later adoption on home consoles such as the Xbox, Xbox 360, and PlayStation 3. These consoles and the American developer support behind them slowly eroded the domination of Japanese games that presented themselves first and foremost as in-home digital amusements. The current golden age of American leadership in game development has ushered in an era of numerous gloomy post-apocalyptic shooter games, yearly sports titles, and cinematic adventure games, and in each case, the games promise an immersive experience that bring the player closer to the object being imitated, be it a combat, a sport, or a movie. The current directive of game development and hardware advancement has enabled an aesthetic shift in game design towards a kind of mimesis, an ever more precise representation of the lived reality of the gamer. Games are forced to continually represent this reality more faithfully until a moment is reached in which the boundaries between game reality and the world around us are blurred beyond recognition. It is debatable if this moment will ever happen, but it is a philosophy which has led to a totally different kind of game. Two distinct examples will serve to illustrate this point: Umihara Kawase and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. The first is arguably the finest platformer in the tradition of Mario, Mega Man, and Metroid, if relatively unknown compared to these franchises. And it is a perfect example of the video game as a digital amusement. The latter is the paradigmatic example of the American first-person shooter, which promises the simulation of and immersion in military combat. In the former game, Umihara Kawase, you play the role of a young fisherman's daughter, who must traverse a puzzle-like dream landscape in which she has to use her fishing line both to capture wandering, belligerent fish and traverse floating platforms. Each level becomes progressively more difficult, requiring more precise button presses and level memorization. There are no saves or continues, and this forces the player to memorize every platform, every jump, and every cast of the fishing line. The process is not tedious, however, and each time the gamer plays the game, the mechanics become more and more natural, to the point where the movements and controls feel like an extension of one's own body. The visuals are clean, bright, and colorful, and the music is pleasant and catchy. It is an example of the elegant simplicity that represents the best of Japanese game development in the mid-1990s. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, in contrast, is a game that takes the unique first-person perspective of the mid to late 1990s US computer games, first-person shooter games, and uses it to create a visceral simulation of war. All the player sees is the tip of his gun as he progresses through a variety of global settings trying to eliminate a terrorist threat. Graphics are three-dimensional with high-resolution textures, and success depends on accurate aiming, team-based tactics of playing online with others, and finding the most effective route through a given map. It is a formula that has been copied hundreds of times, but Call of Duty has become the franchise of modern gaming, arguably. It's certainly one of the most popular games of the modern era, and in this process, it has also turned into a billion-dollar intellectual property for its publisher, Activision. Although many valid comparisons can be made between the two games on the level of control and skill, perhaps the most apt comparison about their difference can be made by thinking about the visual and graphical intention of both games. Call of Duty tries with each release to present a more realistic vision of modern military ground combat, mixed with an action-movie narrative. Its visual idiom is one of ever greater fidelity to its dingy, war-torn settings. Like the majority of other Western games, it endeavors to be more realistic and immerse its player in a world visually identical to our own. Umehara Kawase and games of its lineage never try and never need to really represent reality convincingly. They instead create a stylized, visual, mechanical, aesthetic world into which one can escape from reality. Part of the beauty of Japanese games, particularly those produced in the 80s and 90s, is that while they offered an escapism that was visually and tactily absorptive, they offered one that was always incomplete. These games promised an immersive experience, but player imagination was still required to sink within their stylized representation of other worlds. And it is this kind of player input that I think creates the charm of these earlier titles, now very much in the province of retro gaming. They conveyed the hope of a reality made more enjoyable through the human-machine interface, without the threat inherent in machines that can actually make this a reality. The question that arises then is not whether or not video games can be considered aesthetic objects, but instead what types of objects they are, aim to be, or should be. I would argue that the current mimetic paradigm in American game development is a strategy that will never accomplish its stated goals of creating an increasingly immersive experience patterned largely on film. For one, it is unclear exactly how much more graphical horsepower can be crammed into home consoles. As people have stated, the 8th console generation may indeed represent a graphical plateau in gaming, a point at which textures will be more detailed and frame rates perhaps more consistent, but without a major visual leap forward. This seems to have been confirmed in the demos for the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, but of course, in fairness, these consoles must have the benefit of a full life cycle before such judgments can be rendered. Secondly, and more critically, designing video games to approximate the cinematic experience will dilute the strengths and uniqueness inherent to video games as a medium. This is where the Japanese approach of the 80s and 90s seems to be more convincing. Games under this model, this is to say the Japanese model, are indeed aesthetic objects. They are not art in the received Western sense of the word, but they are a very unique kind of human-machine interaction that evokes a visceral response in the player through appeal to these, quote, lower-level senses. They do not aim to have the same emotional or intellectual resonance as a novel or film, but they harness digital technology to produce a sensory, physical pleasure that enables one to escape and to be absorbed into a world of light, color, and precise tactile movements. At the present moment, both approaches, the Japanese and the Western approach, are available to the gamer, although the aesthetic of digital amusement has been steadily waning in the past 5 years. As long as the need to escape becomes intensified, however, it is fair to ask how mechanisms of escape can or should be structured, and in that sense, there is a need to recognize this key aesthetic distinction in the gaming experience before one paradigm overwhelms the other. There is, of course, room for both, but this will to domination seen in the mimetic model, which is to say the Western model, is a cause for concern, because it obscures the beauty of games as aesthetic objects. In a world structured by human-machine interactions, many of which cause stress, fear, and insecurity, it is important to preserve this one form of interaction whose primary aim is pleasure, amusement, and escape. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today to do a video that I've wanted to kind of do for a couple months now, and that's talk about two different gaming peripherals, the race wheel and the fighting stick. And this year, for the first time in a long time, I have really gotten into PC racing sims and sort of caught a glimpse of the whole world of peripherals that surround this part of the hobby. And you know, it was just so interesting seeing the progression that one could take from one wheel to the next in an attempt to create ever more realism. And so, you know, I had purchased what I consider to be the most expensive peripheral that I've ever purchased in May, and that was the Hori Real Arcade Vuelix stick that they released in May. And you know, at that point I couldn't imagine sort of spending more than that on a peripheral. It was $300 and some. I had swapped out the buttons and the stick and everything, so I was kind of surprised when a few months, actually probably a few weeks later, I found a Driving Force GT, which is a very old wheel, although I guess they still manufactured it up to a couple of years ago. I found it on Craigslist for under $100, which is really a good deal because sometimes they go for much higher than that on eBay. It wasn't quite brand new, but it was new enough and in the box, and it had sort of the new Logitech box, so it was manufactured, I think, within the past year or so. And started playing some racing games and saw that, you know, $300 is absolutely nothing in that hobby. So I wanted to kind of compare these two visions about peripherals, if you will, and just kind of talk about experiencing this new avenue of gaming that I previously, I won't say I was unaware of, but I didn't know it had developed to this point. So my history with PC racing wheels goes back till about 2008 or 2009. I can't quite remember the details, but it was around the time that the GT5 Prologue was released for the PS3, and I had imported that early, so you know, I was just so into Gran Turismo. I had just discovered PlayAsia, and I got that game, and I either read or noticed in the menus that it was compatible with a couple Logitech racing wheels, and I went out and was like, okay, well, I'm gonna get one. And so I picked up the G25, which I guess at that point was kind of being faded out. Maybe not in 2008, but certainly, you know, the G27 succeeded it. So I picked up the G25 on sale for, at that time, you know, it seemed like a really good sale. It was under $200, but, you know, obviously still a lot of money. And I had no experience with racing wheels, so I got it home, and, you know, I didn't know about mounting it or anything. I was like, oh, I'm just going to stick it on the coffee table and see if I can control these games, which was terrible, and I just had no means of actually using it with that Gran Turismo Prologue. So I brought it into the PC and, you know, set it up on the desk and everything, and played GTR 2, which I had found really cheap somewhere. I mean, that was a fairly old game at that time. There was GTR and GTR 2, and I was taken aback at how fun it was. It was really something I had never experienced before, and that was a really good PC racing sim with a racing wheel. But I said to myself at that point, you know, it doesn't feel as high quality as I thought for $190 or $200 or whatever it was. You know, and I can't use it with Gran Turismo, so I'm not going to keep this. And I just let it go, and plus it was pain in the neck to set up and wire up and put on the desk, and, you know, there was a lot, you know, it took up space on the shelf. It seemed like a hassle, and I couldn't really use it for the game I wanted to play it with. So yeah, so that was it. And I, of course, played lots of racing games on console with the controllers, and I thought it was good enough. So we fast forward to me picking up this Logitech Driving Force GT, which is, I guess, a step down from the G25 as far as functionality. And I figured I was looking at racing wheels. Is this something I want to get into? I had a lot of fun with Forza 5. I had a lot of fun with just tons and tons of hours with Gran Turismo 5. So I thought, well, maybe I should try some of these new games that have come out for the PC. Project Cars, Assetto Corsa, see if I could find the old GTR games and so forth. So I noticed that it seemed like a lot of the cheaper wheels lacked functionality. They didn't have 900 degrees of rotation. They had really weak force feedback, and I said, well, wow, to get a wheel like that, I'm going to have to spend $400. God, that's expensive. So when this kind of popped up on Craigslist one day, as I was just searching around, I said, you know what, for that price, in the box, it was local, I'm going to pick it up for $85. And I got it home, and that wheel, although old, still has all of those technologies. So I played it with Project Cars on Steam. I picked up Race 07, which was kind of the successor to the GTR series. And I was blown away by how much force feedback and how much of a feel for driving that this wheel communicated. Again, this is a cheap, plasticky wheel. By no means, anywhere near, this is the absolute bottom of the barrel when it comes to 900 degree and up rotation racing wheels. And yet I was experiencing racing games in a way that I had not experienced them before. I was really surprised at how much that these games can simulate the physics, and you feel the cars slipping, and you really had to fight to control it. Dirt Rally, as an example, if you crank the force feedback up on that game, it's actually tiring to control. And again, that's on the cheapest wheel. So I was having a blast with that, and I said, you know what, I'm actually having so much fun. I am going to get a better wheel. I'm going to actually go out and spend the money and get a better wheel. And of course, this past Black Friday, couple deals, and I picked up the G27 PC racing wheel. They have a version for the PS4 and Xbox One now, but they're like more expensive than the systems for roughly the same technology. And I actually kind of prefer playing racing games on the PC now. Anyway, so I picked up the G27 for $200. And like the next day, it had shot up an extra 100. It was just on Black Friday, and I've been playing that now. Super fast shipping from B&H Photo. So if you ever want to pick up some tech, not sponsored by them, but they have free shipping and they don't charge tax, so it's a good site. So that came, and from basically right after, it's like the Monday after Black Friday or the Tuesday after Black Friday, it showed up. I've been playing it nonstop and really enjoying it. But as I've, through the DFGT wheel and now this wheel and kind of looking at the PC racing simulation scene, I'm blown away by how much money you can spend on this kind of corner of the hobby. It's quite frankly shocking. And it sort of raised the question in my mind, what is our limit with a gaming peripheral? To give an example, there are some people out there who get these wheels with huge motors, and you can detach the rim, and you can get like a NASCAR rim or an F1 rim, and you could spend, literally $10,000 on your rig, to simulate driving a $100,000 car. And there's some people who do that, and if you Google around or if you search around on YouTube, you'll find myriad examples of these people, triple screens. There seems to be no limit to this kind of peripheral. And in my kind of research of what wheel to buy, what's the next wheel that I should buy, I found that this industry, or this sort of corner of the industry, sort of pulls you along, and it can get kind of crazy, and I was susceptible to it. I'm playing with that Logitech wheel, and having a great time, and I said to myself, you know what, I'm let me get a new monitor. I'm going to get a new PC monitor. The one I have, I think I mentioned this in my DLP versus OLED and 4K video, and I had gotten this 4K 28-inch monitor, which is nice, but it was a replacement for other monitor that broke, and basically I got it for half off at the time, because they just sent me this to replace a cheaper one, and it's okay. It has some issues with sort of powering off randomly and things like that, but I've just dealt with it. So now I'm getting a 34-inch Logitech not Logitech, excuse me, LG, sort of one of those wide aspect ratios, in part because I'm having so much fun with driving games. I think it would be very cool to have that kind of peripheral vision experience. And then I was like, I have to stop. Again, Black Friday pricing. I mean, I got it after Black Friday, but cheap. And it's not really 4K. It's not even 2K. So I guess it's a little bit older, discontinued type of thing. But I'm going to give it a shot, just for this purpose. But after that, how much more money can you spend on a peripheral? And I compared it to the Vulix Fight Stick. And while that was expensive, principally for the enclosure, being a true, I don't know if it's a one-to-one recreation, but a very faithful recreation of the Japanese, arcade, Vulix arcades sticks. I felt like I could use that, and if I were any good at fighting games, which, of course, I'm not, but if I were any good at fighting games, that would suffice forever. I mean, I've already swapped out the buttons. If I needed to do that again, I could easily do that. I wouldn't need to pay more than the $300 I paid for that. Plus, in all honesty, a number of years ago, I got for $100, I got the Hori Real Arcade Pro V3 with the Sanwa buttons when they were still using Sanwa at that time. And that was fine. I didn't feel like I was at a competitive disadvantage using it, nor did I feel like I was missing out on some aspect of the game by not having something more expensive. It seems like the Fight Stick, once you pick a Fight Stick over $100 and it has, what I would consider to be the industry standard parts, Sanwa, Sanmitsu, I guess the what are the HAP sticks you can still get, although I think, are they still made in America, or were they taken over by a Spanish company? I kind of remember reading that. Anyway, point being, once you have those arcade quality parts, it doesn't really matter what your enclosure is. As long as it's comfortable, you can use that. You don't have to pay any more money. And if you do pay more money, to replace the buttons or swap that out or something, it's cheap. Maybe it'll cost you, I think it cost me $60, or maybe even less than that, to swap out all my buttons on the Vulix. So, it's interesting. I'm kind of happy that the Fight Stick community hasn't gotten so crazy. I mean, yes, you can get the custom art, and you can build your own case, and you can put LEDs, but the core functionality, the core experience with the game, fundamentally, doesn't change, no matter what stick that you use. I think the only advantage, and even this is debatable, is, having a stick versus using a controller, but of course there are some very good controller players out there. The racing, however, seems like an unending string of upgrades the deeper you get into it. And, I am not very good at these racing games. I mean, I don't compete in online leagues, but I mean, there's one game called iRacing, which is very popular. Maybe if you follow computer PC racing, you know it. And, it's a monthly subscription. You got to buy the cars and the tracks. And I think even if you're doing like a pro race, you got to buy the fuel and the tires because they really want to simulate what it's like to be a race car driver. And someone was saying to me that, or I read somewhere that if you bought everything, it would cost you $600. So that's just on the software alone. Beyond that, I mean, you've got, limitless, triple monitors, upgrading the graphics cards. I mean, it's like PC gaming taken to an absolute insane extreme. And I kind of think it is a shame that is the case, because what I've discovered with PC racing games is that they are a lot of, it's very, relaxing in a certain sense, just, test out the cars, go around the lap, just doing a time trial. But it can be very tense and exciting when, I have played online with Project Cars a little bit, but, cranking up the AI, having a real race with tire degradation and pit stops and, endurance races or dirt rally where you're breaking a sweat trying to control the spins and things like that. So, it's just a shame that they can't standardize, like with this wheel, you can get the most out of these games for now. Instead, you just have this upgrade path that could, make you broke in the end, quite frankly. So, I just wanted to, throw that out there, and in a sense, it's interesting. I never thought I'd be into this part of gaming, and you're not going to see me do videos and here's my race online or anything like that. Haven't gotten out into it at that level, but certainly in stints, I have really been enjoying it here in 2015, and I continue to do so in 2016 and beyond. So what do you guys think? Should there be, which model for peripherals and upgrades is better? Do you like the infinite customizability, the infinite attempt to recreate reality with technology that we see with the, PC racing simulator space? Or, do you think that there should be, a kind of range of products, but ultimately any product you choose in the range will allow you to be competitive in that particular gaming scene, as we see with the fight sticks? So that is it for me today. I thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today with a bit of a bonus video. I actually was really productive, got some other videos done, got some more footage captured, so I didn't think I would sort of do more video work today, but I was out in traffic, listening to the latest edition of the Retro League podcast, which is a pretty good, very sort of mature, relaxed gaming podcast. And the guys, one of the hosts, Hugh, brought up a fairly interesting point. He said that he had reached the point in his life, and granted he's maybe 10 years older than I am, he's reached the point in his life where even if he lives another 30, 40, even 50 years, he cannot possibly play and enjoy all of the games in his collection. And I thought that was really interesting. As I get older and as the collection grows, and right now the collection that I have, which is still modest, is between 750 and 800 games. I haven't counted since kind of my buying spree over the summer. And it's an interesting point. At what time do you have to say to yourself, you know what? I just can't play all of these games. And is that troubling? Now, the host Hugh, he basically said that he was considering selling off a lot of it now that we're arguably in a retro video game bubble. And, would it be advisable for others to do the same, to just kind of recapture some of the money spent on these massive collections that we all have? So it got me thinking, what happens when your collection is so large that you cannot possibly play it throughout the course of your normal biological life? And is it worth selling? So for me personally, I would have to say it is not worth selling right now for me. And which is not to say that I believe that somehow I'll hit the jackpot somehow and I can play these games, and not have to work. No, I don't really believe that I will play, 10% of what I have in any sort of significant way. I mean, obviously you can sort of pop a game in here or there just to see what it's like, but that to me in and of itself is not a reason to stop collecting and to just give up the whole enterprise. So I have a few reasons for that I'm going to lay out for you in this video. So the first reason I'm not keen on getting rid of anything right now is just because I think a collection is kind of a historical testament to you as a person and your hobby. I mean, it takes a lot of time and resources to piece together a big game collection, and I kind of feel like you go through moments in life where you're not terribly interested in gaming, and moments in life where you just have the time and you're so passionate about it. And I don't think it's a wise move to just be in one of those gaming downturns and say to yourself, you know what, it's not worth this, let me get rid of this stuff. Because I think a lot of people out there, if you listen to a lot of collectors, they will tell you that, if they've done that, then they've had to go and buy those games back. And, it's very hard to make significant money selling games in the first place unless you have something like Earthbound, so it's probably a money-losing proposition for most people anyway to just give it up. So I kind of think, you have to look at that aspect of it. Now, of course, if you have a major financial priority, you want to buy a house, you just got married, your kids need the money for college, you're ill, whatever the story is, well, in that case, obviously, you have a good reason, and your own personal feelings towards gaming don't matter at that point. But all things being equal, if you can hold on to it, I think it's wise to hold on to it. Why let a fleeting mood sort of destroy a life's work? The second point, I think, is even though people have collections that they can't quite play, one of the best aspects of having a collection is the fact that when those times in life roll around that you can dedicate to gaming, it's nice to just go into your collection, pull something out, and be consumed by it. And that has happened to me so many times, going back to even when I was a kid. Maybe there's that game that's just been collecting dust and it's a rainy afternoon and you pull it out and you're like, hey, I've discovered that this game's not bad. This is a fun game. It's happened to me on numerous occasions, and it's one of the reasons why I collect. It's because not I don't buy a game thinking, okay, I'm going to play this for hours, I'm going to devote my life to it. I buy games just because I think maybe one day it's interesting and I'll get to play it. And I think lastly, and kind of connected to that, are we collecting to develop a financial asset, or are we collecting, particularly, if you're between 30 and 40, because you love the medium, because you grew up with the medium, and you want to have this kind of grand historical artifact, in a way, of this wonderful form of entertainment. I mean, the more you collect, the kind of more historical, analytical, and intellectual perspective you can have on the hobby, and I think that's worthwhile. It's something that kind of goes beyond the sheer monetary value. And I think if you think of big collectors like the guy up in Seattle, John Hancock, I believe his name is, what he has is just a testament to the industry, and I think it's a value that goes beyond even his own love of collecting. So I think, again, unless you don't have to give it up, I don't think you should. And I mean, obviously, if you're an investor, yeah, you want to time the market, and maybe now's a good time to sell. Maybe we haven't reached the peak, who knows? That kind of calculus will sort of drive you crazy. I mean, video games are fun, collecting games are fun. Why not just enjoy them for what they are? Why financialize the whole hobby? I think that's when you lose the passion in it. Now, that's not to say that I've never in my life purchased games because I thought they'd be valuable. I think we all do that. It's not to say that I've purchased even games that I knew that I loved back in the day and have had a chance to play them. No, I have a lot of games sitting on my shelf, quite frankly, and I know I'm not going to have time to play them. And I think they kind of falls into three categories for me. The first category is what I like to call the hopeful pickup, and I have a couple examples here. R-Tone Lico, I guess this is the first R-Tone Lico. I just like the art style. I'm not actually sure if I'd like the gameplay. Pick that up, and because I felt like one day I want to play this game. It kind of looked like Lunar. I loved Lunar 2, so why not give it a shot? Number 2 here, another hopeful pickup, Sakura Wars. And, I really enjoyed Sakura Wars on the Saturn, and it seemed like, this one in English, set in the United States, could be very interesting, still sealed, never got a chance to play it, but I want it on my shelf because I believe one day I will play this game and I will probably like it. Then we have what I'm going to call the cynical pickups, and these are the money-driven pickups. And the first one, we all do this, I think. I got Pandora's Tower and The Last Story because I saw, oh man, Xenoblade, that game was so expensive. I mean, I had that game as well, but I was like, I have to pick up these two. I guess they're sequels, or they're related to the story in some way. But you know what? I didn't care for Xenoblade. I didn't have time to really get into it, and I knew that I wasn't gonna play this game. I just knew it. But hey, I wanted to have a couple of these, at least 2 of these 3 games sealed, and I do, and I will probably never play it. Is that a game I should sell? I mean, I don't even know how much it goes for. I don't think it ever reached the heights of Xenoblade, but maybe. Another one that I sort of picked up cynically was Persona Q, limited edition, and I've never opened it. It's kind of like an Etrian Odyssey sort of game, I hear, which I don't particularly care for. I looked at some gameplay and I just said, this no interest. I will probably never open that game. I guess I would consider selling these cynical pickups. And then you have pickups that I think they're good games, you just are not going to have time to play them, but you have fond memories of them. And perfect example of that is Shining Force. Now, you guys have seen me stream this, and I've probably played about 30-40% of it in that time, but yeah, I may not ever finish it, but it's a game that I rented as a kid, and I spent such so many pleasant hours with it, back in 92, 93, 94, so why not have it, even if I'm never going to finish it. Another game, Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. You heard me talk about this, I believe it was in the 1990 tournament video for the Genesis, and it's a great game. I'm not a Michael Jackson fan, but it is a weird and wonderful example of the early Genesis, and granted, you can play through this, and I have, but, why not pick something like that up and just let it sit on the shelf, even if I play through it, once every 5 or 6 years. So, no one is immune to the, I guess, of course no one's immune to mortality. This is essentially a discussion about mortality and your ability to pursue the hobby throughout your life, and eventually you will not be able to play it. I will not be able to fully enjoy what I have there in the closet, but as long as it's financially reasonable for me to hold on to it, barring, disasters or major life decisions, I've worked hard to collect these 750 to 800 games. I enjoy finding the gems that might be sitting on the shelf, and I kind of see it as a testament to this period of my life. So I will not be getting rid of them, but it is interesting that we reach a point. When I started collecting games, I've only, as I said, I've only done it seriously for about 5 or 6 years, but I've always bought games and held on to them. So I think, God, when I had my first place, maybe 9-10 years ago, and I was like, you know what? No parents, no girlfriend, just me in my house, and I'm gonna buy games. I'm gonna play games all the time. I felt like the world was my oyster. I had all the time in the world, and I guess now the reality is that I don't. But I think the process is fun. I think the hobby is great, and I don't see the need to abandon it out of a kind of existential angst or baseline collector's greed that can set in. So what do you guys think? What do you think about your collections and the ability or your lack of ability to ever play through them? Let me know in the comments below. I thank you guys as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here to do kind of a part 2 to the discussion that I started last week on my vlog, and that was kind of the question of how perceptions of time alter your experience of being a gamer and being a video game collector. And I thought I had pretty much said all I wanted to say until this week. I listened to a podcast, and that was the Back in My Play podcast. It's a pretty good show. It's been done by a guy named Kevin Larrabee. And on the podcast, he was talking about sort of paring down his collection, and kept on referencing a blog that he wrote that kind of gave the background of why he decided to do that. So I decided to read the blog, and I don't know what to... I don't want to sound mean, and I really like his show, and I think if you like Japanese video games, Back in My Play is one of the better podcasts to listen to. But I found his blog sort of emblematic of a very negative trend that I see in the hobby. And so I wanted to come on and kind of give a response and kind of deconstruct some of the things that he was discussing. Basically, and like I said, it's going to be linked below. I'm not going to, summarize every word he said, but he talks about how his collecting has gotten out of control, and or had gotten out of control, and how he kind of equated it with mental illness, and that part of sort of paring down his collection was to become mentally healthy again. And I figured I would just read you some of these quotes. He basically talks about his podcast, and he talks about how he sees it as kind of one of the better aspects of the hobby, but it kind of sounds like he's not canceling the show, but he wants to sort of put it on the back burner and, quote, return to it every now and then when the time is right. He says that his current status in the world of fitness is not enough. He knows that there's a lot of potential being left on the table, and it's the end of the quote, and he has to go chase it. He kind of then goes on to talk about his intensity, his intense interest with the hobby. He says, quote, "This flaw of obsession and laser focus on a subject is," and I'm going to paraphrase here, "a negative when it comes to gaming, but also one of his main strengths. Quote, when it comes to my work, I don't compromise on the quality. The certified strength coach certification, probably needs another name there, is a perfect example. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in that project to make sure that it is nothing but the best certification for fitness professionals. I'm dead serious. I welcome anyone to debate otherwise. You know where to find me. You know, I think we're starting to see the trend here, you know, kind of moving from this idea that he has this, what he believes to be a mental illness with collecting, the laser focus on the hobby, but that those same traits have also led to his success in the fitness industry. I mean, it's fair to say that some of the pictures he has on here, you know, are a little extreme. He had a room full of arcade machines, you know, in a small apartment. So, yeah, I mean, there's a certain lack of rationality there, but you know, if you have the extra money and the space and you like to collect arcade machines, I guess you can do that for a little while. So then he moves into kind of a philosophical mode in this text. He says here, the thing you don't consider when buying and accumulating all of this stuff, especially things that require a lengthy time commitment, is that you won't make use of 90% of it. And of course, we talked about that last week, and sort of, I mean, you can go back and hear my thoughts on that. He goes on to say that having all this stuff is overwhelming and a serious problem in today's commercially driven world. For some people, it is clothes and shoes they will never wear. For others, it is piles of books they'll never read. Others, it is high-priced electronics that never get turned on. I think we could all benefit from a more minimalist lifestyle. So that was the end of part one, basically, and he sort of continues this train of thought in part two, all in the context of turning 30. And he goes on to say, turning 30 made him question the values in his life. He says, what is my ideal life? What is in my way from living that life? What is the first step, and what direction do I take to begin that journey? We only have so much mental capacity and focus. I couldn't continue to waste it on something with such little return. So that struck me as funny because he's, at the end of the first post, deriding the materialism of the world, and here in the second post, he goes on to assume what I think is a very market-driven position, and that is your time has an opportunity value associated with it. And that is the kind of negative trend that we're seeing in the hobby today. So, you know, you might be saying, well, you know, why is it a negative trend? I mean, the man is trying to, quote, take his life back, get healthy. But I think when you sort of view your time in this or any other hobby as being time that you could invest in more profitable pursuits, whether profitable in a monetary sense or, you know, he talks about chasing moments in life and not things, you're actually embodying the very economic rationality that, in this case, he was criticizing. And it's also kind of interesting, you know, here in the same week, there was a story that I found disturbing, equally disturbing and quite fascinating. We had a report that in Metal Gear Solid 5 Online, that one of the, I guess, microtransactions was insurance on your base. And I have not played the game, so this is just my understanding of the article. I guess it has kind of like a Clash of Clans thing where you build a base and bring in personnel and resources, and it can be attacked at any time, I guess, even when you're not online. And so what they were doing was selling insurance on your property so that, you know, if your base was under siege when you couldn't defend it, you wouldn't take damage. You know, it would, you know, I guess be damaged in the battle, but then afterwards it could be rebuilt, and you'd come back to it, and you'd have all your inventory, or most of your inventory, and, you know, I guess there's soldiers that you can have there. So basically it was, you know, like, the attack almost didn't happen. A couple of things, you know, could be stolen, but basically, you know, you'd have been safe. You wouldn't have to start over. And I thought it was fascinating because this is a DLC scheme, or a microtransaction scheme that works in I think, a unique way. I complained about this on Reddit, and one of the guys was like, well, you can buy shields and all these different games. Well, this is not a shield. This, presumably a shield is a tactical weapon, and maybe you can shield yourself from some of the attacks, but if you place it in the wrong area, maybe you're going to get overrun. But this was, you can be totally razed to the ground, and hey, if you have insurance, next time you log in, it will be built back up. So really, this is monetizing your own sense of value in your time. This is a very, very adult kind of microtransaction in the sense that, do kids care if they have to spend another hour building up their base? Yeah, it'll be annoying, but they've got all the time in the world. This, I think, is a practice aimed squarely at adults who may not have, who don't have the time to devote to gaming, and who have that self-time valuation mechanism that we saw in this back in my Play article, where it's kind of working on the sunken costs fallacy. I've put in all of this time, and I'm going to put in more time, and if I have to pay to make sure that I don't lose that time that I invested, I'll pay to do that. It's not quite the sunken cost fallacy, but it works in that direction, and it preys on the fact that you realize it's a scheme that wants you to understand that your time has a specific value in the economy, and you've devoted it to a game that has, no remuneration associated with it. You have pursued something that's fun, and your progress can and will be destroyed, so you may as well pay to, have the feeling or maybe the reality that you haven't wasted your time. And that's a very, very devious kind of microtransaction, and it's a microtransaction that doesn't work if, we don't already have this, like I said, time valuation mechanism. So, both things, I think, connect back in here to the larger point. So I think the question is, how do we, how do we deal with that rationality? I think in the case of this particular blog, this sort of move into, from mental health to questioning the rationality of his collection, to sort of getting, quasi-philosophical about these things, leads him to basically a point of insane selfishness. I mean, his theory here, as he starts off part 2, is that, in the past, when he was unhealthy, he would spend too much time thinking about video games, quote, not just the games on the shelf, but the new releases, game announcements, business decisions from the major companies, and even reading analysis of them. To put it simply, I no longer want to give a shit about the stuff that doesn't help me get closer to my ideal life. That to me is kind of a very common quasi-philosophical selfishness that has taken over. And there was a book a number of years ago which was just awful. But a lot of people saw it as kind of life-affirming, and I forget what it's, either The Prize or The Project or something like that. And basically the philosophy was that, surround yourself with positivity. If something is not helping you achieve your goals, fuck it. Who cares about it? I mean, that is the very definition of selfishness. And then he talks about how, I guess in the fitness world it's a negative, because when he gets into games he just wants to eat pizza and he makes bad diet decisions. And then he goes into what I've noticed a lot of other YouTubers who pare down their collection do, a lot of other collectors who get to this point, they sort of come up with, an algorithm of how am I going to cut the fat? There's almost, you almost get the sense that, people are acting like the CEOs of their, collection. So he says, 1, set aside what you really love, put it in one part of the room. He says, 1A for him is to keep the games that he wants to talk about on his future episodes of his podcast, so that's positive. Then he has, his second rule is keep the games and hardware that will be used in social events. GoldenEye and the N64, Mario Kart 64, NHL 94, and so forth. He likes music CDs, so he's not throwing them out. And then he goes on to, say that, well, and then he looks and he says, if, his next policy is he gives a game 2 honest shots, and, if in these shots nothing is fun or grabs him, it has to go. There's a guy on YouTube, Aerodynamish, who a couple of years back went through this, and he had the same sort of cutthroat policies of did I finish this game? Do I like it? Does it? And he would just constantly talk about putting things up for sale and games coming in, games coming out of the collection. That to me doesn't sound like fun. So there's one aspect to this. There is a mental health aspect. I'll give him that. I think, obviously any kind of behavior can become compulsive, and when it does, and it impedes your ability to live a sound life, as far as your health and your finances go, yeah, then it's like anything else. It's a gambling addiction, drug addiction, things like that. But having followed his show and followed the podcast, he strikes me as a guy who has a lot of disposable income, and he's always traveling to Japan and meeting up with people there and going game hunting. And it's what makes his stuff really, really good. How is it really fair to call this a mental illness? So I think one of the directions that people take is this direction that he's talking about. That you get to the point where you ask yourself, how can I justify doing this? And you actually imbue the hobby with, the cold calculus of, wage labor. How do you exactly make money off of this and tell your friends and colleagues and family that, there's a reason behind this other than love or passion or nostalgia. So I'm going to throw out a couple examples. This is not calling people out. This is just an example of I think this same kind of thing as you kind of look around the community. Let's take Gamester81. Watched his stuff for years. He had a really good channel, but then he started, I don't know the details behind it, but basically he's either an owner or a part owner of some retro game company. They make new games for a lot of different platforms. So now his thing is, a lot of his gaming videos are, well, look at this new game, and very thinly discussing his associations with these games. He had I think a really poor interview with the whole retro VGS situation. He interviewed the head of that, and about 50 minutes in he mentioned, he was deriding the hate that everyone was getting from that, and he was, I do have a game coming out for it. But Mike, let's talk about the hate. Here's someone who I think his content has become less interesting, because when you're selling a product, there's no informational content in that. It's an ad. What is he going to say? We're working on Tiny Night, and it's, a shell of a Mega Man game, and it's going to suck. He's not going to say that. So that becomes an issue. I've gone on here and I've complained about Patreon. If you read the Patreon pages of a lot of big YouTubers, look at the other AGG people, there's a sense that, I love the hobby, but I want to do more, and the only way I can do more is if I have more money. It doesn't make financial sense for me to come on and produce videos if, I don't have a financial incentive to do it. I think that's unfortunate. And I think it obscures what a hobbyist is. When I was growing up, I knew a few, and these guys were well beyond 30, hobbyists. One guy was big into trains and AV equipment. And so getting older didn't mean that you sort of monetize your hobby. It doesn't mean that you kind of pare down. It actually became more of a hobby for these guys. So at one point, the train AV guy renovated his basement, and he had like a model railroad room with I don't know anything about model railroads, but he had, functioning railroads and all these different trains, and every month there'd be a new train and a new route, and he had, tens of thousands of dollars of trains, and they're probably worth more today. And he always had the latest, AV equipment, Betamax players. I mean, I don't even, he had the first of everything, those 100 CD changers, which were a big deal in whenever they came out in 93 or 94, first DVD player, all the latest awesome equipment. He had a lot of money. He could do that. Was that money that could have been better spent on his family or moments and not things? Yeah, I guess you could make that argument. But in the end, he was able to do both. Another guy was into comic books and model racers, and he was in this model racing club, and we went there, and I was like, wow, this guy's my parents' age, but he's still, participating in the hobby. The latest example, my best friend is a big time baseball card collector, and for him, getting old meant intensifying the passion. Now, surely, when you collect things, they will appreciate in value. You may not be making your money back necessarily, but it was never about an asset with these people. It was never about anything other than cultivating and sharing a passion for their hobbies. And I think that's what YouTube was about. That was what the retro gaming community was about for the longest time. But now you have people like the Back in My Play host. His name is Kevin Larrabee. And again, I like the show. I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but I think he represents this kind of vacillation, if you will, on the part of a lot of us where, we want to have this, authentic connection to a community. To what degree it's really authentic, I'm not going to go there. But, we want to remain authentically in these chosen communities, but we're also forced in many instances to, embrace the kind of cold, calculating rationality of the corporate world in which a lot of us earn our living or try to. And we don't want to admit that we're getting older. We don't want to admit that, our intellectual focus, our, directions in life are now being steered by other forces. And so people in this position want to kind of have that, authentic community feel, and they don't want to admit that it's slowly becoming impossible in a lot of cases. And I think for people in that situation, I would just say bow out of the hobby. Wait till the passion returns. I mean, this is what I brought up last week. We all get to certain down periods with gaming. I'm in one right now. I'm very busy and doing a lot of traveling. That's why I heard this podcast, as I was stuck in traffic. And, I'm not gaming a lot right now. In fact, I got Bomberman on the Saturn, which was one of the games that I really, really wanted. I've been after it for a long time. Popped it in last night, and I was just like, I don't have time for this shit. I'm too tired. Now, I love Bomberman. As you guys know, I love the Saturn. That's a moment of negativity towards the hobby. Does it mean that I'll never put it in again? No, I'm very much looking forward to it, but now's not the right time. So I don't think it is really, in these moments you want to make decisions about the hobby. I'm not going to try to rationalize why I played the first world and was like, I don't have time for this shit. I didn't. I had a very busy week. I just wanted to relax. Does it mean that my collection is losing personal meaning? Is it some indication that, I have to give this up, or that I have to find some way to monetize my gameplay of Bomberman? No. Maybe in a month or two, I'll have the time and the inclination to play it. Maybe in a week from now. Who knows? But I want to believe, that when I hit that point where I feel that it is no longer rational, or I feel that I don't have the time, or that my time is such a valuable resource that I really have to put it to better use, you won't see me on here. I'm not going to come up with some sort of elaborate discussion of why that's the case. I've always said, for me personally, this is a hobby. I think there's a lot of value in keeping hobbies, not necessarily not monetized, but not embedded in the same logic we take into the workplace. I've always thought collecting was, in a certain sense, the luxury of irrationality, the luxury of kind of a pattern of behavior that does not need to conform to social norms. I mean, there's no way that I can rationally explain to people why I have a closet of 800 games. It's meaningful to me. It's a wonderful, not to sound tacky, but it's a wonderful journey. Every time I open that closet, when I have the time, I'm pull out, like I said last week, you find that game that you haven't had a chance to play it, and kind of explore a whole new experience. That's what I enjoy about it. Can I tell people that at work? No. But I also don't think I need to justify it. Owning these games is not negatively affecting my life in any way. Making YouTube videos is not a lost opportunity. It's what I choose to do rather than going to the movies, or, I always see people who say, oh, well, you can travel. Well, I travel a lot. I have traveled a lot. Quite frankly, it's irritating to me. So rather than taking a weekend and spending a couple grand going somewhere, I like to make a YouTube video, or I like to play a JRPG and spend my time doing that. Now, I'm not saying this to sort of put myself above the people that I mentioned, to say that I'm somehow a better example of a gamer. Not at all. I mean, I feel these same pressures, but I want to say that I guess my only point here is that there's a certain degree of self-reflection and honesty with oneself that we need to embrace, and realize that, what, for all of our love of this hobby, some of us may just be aging out of it, and that's okay. It's not a bad thing. I think there was this wonderful sense with kind of the birth of gaming on YouTube, and our gaming nostalgia on YouTube and throughout the internet, that this was a way to keep all of us, young, and recapture those memories and stay within that space of nostalgia. I think now, what? When we were in our 20s doing this stuff, it felt that way. Maybe in our 30s and 40s, you have families. It isn't that important in the long run. And I think rather than, sort of beating around the bush, maybe we should just admit it. And for me, having, time enough to pursue it, and, disposable income that I can use on it, and I'm not wealthy by any stretch of the imagination, but I can, at this point in my life, divert some money to keeping up with the hobby. There may come a time when I can't do it, and I'll let people know if anyone cares, and I may not care at all, but I think the hobby will be better if we can come to this self-realization. It would be terrible to have a lot of people who love video games constantly coming up with new monetization schemes to give themselves a justification for staying in it. We're seeing the first wave here with Patreon. I don't know what's going to come next, but the incentive should be the hobby itself, and if we move away from that, I think we will lose the meaning of being a committed hobbyist. So, I thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today with a personal histories video, and one that I'm kind of surprised that I haven't done before, and actually someone requested this, and that kind of jogged my memory. I'm going to talk about my love for electronic gaming monthlies. We can get that in the picture. I subscribed to this between 94 and 95, and these magazines were an absolute revelation to me. Some of the best memories I have as a gamer was, coming home and, each month seeing this in the mailbox and just going through, these gorgeous layouts and reviews. And it felt adult. It felt mature. I had done a video. Let's get a good example of what I'm talking about here. I did a video about Nintendo Power, and I love Nintendo Power. So much nostalgia for Nintendo Power as well. I talked about that, but getting an electronic gaming monthly was something totally different. It felt more mature. These things were, absolutely massive and packed to the gill with a kind of panoramic overview of what was going on in gaming. You could find, write-ups for every system. Here's the Neo Geo. And while the actual writing was, very basic, they didn't go into tremendous depth. If you can give an example of the reviews, and I'll show this in a little bit more detail, but, they had a review team, and they would, sort of put together, if you can see that, these little, barely a paragraph review of a game, but just, you could see games for every system. You could see import titles. You can see, coverage of game shows. And even though you were just getting a couple of screenshots, it created such tremendous hype. And as a lot of people have pointed out who have talked about, retro video game magazines, this was the internet for the generation that didn't have the internet. Okay, if you were a gamer, you couldn't look at YouTube preview videos of, for example, Donkey Kong Country. I'll talk about this a little bit more in depth later on. This was just a fabulous issue. You only had what you could see and hear, and so it would just create, this tremendous, absolutely tremendous hype and fantasy, and it would draw you into the hobby because it was all you had. So, Electronic Gaming Monthly, for me, this 2 years that I got it, I actually feel like these were part of the best years of the publication, probably from, 92 to 95. You would get these absolutely, massive, wonderful, colorful, beautifully laid out, really, journeys through the gaming landscape that you could not get from any other magazine. Some people like GamePro, they had some better reviews. Some people like, or at least longer reviews. Some people liked Die Hard Game Fan because they had the nicest layouts. But, for my money, these were the magazines that made me into a passionate gamer, or maybe more of a passionate gamer. And I think it was also EGM that kind of got me fantasizing about what it would be like to own all of these games. And of course, now we live in an era where that is somewhat possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of go through kind of like a raw, well, not read, but kind of like just a raw look at one of the EGMs that I got particularly excited about. I haven't gone back to it in years. And then I'll show you sort of highlights from a couple of these issues. Of course, this is half the stack here, so I can't go through all of it, but just give you a little insight and talk about some articles and features that got me excited back in the day. Alright, so we're going to start with this issue, and this is number 65 from December 1994, and you can see, 400 pages. This was incredible back in the day to actually, have something this thick delivered to your mailbox completely centered around gaming. So, again, like I said, this is going to be kind of a, just a walk through the magazine, if you will. I remember spending a lot of time on this one, but I can't quite remember exactly what was inside. Why was I so enthralled? Of course, you have the big fold-out advertisements. And you'd usually start out with, you have to go through a whole bunch of ads, table of contents. We shoot through all of this. Got a, I don't know if you can see that, detailing of the OJ situation. So that was interesting. And it would always start off with some reviews, and they'd give you like a little hint card about some game. In this case, Power Instinct 2. We can zoom in just a little bit here, see what the reviews were. Again, kind of an odd angle just because of the setup that I'm working with. But it starts off with Sonic Knuckles review. Game gets a perfect 10. See what Ed Semrad had to say about it. Sonic & Knuckles is the ultimate Sonic game. It is the best game of the series, and the lock-on technology offers new life to older games. I guess because you can sort of put in Sonic 3 on top and play as Knuckles. Fantastic graphics, sound, gameplay make this Sega's ultimate game, and it gets my vote for the Genesis Game of the Year. Put this on your holiday must-have list, and do hope that Santa comes through. Don't be left out in the cold. So that was the kind of, quote-unquote review that you would get. Sort of quick, few sentence reviews. But as a kid, I just love this. I just love reading, these quick takes. What else do we have here? Let's see if we can angle this down just a little bit better. Balls, Pagemaster Brutal. Gosh, the Tick. I don't know if you guys remember. Let's see if we can get that there. The Tick. I actually thought that was pretty cool back in the day. Going through this, it doesn't seem to be a ton of interesting reviews up front. Top 10 list, you'd always get their, editor's top 10 picks. As I struggle to really get the best camera angle possible here, it's one of those things where you never really, at least with my setup, get an absolute sort of top-down view. Top Game Gear game, Mortal Kombat. Interesting. Always give you a gossip column as we search through. And this is what I loved. Absolutely loved the international outlook. And you would just learn so much about games that you just knew you were never going to play. So we have here Go-Go Ackman. I thought it was a Kid Dracula game. Maybe that's a different game. Wonder Project J. I think this magazine had some import wrestling games. Gomon 3. Yeah, here we go. This is probably where I first learned about Fire Pro. All Japan Pro Wrestling. This was kind of a... I played this years later. It's kind of like an Acclaim wrestling game in a way. Bubble Bobble. Just, where else were you seeing these incredible, Japan-only previews? And of course, the magazine is coming undone here, and this goes on, even giving you the prices in yen at the time. So this was a huge section. Dragon Ball Z. That in the frame a little bit. Huge write-up on Dragon Ball Z. And they give you some tips and tricks, as you can see here. What did they focus on? Super Game Boy. Giving you some slow motion tips and tricks there. Cheats. Next wave games coming out. Mega Man X2. Interesting. Not itchy and scratchy. So then they'd have some special features here. They're talking about the Street Fighter movie, which really bad. Rystar, and they sometimes try to do a little walkthrough. Special features. And what I liked, so I'm going to sort of skip ahead here. They did a sports section, at least during this time. So here detailing Super Punch-Out, Hammerlock Wrestling, terrible game. I remember being disappointed by that. Club Drive, not Drive Club. This was actually probably better than Drive Club. And then you would get to the back, just sort of chronicling everything that was out for the systems at the time. In this case, Wolverine, Adamantium Rage, if we can see through the glare. Kirby's T-Shot, which was renamed Kirby's Dream Course. Probably the first time I saw this game. Absolutely fell in love with this game, and it probably started with this magazine, The Shadow. Just incredible stuff. And, you know, it would just go on. You go to the Genesis. And it's funny, for all the time I spent with this magazine, this particular issue, nothing seems to stand out here as far as being like a big name release or preview. The full motion video games here for the Sega CD. And I loved, you know, as you got further towards the back, you'd get, you know, they'd talk about the 3DO. It's pretty awesome. You know, they'd go into, like, you know, Philips CDI reviews, a complete sort of, as I said, panorama of all the games that were out there. And actually then in the back, this was always a big deal, they had, you know, sort of mail order games and, you know, imports, where you could pick up the PC FX. Do they have a price here? They did not give price. These were hugely, hugely expensive back in the day, you know, price guides. So, yeah, an issue that I absolutely loved back in the day. Now I'll show you some highlights of this kind of subscription year that I had. Alright, a couple memorable issues. I call this one my jealousy issue. 2 games in here made me so jealous that I did not have a Super Nintendo. One, Donkey Kong Country. I remember just staring at this article, just staring at these, you know, computer rendered graphics. It just, you know, it seems silly now, but at the time, seeing these pics, I'm like, my gosh, that's on an SNES. To me, the SNES had won the war at this point, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to play this game. So, yeah, just, you know, looking at these layouts here of Donkey Kong Country was a revelation. And then in the same issue, Final Fantasy III, which, you know, again, one of the greatest games on the SNES, and this is probably the first time that I read a review of it. They mentioned here Chrono Trigger at the bottom, and it just hammered home what I had already knew, and that is that the Super Nintendo was the console for JRPGs, and it was a while before I got to play this game. Still, absolutely tremendous issue for me, even though it was quite depressing. So this issue is of particular interest because it had a write-up about the Virtual Boy. First time that we saw, or at least I saw, pics of the Virtual Boy. I don't know if we can zoom in, but look at that. It had the colored controller, the colored buttons just like the Super Famicom, and yeah, sort of detailing the first games, Mario Brothers, Virtual Boy Pinball, and Tolero Boxer. Yeah, it was only, I think, just these 2 pages, but got me interested in the system, and I eventually purchased the system and was bitterly disappointed. But this is the type of thing, no internet, you just had this write-up to go on, and your mind went crazy, and you just read it and read it and read it. And so, in a way, the games can never live up to the hype, and the Virtual Boy being such a bad product was kind of a letdown, although I didn't pay full price, so, it was okay. But first time, I believe, I may have heard of it, it's the first time I got to see the screens. Alright, so this issue I remember because it had a Saturn versus PlayStation. Who will win? Of course, now we know clearly who won. But yeah, this was the kind of thing that they would do to build hype, and it was so effective. Just talking to friends at school. Well, I think the Saturn will do this, and the PlayStation will do that. You can see they had the specs. They kind of talked about the launch lineups, and then it went on to do a couple comparisons. Then it mostly just sort of went into PlayStation stuff, early Japan-only PlayStation launch titles. And you have to understand that this was from 95, but, back in 94 when they first started talking and showing the PlayStation in these magazines, it was just absolutely mind-blowing. So you had, Parodius, Hot-Blooded Family, I don't recall that. Myst, so I remember, kind of thinking, oh, well, they're talking about Saturn versus PlayStation, and they have this whole write-up on the PlayStation, and, oh no, they did have some Saturn stuff. Gale Racer, not that much, though. I think I was influenced in the direction of PlayStation. At least in part by reading this article. Alright, can't quite remember. I think this was another, first look, at the Saturn. And so this is a little bit earlier, talking about the 32-bit era, what is to come, sort of early prototypes of the Saturn. And, of course, at this point, information was kind of scarce, so you were wondering, what could the Saturn bring to the table? And then it talked about, first glimpse at the PSX, a portable 3DO. So, these features and the very, very few, screenshots they would show, just, as other people have mentioned, you would just fantasize about what was to come. Alright, and lastly, this one holds a special place, I think, in the hearts of many retro gamers, or many people who grew up in the era. July 1995, what do we have but the review of Earthbound? And just from these pictures alone, I knew I would absolutely love this game. I got my SNES, I think, later in 95, so, the story, I've said this many times on the channel. I chose to rent this several times, didn't buy it, kicking myself for that. But let's see what they actually said about Earthbound. I don't know if this is readable to you guys, but first impression, when I first got a look at this game, I laughed out loud. It looked like it could have been done on an original Nintendo. That was all I thought, and that was all the thought I gave it. It wasn't until I sat down and gave the game more than a once-over that I realized that this was no NES game. Best feature, the story definitely makes this one a winner. What's missing? Graphical or graphic intensity. The graphics are nothing to get excited about, and I think it could hurt this. I think that it could hurt this game. People might look at the back of the box and put it down, not giving it a fair chance. And I think that's what happened. I think for some people, I mean, Earthbound was not a huge seller. Will you like it? I think so. This is a game that most people, young and old, not too old, can enjoy. Definitely just isn't a kiddie game. If you play this game for more than an hour, you'll most likely be hooked, which is a rarity with games nowadays, and I think that's, a fairly accurate assessment. I know I was hooked, but, again, 2 pages, then you turn over to Judge Dredd, but so much potential, so much, hype in these 2 pages, and you just, I remember looking at every screenshot and saying, wow, this is... I didn't think it looked like an NES game. I thought this was a really unique aesthetic, and, I probably looked at these 2 pages for hours and fantasized about what this game might be like, and of course it certainly did live up to those expectations. Alright, and now I'm just going to go through some, later EGMs, some spin-offs. Back in the day you had EGM, then you had EGM-2, and these were also fairly robust publications, mostly focused on, they did some import stuff, as you can see here, but it was mostly like a tip and strategy type of magazine. I don't remember liking it, but, again, they would still do their, look at this, import section. I don't know what game this is. So I think it would sort of mix and match content, but then it would give... let's see if I have an example of that, like Final Fantasy. That's probably why I picked this up. It would give a more kind of, in-depth look at the game and give you some basic strategies to get started. Street Fighter Alpha 2. That's probably why I bought this. Obviously, as time went on, they got a little bit thinner. But, yeah, when I saw this out in the arcades, I wanted this because, again, you would get, that would actually tell you the moves, which, believe it or not, was really, really important back in the day. So, some value to this, but I didn't subscribe to it. And then, of course, you can see what happened to the layouts as time went on. We have this one from '99, around the birth of the Dreamcast, and less... zoom out here. It's less visually engaging. It just kind of became, another publication. It lost that sort of special flair that the original magazine had, and I didn't subscribe to it anymore at this point. I just would sort of pick it up from time to time. And then lastly, shockingly, I was in an airport. I can't remember which airport, but anyway, I saw this on the newsstand. This is from 2013, 2014, back when they revealed the Xbox One. And you can see that Battlefield 4 layouts are okay, but this had a little feature on retro gaming. But, it just kind of is now another run-of-the-mill publication. A lot of the articles here were not fascinating, so if I can get the Xbox right up. Well, can't find it. So yeah, so you can still find these out on the shelves. A shell of its former self, but at least happy to see the EGM name at least live on. So there you have it. I thank you as always for watching Game Escape. If you can hunt down some EGMs, definitely do it. Well worth the read. I hope you guys had a great holiday season, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today with a video response to an article that I read recently on Games Radar. The article is entitled, "Why Nintendo's Real Problem Might Be an Internal Rift." And the article does two things, and I'll link to it below. But it argues for on the one hand, a sort of miscommunication between Nintendo of America and Nintendo of Japan, and on another level, a kind of internal struggle between these two entities for how they want to present and market Nintendo software globally. And I thought it was absolutely fascinating because I think this is an aspect of the gaming industry that is not frequently discussed. This idea that we're at a moment where the Japanese gaming model is fading and the Western model is taking over, or we may even say that in past tense, that now the supremacy of Western quote-unquote gaming has been established, and the Japanese development of games is sort of slowly waning and perhaps fading away, with Nintendo as kind of the last vestige of a business model that was quite successful in the 80s and 90s. I'm gonna read some quotes here and just kind of give you my thoughts. Now, I'm reading these quotes to you not because I disagree with them necessarily, not because I find this article to be substandard. On the contrary, I think this is one of the better gaming articles that I've read in a while. But let's just look at some of the criticism that I believe the guy's name is, let me see here, David Houghton. David Houghton starts off by talking about the E3 press conference, or the E3 digital event, and talking about how the sort of self-referential goofiness was refreshing, and that Nintendo of America really had their finger on the pulse of their audience. And then he talks about the sort of switch from the Nintendo of America portions to the Nintendo of Japan portions of the digital event. He writes, quote, "But then Nintendo of Japan took over, and we found ourselves watching nice men politely staring at wool while sedately explaining their creative process for far too long. At that point it became clear that the preceding fight between Reggie and Iwata perhaps packed more than a little underlying metaphor." He then goes on to say that Nintendo is quiet, reserved, this is Nintendo of Japan, stuck in its ways and spiraling ever faster down a rabbit hole of self-indulging insularity. And I think broadly speaking that criticism is fair if you look at, and he talks about it as well. If you look at the launch of the Wii U and the series of miscalculations involved in that console, whether it was the naming, the initial marketing, the seemingly unprepared development teams who actually came out and said, wow, it's taking us more time than we anticipated to develop in high definition, and the subsequent sort of lack of games that the system has seen really up until quite recently. Yeah, I think there is a certain degree of insularity that goes behind those sort of broad miscalculations of the market. He then sort of talks about how Nintendo has a lot to offer in all of their digital events, Nintendo Directs, but that they are primarily focused on the Japanese market. And it seems like they're developing for Japan first and then trying to market that to the larger Western audience. So my question is, I'm not arguing that that's false. Rather, is it really that much of a problem? Now, you could say that obviously all of the issues with the Wii U were a problem, and I've actually argued that myself actually right on this channel when I reviewed the Wii U. But I'm always hesitant to say that Nintendo needs to become more mature. Nintendo needs to embrace the Western game design philosophy. I think that would be a terrible mistake. I actually see Nintendo as a counterweight to the industry, and a very refreshing counterweight to what we see. Nintendo does not need to, in my opinion, put out another FPS game, a third-person shooter. To me, I don't think that Nintendo will survive or do any better if they produce content that mimics a lot of the same repetitive genres that we see, currently on the pedestal here in the West. And furthermore, I think that there's a kind of cultural sort of centrism when people make those comments that somehow gaming has left Japan behind, and that it's a new and more innovative and more interesting era. I think that we certainly can enjoy the titles that are put out here in the West, but I don't actually see a lot of creativity from the major publishers. Now the indies are a different story, but I wouldn't want to lose Nintendo. I wouldn't want to lose Nintendo in its current form, putting out products that are fundamentally different. Yes, they may also be repetitive in the sense that they're drawing on ideas and franchises that have been around for 20 or 30 years, but to me that's okay. Because they always do it in just a very focused and highly polished fashion. I talked about that in my E3 reactions video, that lately the Nintendo releases have been so polished and of such a high standard of quality that I think I'm not going to go so far as to say it's a golden age, another golden age, but from a product quality standpoint, I think what they're doing is amazing. And I think it goes back to the Nintendo philosophy that games are not entertainment experiences. They're not immersive forms of digital storytelling, but rather games are a kind of material object more akin to a toy. And I think that's that mentality, that fundamental focus that they have, that I think sort of goes through their entire development process. I think that you get a fundamentally different game. And if you look at Mario Kart 8, incredibly popular, but I think it has those principles at heart. And I think games made in that way can still sell. Now, that's not to say that I don't want Nintendo to innovate. I think, Splatoon, for example, is Nintendo's take on sort of the multiplayer shooter genre, and that's good. Nintendo should do a take on popular genres, but they should not give themselves over wholly to the logic of Western game development, because I think we would really all lose out in that case. I don't want to see Japanese game design and Japanese game development die. It's really what I grew up with, was the sort of Japanese model, and I think it still has a lot to offer in terms of quality, of putting out a finished product that is, and I've argued elsewhere here on this channel, that they're kind of digital mechanical amusements. That's the way I always saw Japanese games, particularly in the 8-bit and 16-bit eras, that there are these sort of objects that have the digital component of the software, the sort of tactile feel of the perfectly designed hardware and controllers, and you experience them as you would, if you want to take Nintendo's line of reasoning. They are a toy. I can throw on, just today I was playing the Donkey Kong release on the Game Boy, and it's that different type of feel, that sort of perfect merger of software and hardware, and it's not a complex game. It's repetitive, but it's perfectly designed and really a lot of fun. So what do you guys think? Should Nintendo sort of skew in a more Western direction as far as their core business model, or should they stay true to the sort of traditional Japanese mindset? Or should they find some sort of middle ground? Or are we satisfied with where they're going right now? So let me know in the comments below. And as always, I thank you for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today with an essay-length project. I haven't done one of these in quite some time. And I wanted to come on and talk about a movie that is going to be released on Blu-ray for the first time fairly soon, not exactly sure when. It's called Otaku no Video, and it's a fairly famous cult OVA from back in, I think, the early 90s, 1991, I believe. So you're going to be able to find it pretty soon. It was supposed to come out in February. It's been delayed. There's a whole Kickstarter behind it. But I really enjoy this film, and I wanted to share my thoughts, because I think while it's not necessarily related to video games directly, I think it has kind of a broader cultural significance related to collecting and kind of niche cultural communities. And I've always been interested in that aspect of it. So if you know what my essay-length projects are like, well, sit back and hopefully you enjoy this. In very rare instances does a cultural product both reflect on the medium in which it is embedded and, through the insights gained as a result of this self-reflection, act as a harbinger for future cultural practice. Gainax's 1991 anime series/documentary Otaku no Video is one such rare project. A two-part anime OVA interspersed with documentary footage, Otaku no Video is at first blush a loosely historical account of Studio Gainax's rise to prominence in the Japanese anime subculture of the late 80s. Famously, however, the documentary clips presented the Japanese otaku, a member of the country's hyperfan community, in a disturbingly negative light, depicting them as a group of socially isolated, sexually frustrated, and obsessively focused collectors and tinkerers pursuing their passion for niche hobbies on the very edges of society. This is in stark contrast to the endearing, goofy, and at times soulful depiction of the main characters Kubo and Tanaka and their ragtag bunch of hobbyists seeking to corner the market on obsessive fandom. This thematic juxtaposition is accompanied by a jolting aesthetic juxtaposition between Gainax's characteristically bright, colorful, and well-drawn animation and the grainy, amateurish documentary footage, which in many cases looks like it was produced by a small-scale 80s adult film studio. This dissonance has, over the years, produced equally divergent readings of the film. It is either seen as an excoriating mockumentary produced by people who have lived the dark side of extreme fandom, or as a fun, bombastic film about hyperfans triumphing against the odds to live their geekiest dreams. In the 25 years since the film's initial release, however, both readings seem too reductive and are cause to reconsider its cultural legacy. Indeed, 25 years of perspective positions the film not as a quirky outlier on the landscape of global geekdom, but rather as a founding cultural document that explores what it means to be a fan of anything in post-industrial society. Before pursuing this argument, however, I have a few cultural clarifications that I need to make. As mentioned, the film loosely follows the experiences of the founders of Studio Gainax, a Japanese animation studio started by fans, which went on to produce the extremely popular and profitable Neon Genesis Evangelion TV series. The founders of this studio began their business by organizing conventions that catered to Japanese fans of anime, manga, and science fiction before creating a series of popular short animations to show at these conventions, and these are the famous Daikon animations that you can find on YouTube. During this time, they also opened up a physical hobby shop from which they sold model kits and other niche products to anime-obsessed collectors. Buoyed by their overwhelmingly positive response, to these early contributions to the subculture, they began producing anime from a fan perspective, contributing to the birth of the fan service work, which is in my opinion anyway, a highly referential, intertextual product that caters first and foremost to the whims and desires of fans, often at the expense of preserving a unified, coherent artistic vision. Unlike other studios, however, Gainax was able to blend fan-driven creative imperatives into aesthetically and thematically interesting projects, such as their Gunbuster OVA series, which somehow managed to combine hardcore space science fiction centered on Einstein's theory of time dilation with voyeuristic erotica, and of course the chronically underappreciated Wings of Oniamis, or Royal Space Force as it's sometimes called, which is a film that very seriously probed the connections between religious belief and technological innovation before Gainax settled into the Evangelion series, which itself, through kind of broad distribution and heavy merchandising, made the company exceedingly profitable. Along the way, the founders encountered the ups and downs of Japan's various obsessive subcultures, as well as a variety of swings in their own business fortunes, from which the narrative framework of Otaku no Video kind of draws its inspiration. Even though, as I'm sure many fans of the studio will point out, Otaku no Video was released prior to the group's largest commercial successes. The term otaku, which I've been using interchangeably with hyperfan, has a slightly more complex background. It is a Japanese second-person honorific pronoun which is chosen when the speaker is unsure of an interlocutor's social standing relative to his or her own. In doing so, it denotes a polite uncertainty and distance between the speakers in the absence of more specific information on social relationships and hierarchies. Its use as a cultural pejorative is typically attributed either to humorist Motoko Arai, who is claimed to have used the term beginning in the early 80s to describe the emergence of Japanese hyperfans, or to the case of I'm going to get this wrong, Tutsumo Miyazaki, who was dubbed the Otaku Murderer after an investigation into his seemingly random killing of 4 young girls in 1989, revealed that he was an obsessive collector of over 5,000 videotapes of anime and slasher films, and somewhere between these poles of mockery and abhorrence, the term became an acceptable label for a generation of young men and women with obsessive interests and hobbies, a phenomenon explored in detail by German sociologist Volker Grasmuck, from whom I paraphrase the grammatical explanation of the term otaku. He did this in 2 insightful, if now slightly dated, essays. One is entitled Einsam aber nicht allein, Alone, Lonely but not alone, and Eine Lebensform der Zukunft, der Otaku, a future form of living, ? The otaku. Grasmuck describes the otaku as a reserved being who pursues an interest with the fervent hope of exploring it fully and mastering it completely, willing all too readily to pay the price for ignoring everything else in life during this pursuit. Otakuism, for Grasmuck, is therefore a compensatory mechanism for dealing with the ever multiple and increasing demands on one's time and attention in modern society. Whereas most people who are integrated into the economic mainstream will attempt to divide their attention amongst contemporary topics and multitask to stay productive, the otaku seeks instead closed systems. This is a quote by Grasmuck. He seeks instead closed systems in which one can believe. He creates an island in the sea of information on which to feel secure and prepared for what might come. Close quote. This distinction between an economically integrated mainstream and socially precarious, interpersonally compromised, and increasingly deviant subculture is a binary that may seem unfair by today's standards, particularly among young Western fans of anime, video games, and tech who have grown up in an era in which identity politics have made this kind of labeling less culturally acceptable. But it is a binary which is very much at the center of Otaku no Video and is critical for understanding its concurrent strains of humor, hopefulness, and pessimism. Now, for those who grew up in the 70s and 80s and found solace in the burgeoning underground circles of geek culture, Otaku no Video scenes which depict Takata slowly introducing Kubo to the world of the otaku will no doubt offer heavy notes of saccharine nostalgia. The secret apartment room in which Takata's crew immerse themselves in their fandom carries with it this aura of a beautiful oasis in which the group, hidden from the stifling pressures and expectations of Japanese society, can find solace in their solipsistic hobbyism and engage in a kind of communal, if fundamentally antisocial pursuit, which strikes Kubo as at once unnerving and fascinating. When Tanaka observes the gleeful, childlike awe that every day is like a high school festival, one can sense the emotional comfort that comes with finding a group of like-minded compatriots in an era before the internet and before social media, an era in which a conscious deviation from the social and economic mainstream was a prerequisite for fandom. I suspect many current hobbyists and tech enthusiasts had similar moments at some point or another when they discovered some little room or store tucked away in the suburban sprawl, in which people who were seemingly too old to be playing nonetheless devoted themselves passionately to a hobby with an overt disregard for social norms. For me, it was when a friend of my father's took me to an RC racing/comic book shop at 9 years old, and I said to myself, firmly gripped with what at the time seemed to be an epiphany, grown-ups do this? This is a nuance of Otaku no Video's presentation of otaku culture that may go overlooked in 2016. The amount of subtle visual detail the film uses to portray the physical infrastructure of obsessive fandom, the back rooms, video stores, hobby shops, lineups for product releases, theaters, etc., reminds us that devotion and consumption had a physical component, that fans had to physically navigate in and often reveal themselves to society in order to pursue their hobbies, which often involve the purchase of physical products rather than digital goods, and digital goods by their very nature offer modern consumers discretion and deniability, which didn't exist back then. The sweetness of these scenes do not escape the pessimistic mockery for which the film is broadly accused, but I would argue that the resonance is not one of pity, but rather of a kind of empathetic melancholia. I mean, we're not meant to simply disregard the pursuits of the group as the misguided fantasies of pathetic dreamers, but rather as a very natural and very human search for a place of meaning and coherence in a world seemingly indifferent to these values. The scenes are fundamentally sad not because they represent a prurient longing, but rather an unattainable goal. Now, my argument is not that this nuance is the product of hindsight. I believe it was consciously added to the film on a visual and narrative level in an attempt to explore a cultural habit that was beginning to emerge in the 80s and 90s. But if this is the case, the question that naturally arises is how to understand this persistent mockery that is weaved into the very structure of the OVA series. As previously mentioned, the hopefulness of Kubo and Takada is immediately and consistently undermined by the documentary footage which paints otakuism in a deeply unsettling light. This is taken further by the narrative arc of the animated scenes themselves, in which Kubo and Takada begin to convert their hyper-fandom into a commercial empire that seeks to monopolize fan service and, quote, otakuize the world, a plan that quickly draws attention away from the aforementioned emotional subtlety of the early scenes and moves the entire film into a mode of highly critical satire. By the end of the movie, what was once the hyperbolic dream of obsessive hobbyists to become kings of otaku devolves into utter absurdity as Kubo and Takada return to Earth to find their otaku Disneyland buried in the Tokyo Bay and discover their circle of friends waiting inside the hull of a giant robot, which they subsequently use to blast off into space in search for the planet of the otaku. As a longtime friends remove their oxygen masks and, in the process, erase 36 years of aging, one can't help but to be moved by the implications. As the two attempt to rediscover their youth, these sad old men, trapped in an endless cycle of psychological regression, experience one final juvenile hallucination that obscures the reality of their fandom. And yet it would be wrong to simply read this ending as the final indictment in a long strain of brutal critique, because the film, from its outset, is deeply committed to presenting itself as a reflection on its medium and its cultural legacy, and is therefore always moving between bombastic fantasy and splenetic mockery. And to its credit, it never lingers at either pole. It must be remembered that the creators are mocking themselves every bit as much as they are the interview subjects, some of whom have been reported to be actually Gainax employees, and as well as the film's presumably otaku audience. Now, while the narrative may seem to be an act of condescension, it is in fact freeing itself from the insular myopia of which it accuses its characters and interview subjects, and is trying to consider the full range of cultural implications that come with being an otaku, or, put another way, the film is more of a challenge than an overt insult. Had Gainax simply heaped praise on the otaku lifestyle, which they had every economic incentive to do, the film would have been significantly less interesting. Instead, Gainax were bold enough to present an unflinching psychological and intellectual challenge to the fans of its products and its genre at a time when otakuism had far from cemented itself as a broad global market. It took this risk to present a truth to its fan base, presumably unsure of whether or not there would be any backlash. And this truth, like all cinematic visions of truth, is complex, and it can't be exhausted by the simple binary of praise and mockery. It forces us to consider that the otaku lifestyle may be both a non-judgmental, virtualized world in which people can escape from the economic and social imperatives of broader society, while at the same time being a psychologically regressive form of hyperconsumption that, pursued to its fullest extent, is fundamentally isolating and empty. The fact that this deeply insightful provocation came about not as a retrospective appraisal, but as an astute cultural diagnosis during the ascendancy of otakuism as a global phenomenon, makes Otaku no Video all the more iconic in being able to offer its critique of a medium and a cultural practice while itself being complicit in the evolution of both. Otaku no Video actually shares an affinity with La Dolce Vita, a 1960 cinematic masterpiece by Italian director Federico Fellini. Now, while cinema purists will balk at the comparison, both films are fundamentally engaged in the same project. Like Otaku no Video, La Dolce Vita is deeply committed to deconstructing its medium and the culture surrounding it during, or perhaps immediately after, depending on your historical perspective, the golden age of cinema. Fellini presents us with a grand, glamorous cinematic vision on the silver screen, while at every turn foregrounding the fundamental emptiness of the Hollywood cult of personality and the emergent entertainment industry in which it was entangled. The film presents us with a brilliant challenge to our perhaps uncritical love of cinema and celebrity, while at the same time being an example of unparalleled formal execution and seducing us with two of cinema's most absorbing on-screen personalities, Marcello Mastroianni and Anita Ekberg. And yet, with every step that Mastroianni's character takes through Rome's sweet life, a world populated again and again with beautiful cinematic images meant to evoke a sense of fulfillment, and the famous Trevi Fountain scene here is a prime example, we're constantly confronted with the futility of cinema and celebrity culture in providing us with anything of lasting emotional and intellectual substance. Much in the same way, Otaku no Video teases us with the suggestion that otaku culture may actually be a geek salvation, only to remind us that, like any form of consumerism, we can only carry the illusion so far. This unflinching honesty and willingness to question the very foundations of their medium's popularity move La Dolce Vita and Otaku no Video beyond their respective genres and has, as time passes, turned them into founding cultural documents. This is not simply to say that the passage of time in both cases challenges us to continually reconsider their cultural. This is simply to say, that the passage of time in both cases challenges us to continually reconsider their cultural significance vis-a-vis how we ourselves are situated within the broader media landscape. In 2016, it's fair to say that we're still ensnared in the Hollywood celebrity culture that La Dolce Vita critiqued, perhaps with the exception that its global ubiquity makes the journey of Mastroianni's character a bit of an anachronism. We either accept the illusion that Hollywood presents us, or we despise it, but in either case, we really don't need to explore it personally to maintain these positions. Otaku no Video is perhaps the more dynamic of the two films when it comes to these shifting reception aesthetics, precisely because of the economics of fandom that it includes in its satire. In never seeking to hide the financial dimension of obsessive fandom, Otaku no Video presents the otaku fantasy as very much a transactional kind of illusion, one that is only possible through the constant acquisition of products whose purpose is to transport the purchaser ever closer to the virtualized world in which he or she wishes to live. In an age of constant connectivity, increasingly narrow, specialized media outlets, burgeoning enthusiast communities on the internet, one-click purchases, and endless reams of product information on whatever we wish to buy, the question the film asks of modern audiences is not, whether or not the otaku lifestyle is viable, but whether our own cultural lives have really been otakuized. Kubo, Takada, and the interview subjects are all engaged in a pre-internet form of hyper-consumption, one that requires, that required at the time anyway, devotion and intensity to compensate for the limited networking potential between fans. In the networked worlds in which the internet has become ever more deeply embedded into our lives, we no longer need to physically search for, obtain, and access the virtualized objects and communities that tickle our fancy. But we are nonetheless subjected to the cocooning effect of obsessive fandom in a more immediate and intense way than the film's subjects. The ethos of otaku-style hyperconsumption is no longer purely the domain of anime or video games, but is equally at home in the world of fashion, cars, and investing. By surrounding ourselves with an endless stream of personalized, data-driven media related to our interests, we are enabled and encouraged to recede ever further into a self-curated, virtualized spectacle from which there is never a need to disconnect. Traditional consumerism kind of beckoned us to buy products to make our real lives better, easier, or more fun. Obsessive hyperconsumption gives us the means to create a second virtualized world in which to forget our real lives for ever-increasing stretches of time, assuming, of course, that we have the resources to continually click the pay button. With the traditional demarcation between the real social and economic mainstream and the world of the otaku that Otaku no Video used to deliver its iconic combination of diagnosis and mockery being less stable than it was in 1991, we were forced to ask the question, are we to take pity on the otaku in the movie because they waste away their lives watching cartoon porn and stealing anime cells under the cloak of night, all in the pursuit of some juvenile dream? Or do we pity them because they consume their media alone in shitty apartments, disconnected from the economic mainstream in an era before conspicuous consumption became a desired social practice? At the very least, the passage of time has problematized our relationship to these characters and people. As a culture, we are perhaps too cynical to appreciate the beautiful childlike simplicity of Kubo and Takada's early engagement with otakuism, but are also too deeply entangled in hyperconsumption to fully renounce it as a practice. The dissonance of the film is therefore no longer exclusively the dissonance created by the formal juxtaposition of the animated and documentary sequences, but rather the dissonance created by our own ambiguity towards the emptiness of the virtual worlds we now increasingly inhabit. Society has become aware at some level that obsessive consumption is not the site of human fulfillment, even though it provides an increasingly desirable palliative function that makes living life in a deteriorating civic and economic world tolerable. At the same time, it seems culturally and technologically unlikely that we will disconnect from the machine's networks that make our personalized digital cocoons ever easier to slip into. Given the precariousness of our situation, Otaku no Video forces us to ask whether and to what extent the hopelessness of the film's characters and interview subjects is simply the function of a particular historical circumstance, or if it has instead become a broader feature of our current cultural reality. I thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, back after a somewhat long hiatus, and here to do a video that I've been looking forward to for a while, and that's my personal memories video about Street Fighter II. Now, if you're familiar with these personal memories videos that I do, I'm not really coming out and reviewing a game. I mean, what can be said about Street Fighter II that has not already been said? It is one of the classic franchises in all of gaming. What I like to do in this series is look back and talk about how I experienced the games as a kid and what impact that they still have on me. So Street Fighter II for me sort of came into the picture in the summer of 1991. And that summer, for whatever reason, I was hanging out with a friend, and his parents would take us to a local pool. Now, when I was a kid, you know, in the summer, kids did not do a whole lot of stuff. I mean, there wasn't necessarily summer camp or anything like that. Where I live, parents would just get a pool membership, and that's where you'd hang out over the summer. So, this pool was on the other side of town, and I was there with my friend. We noticed off in the corner there was a little shed, and we heard some music coming from the shed, a couple of kids lined up, so we peeked in there, and there were 2 arcade machines, and I do not remember what the second one was, but on the left-hand side there was Street Fighter 2. Now, my friends and I were huge gamers. You know, this was, for us still, we were in the NES era, and to see Street Fighter 2 and just to see these graphics, it was absolutely amazing. Now, one of the funny things about the public pools at the time was that they would have, I guess what you'd call a general swim and an adult swim, and when they blew the whistle for the adult swim, anyone under, I don't know, 16 had to exit the pool. So what was happening, that as the summer was going on and this game was becoming more popular, as soon as that whistle rang for adult swim, everyone would rush into this shed. Like I said, it only held about 4 people. It was, I don't even know why they thought to put the machine there, but you'd run in, and of course, you know, the older kids would push their way to the machine and get a chance to play it. So we came up with the idea, you know, hey, let's forfeit our swim and go in there and play the game. And it was, you know, it was an amazing experience on the one hand, but it was a frustrating experience because we had kind of come to the game after playing Final Fight and Double Dragon and sort of the late 80s, early 90s beat-em-ups, and so we weren't really sure what to do. I mean, it was clear that we had to fight each other, but, you know, we were just sort of button mashing and moving forward and backward, and of course, we put a few quarters in, tried out a few of the different characters, and then some of the bigger kids came in and, you know, shoved us out of the way. And we sat in there and we watched them, and that's when we saw the dragon punches and the uppercuts and, you know, the sort of rapid tap, you know, Blanca, E. Honda, Chun-Li moves and stuff like that. And that is when we just fell in love with this game. You know, we had to learn how to pull those moves off, and of course we sort of shyly went up and said to the bigger kids, hey, can you show us what to do? And, you know, they told us to go fuck off, which is really what a lot of the experience was, you know, in the arcades. As cool as arcades were back in the day, if you were a younger kid, at least where I grew up, it was very hard to get onto these machines because the older kids would, you know, intimidate you or, you know, push you or elbow you or, you know, try to pick a fight with you to get on to the machine. But as we went back to this pool, whenever we could, we'd sneak into that shed and play Street Fighter 2 and try to get at that hidden knowledge. We were able to figure out that with Blanca and, like I said, those characters, if you just tapped some of the buttons, you could get the rapid fire move. So that was, you know, that was cool. But we couldn't do the dragon punches and stuff like that. Now, you know, were we to have played, you know, for hours, I'm sure we could have figured it out. As it stood, however, you know, the times we can get on there, obviously, were somewhat limited. So we'll fast forward to 1992, and this game came out, and that is, I think, a way that a lot of people experience Street Fighter 2, and that is on the Super NES. Now, I didn't have a Super NES at the time, some cousins did, and we go over their house 2-3 times a year. So they said, hey, you wanna try this game? They were you know, all girls, and they would constantly get the latest games, but they didn't have a ton of interest in them, unless it was like Mario Kart or the, you know, Mario World. So their dad handed me this game and said, give it a try. And again, it was amazing. It was like, wow, the Super NES can do this. Again, I was kind of intrigued. I was in love with this game, but I couldn't quite figure it out, and I wasn't very good at it. But you'd sort of learn more about it. There was another really big arcade near where I lived called Sports Park, and I shouldn't say it was right where I was. It was a drive, but kids would have birthdays there, and they had a ton of these machines, and so you could actually get on them. And I was, again, younger than the average player, so you're sitting off to the side, and finally figured out, let's look at the movements. We'd been absorbed by the graphics for so long. Let's look at the joystick movements, and we began to figure out that there's some very specific inputs. So that was cool. Fast forward again. This was, I think, the summer of '93. We got word that this game was coming out, and that is Street Fighter II Turbo. And of course, following the video game magazines, we knew it was going to be this version for the SNES and a Genesis version. Of course, I had the Genesis, so this was amazing news, the idea that finally the Genesis would be getting a version of the game. Now, those same cousins, of course, had this, and they had told me about it. So I went to the store and found this magazine, and this was it had a strategy guide. And so this is the first strategy guide that I picked up for the series. Now, this was not a great strategy guide, aside from the fact that the art was absolutely abysmal. It wasn't really clear. So, for example, if we read Saga here, it says, to cut loose with a tiger ball shot, press down, diagonally down to the right, and then a stronger weak punch. To fire from a kneeling position, do the same, but substitute a kick for a punch. Why not follow it up with a jump kick? And it sort of had those instructions, down, diagonally down, right, forward, diagonally down, right, up, and it wasn't intuitive. But again, I sort of was figuring this game out, and when I finally got a chance to play this came out before the Genesis version. I believe this maybe came out in the summer, and then the Genesis version came out in the fall. I was able to do a dragon punch. I was able to throw a fireball. So the Genesis version comes out, and I would love to capture footage, but I just cannot capture Sega Genesis footage. For whatever reason, it comes out black and white on the equipment that I have. So, this game has a real place in my heart, because it was the first time that I could play Street Fighter at home. And I didn't get it when it came out. I got it for Christmas, along with a 6-button Genesis controller and a Capcom sort of cheap fighting stick. But it seemed really cool, because now, I don't have to go to the arcade. I didn't have to get punched by the bigger kids when I was on the machine. I could play and learn Street Fighter at home. Now, visually, this was not as impressive as the Super Nintendo version, but it was cool in that it had a hyper mode. It had the boss characters from the first game, and most importantly to me, it had a strategy guide. And it had a strategy guide in the back of the instruction manual, and it showed you all the directional inputs, so I could finally practice every character. And this is what really hooked me. I really learned how to play the game. Now, sadly, the friend with whom I discovered Street Fighter, we didn't really hang out a ton, and when we did, fighting, he didn't really like fighting games as much as I did. I mean, we thought it was cool when we first experienced Street Fighter, but he didn't pick this up. He wasn't into it as much, and neither were any of my other friends. So as a result, I never really had that kind of competitive play, and so I wasn't training with someone at home. I didn't. When I went to the arcades, and as I was getting a little bit older, there were people who were battle-tested, and I was not. So, that's unfortunate. Moving on, we have Super Street Fighter II, and I remember this coming out in the arcade. think it was the summer of 93, and then this came out towards the, I think 94, fall of 94. Summer of 93, again, I was in that big sports park arcade, and I saw this game. And again, same issue. Try to get on, could only play a couple of rounds, and I wasn't very good, and the older guys forced me off the machine. But it was just so cool. The special moves, the new characters. Now, sadly, that arcade had a very bad reputation, and my parents knew a police dispatcher who told them, basically they were sending units out there. They were sort of drug deals. I believe there was a stabbing or something like that. So that was the end of my time in the arcades. So I had to wait again for Christmas. Got this Christmas of 94, I believe, and played the heck out of it. Loved it. But strangely, that was the end for me. Again, without easy access to the arcade, I missed Alpha 2, Alpha 3. So Street Fighter, I sort of moved on to other games when I got the PlayStation, really into the JRPGs. So sadly, I kind of left the series. But years later, I think I played Alpha 2 in an arcade somewhere on the beach, and I was impressed, but I didn't get enough time with it, really, and I didn't pick it up on the PlayStation. So, time passed, and I really came back to the series later in life, in college and beyond. So I'm going to show some of my favorite versions of the game. There have, of course, been hundreds and hundreds of ports of the Street Fighter series. A couple of my favorites. This one for the Saturn. There's a lot of glare. This is the Street Fighter collection for the Saturn, and one of the best aspects of this is it has Super Street Fighter 2. It has another sort of, tournament edition of Super Street Fighter. It's called X or DX or something like that. And then it has Alpha 2. Now, when I actually did experience Alpha 2 and got a chance to get into it, this, to me, Alpha 2 is an absolutely... I think it's really the best version. Just the anime-style art, just popping with color. It controls just as good as it ever did. It had some of the new characters. It had that sort of younger look. And, it played... This version is absolutely awesome. It's as close to the arcade as I think you could have gotten back in the day. It's a little slow to load, but still holds up really, really nicely. Another great way to experience Street Fighter is, I've always thought that this was a really nice collection for the PlayStation, because it has Zero, or Alpha, the first Alpha, which I never really got a chance to play until I owned this. I'd only ever played 2, so I get to see the origins of that series. It has Alpha 2, Alpha 2... Gold or something? I wasn't really clear on what the distinction was between 2 and 2 Gold. And then it has Street Fighter Alpha 3, which I never really got into. To me, it, just sort of more characters, the crazier announcer, all the different, isms. It had moved a little bit beyond what I was comfortable with, I guess, but, still a fun game. And then I picked this up. This is the Capcom Collection Volume 1. The reason why I picked this up is it actually has a port, or an emulated version, of the original Street Fighter arcade machine, which I was never able to find. It's difficult on MAME. For whatever reason, I could never get the original Street Fighter 2 to run on MAME. So this game, in a way, brought me back to that pool, to that little, shed where I first discovered Street Fighter. And, that's 24 years ago now that this game came out. It's as amazing and fun as it ever was, and it holds up precisely because I think it takes a long time to learn. I'm still not great at it. I'm still not a top player, and of course I never will be. On my best day, I can beat the computer on kind of a medium to hard difficulty, but most of the time, I just play medium to easy and just still try to learn the moves. I still have not learned all of the moves. I shouldn't say I haven't learned all of the moves. I can't play effectively as some of the characters like Zangief or Balrog or Vega, which is a credit to the game that after all these years I still have not mastered it. And I think we even see that when you watch sort of the Twitch professionals. They'll pick a player with whom they're comfortable, but it feels like there's still so much to learn in the game. And it feels like I can still play the original version, and every match feels slightly different than the next, which of course is not true. I mean, if you master these games, you know what frames of animation are going to come up. Obviously, playing with my favorite character, Ken, I can really, make my way through the game and know how to approach a lot of the other characters, but still, it feels different. One of the aspects of a great game is that it constantly, feels like you're having a unique experience each time you play. And so, it's funny. I kind of marvel at how good a lot of these pro players are at Super Street Fighter 4, and I sit there and I watch them, and I say, it brings me back to, when I was a kid, sort of sitting there watching the older guys who knew the secrets of the game. But it was funny. Another credit to this game. It happened a couple of years ago. I was traveling and I found this pinball arcade place. And I went in there and it had I was more pinball focused, but it had kind of a multi-cade thing, and it had Street Fighter 2 on there. So no one was around it. Popped the quarter in and played as Ken, as I usually do, and I was just having a good day. I was able to beat the game on. I died once. I think I died around a boss character, but so let's say 2-3 quarters. And as I was playing, I had this. There was this kid sitting beside me, and he was watching me, and it made me feel like I've come full circle now. He didn't know anything about the game. He was just marveling at the dragon punches and the hurricane kicks and the fireballs. He was kind of watching my motions on the controllers, and he was really getting into it. And I said, that again, after all these years, it can still capture the imagination. And so I, rather than pushing him aside and telling him to fuck off, I got off the machine and said, here, give it a try. So I felt, that was one of my more pleasant Street Fighter experiences. So hope you've enjoyed the video. Let me know, how has Street Fighter impacted you? And I'll be back to a more normal schedule now, I think, here on the channel. So thank you as always for watching, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape. Here today to talk about my memories of playing games late at night. And I am a night owl by nature. I will stay up, assuming I don't have to go to work or I don't have an event or a commitment, I will stay up as late as I possibly can. I'll stay up till 3, 4 in the morning. And I've always been that way, and to me, this is the perfect time for gaming. I have always loved playing video games, in these hours when everyone's asleep, it's dark, the world is at rest, and you're up just interacting with these great video game worlds. I've loved it for as long as I was able to do it, and it all started with me probably back in the early to mid 90s when, I was able to do a little bit more. Parents weren't as strict, And what I would do is Saturday night, I would watch Saturday Night Live, back in the Chris Farley, Phil Hartman era, so I'm dating myself. And now I'm actually going to indict myself for incredible nerdiness. Then I would watch an hour of WCW Worldwide Wrestling, which was on one of the New York syndicates, and I was just like, oh my god, there's another wrestling promotion, I'm going to watch this. That ended at around 2 a.m., probably. Or maybe it ran roughly as the same, you know, for the last half hour of SNL or something, so it was 12:30 to 1:30. Anyway, I'd watch that, and then when that was over, I'd game. And it's crazy to be like a, you know, 10, 11-year-old kid staying up that late, and I just loved it. And there were always games that I played at night, and they're very specific titles. You know, I could never play, and now we're going into late high school to late high school, you know, when the PS1 came out. You know, for me, I loved JRPGs on that system, but I couldn't play those late at night because, you know, you didn't want to get caught away from a save point. So I had to really block out time and play those games on the weekend. But yeah, these are my top 5 late night games. So topping the list would have to be Street Fighter of all varieties, from Street Fighter to Special Champion Edition on the Genesis, right through now until Street Fighter 4 Ultra. There's something about playing Street Fighter at night that I absolutely loved. When it was a kid, it was the idea that, you know, hey, I could play these games in the arcade, but you know what? I could sit here in my room on my Genesis and play Street Fighter, and it was absolutely awesome. You know, I then moved on to playing the Alpha series, you know, a little bit later, actually on the PS2 with the Alpha Collection. Like I said, Street Fighter 4, when that first came out, I would always just feel best playing that game late at night, exploring all the different characters. And it continues to this day. Just, you know, me and the computer learning how to play as all the different characters. It truly was, and still is, a wonderful experience. So the next game I really have fond memories of staying up late at night is a game that I've talked about here on the channel and given, you know, the highest of praise, and that is Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. And, you know, I got this in the dead of winter in '94, as I explained in my video on it. And I had the Game Boy, I had the Game Boy Light, and I just, you know, I would sit there and, you know, with the Game Boy, you know, I could play this on a school night. I could, you know, shut all the lights off, you know, lay there, you know, with the Game Boy Light and just absorb myself into this great world. Really the first time I got addicted to handheld gaming, and I just go back to those, you know, winter nights in '94, I believe. It could have been '93, and I believe it was '94. A little bit after that game came out, and just losing myself in this amazing adventure. Next on the list, Madden '94 on the Sega Genesis. And, you know, we're in a time now where Madden has become synonymous with corporate greed and complacency. No one gets excited for Madden games. They're just roster updates. But Madden '94 was an incredibly fun game for the time. It does not hold up well. It is not fun to play. It's not like Tecmo Bowl that you can go back to and have a blast with. But you know what? The sprites were a little bit bigger. It played a little bit faster. And it was just like having the NFL in my room as a kid and just playing through all the matchups that I was going to see, you know, on Sunday. I could play them on Saturday night and stuff like that. And it was fun. You know, it was, again, in time of innocence. You know, the NFL players weren't, you know, brutalizing their wives. Well, they probably were, but we didn't know about it. But it was just, you know, a kid, my newfound interest for the NFL, my Madden '94 game, and it just made for endless amounts of fun for me late in the night. Next game, WCW versus the World. And this was, to my knowledge, the first of the great ASCII Corporation wrestling games to come out here in the US. This was a PlayStation game. It had the same mechanics. It had the same graphical style as the great N64 games, but it came out first on the PlayStation 1. And I remember I was at a sleepover at my friend's house. We were playing this, and he was kind of lukewarm on it. He wasn't a big WCW fan, but it was a wrestling game, and so we gave it a go. But I remember he went to bed, and I was like, midnight, you're going to bed, screw this. I'm going to play this game. I'm going to really get into it. And I had an amazing time, and I had to go out. I ran out and I bought one myself, and it was just like my own little late-night wrestling league. Characters, just minimal WCW characters. A lot of those, made-up ASCII wrestlers that would appear in subsequent games that were based on the New Japan or All Japan guys of the time. Another game that doesn't hold up really well, has nice music, but it's very slow. It's just nowhere near the level of brilliance as the N64 versions. But for whatever reason, this was, I got this before those games came out, and I played those games well into the evening, with my buddies, later on in high school. We would have great, 64-man, Royal Rumble matches, but you could actually win by pin or submission. Those were great games. But before that, I was playing this game and having these great late-night tournaments, because it had tournament mode, or making my runs for the title with every character, and it was my late-night wrestling league, and I absolutely loved it. And lastly on the list, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, one of my favorite games, one of my favorite game worlds. And this story is not a youthful story. I was addicted to this game when I was a grad student, not all that long ago. And I remember this came out 2006 or 2007 I got it on the PlayStation 3. And this to me was, quote-unquote, the next level. This is what I wanted in a game. It was the first, open world game that I'd experienced like that. And I was drawn in. I was staying up so late. And this was, on nights where, I had class or I had to teach a class and stuff like that. I was staying up so late to play this game, it became worrisome. And at some point I was just like, I gotta have to stop. But I didn't. And I played through that. I didn't do everything you could do in the game, but had, over 100 hours probably. And it's one of my fondest gaming memories. And it's also probably the last game that I got addicted to that level. Nothing since. Maybe the Yakuza series, but of course those could be finished, in a reasonable amount of time. Nothing like Elder Scrolls Oblivion, and Skyrim. Obviously, Skyrim didn't grab me the way this one did. And I was burning the midnight oil. My grades didn't suffer, I was a TA, and my kids still learned what they needed to learn and did well for themselves. But, that was an incredible late-night addiction. So there you have it, my favorite late-night games, and to this day, if I can, and I can't always do it, but if I can, I'm up late, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and I find it to be a moment of repose. Now, as I'm getting older, it's relaxing to sit here in the game room and, throw on, just go into the closet and pick out, a game maybe that I haven't played a lot, or just pick out an old favorite and just absorb myself, in solitude. This is a very solitary pursuit in a lot of ways. I'm not playing online. I'm not on any sort of social game, but just, having that, human-machine interface with no interruptions, that's where the essence of my love for gaming started. And if I can swing it late at night, that's what I'll do. And I can't do it as often as I might like, but to me that's always been the hallmark of my gaming life, has been playing late at night and just getting lost in the magic of gaming. So I thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today to do a new personal history video, this time on the subject of renting video games. And you know, I think I mentioned this in my Sega Genesis versus SNES video. My parents had some strange rules growing up, and one of them was I couldn't own two systems at a time. The other was that I could never buy a game unless I had rented it. And that really used to drive me absolutely crazy. I just wanted to go out and go to Toys R Us or Babbage's or something like that and buy games to my heart's content. And that's every kid's dream. It's never a reality, but I could never even get a game for my birthday or for Christmas unless my parents knew that I had rented it and played it and enjoyed it. And I guess the thinking behind that was, well, you know, it won't be money wasted. They wouldn't buy me something that I would hate or stop playing. So, as much as I didn't like that rule, it actually led to a situation where I rented so many games during the 8-bit and 16-bit era. I mean, I went to the video store every week and rented one or more games. And so I had a kind of sort of wide-ranging gaming experience. I wasn't limited to the 4 or 5 games I might actually get each year. I was playing a huge variety of games, and so actually it kind of worked out and led to really one of the fondest times of my youth, now that I look back on it, was walking to the video store on Friday with my allowance. I think renting a game cost maybe $3.50, and you know, just it was always an adventure. It was always, you know, what game am I going to get this week? What will be on the shelf? And you never knew. I mean, so many people have pointed out that as a kid you didn't know when games were released, and I certainly had no idea when games would be coming to this video store. So I would go in and I would be surprised, you know, oh, Mega Man 3's on the shelf this week. It was great. So what you're actually, I'm going to show you some clips here. What you're actually seeing is the route that I took from my childhood home growing up to the video store. It was a walk that was close enough for me to do by the age of maybe 8 or 9 years old, which of course today I don't think you'd let an 8 or 9-year-old kid, you know, walk the streets of a fairly large town. And so I would walk through this residential area, and I would come out sort of on one of the main roads of the town, and it was a small place, a very privately owned independent video store. It is now the sushi shop that you see here in this video. And I would walk in, and it was owned by a guy named Gil, and Gil would be sort of sitting behind the desk on the right-hand side of the store, and just past the desk he'd have sort of an end cap shelf with probably about 30 to 40 NES games. And I remember when I mean, for me, it was like, oh, well, now that you have a Nintendo, you can go here and rent these. I guess my parents kind of scoped it out ahead of time. Maybe that's one of the reasons why I got the NES. So I would go in, and just, you know, it would always be wondrous to see what was on the shelf. The store was so small that, you know, I mean, it was probably, you know, maybe they had 100 things to rent, maybe, but as a kid it was just, it seemed like extensive, I mean, all these different games. So the first game that I remember renting was The Legend of Zelda, and I had just seen the box sitting there, so I asked Gil to get it down for me, and he I guess he took it behind the counter, got me the cart, stuck it in one of the rental boxes, and I was amazed that the cart was gold. You know, I knew this game was going to be special just by virtue of the cart, and of course it's one of the greatest games ever made. But one of the cool things that made The Legend of Zelda a fun game to rent was that it seemed like every weekend you could take a different approach. Okay, well, last week I went to the right until I died, and, you know, this week I'm going to go to the left and see what happens. Or I did the dungeons in this order, you know, let me try them in this order. So, in that sense, it was really, really cool game to play through. And, frankly, it's one of the best experiences of my young gaming life, was just going in there. And another good thing about this video store was that since it was so small, it wasn't very busy. And, you know, it seemed like whatever Nintendo games they had were always there. So I could sort of pick up where I left off, you know, if it had a save feature. And since I was going every Friday, it wasn't like, well, I went one Friday and played it, and then 7 Fridays later I went back. You know, I was going every week. So that was a great experience. Another really favorite of mine that I probably rented, I don't know how many times, you know, 15, 20 times, was Blades of Steel. And Blades of Steel was another great game to rent, because as wonderful as it was, you know, when you're a kid and you've got to really calculate what games you want to ask your parents for. I didn't need to own Blades of Steel. I could just constantly rent it, and I would just play it, you know, for hours and hours and hours. It's a great, you know, I think one of the best sports titles of all time. It would be in my top 10 sports games. And even to this day, I play it with a friend of mine who's a big hockey fan and big video game fan, and we sit down and we just have an absolute ball with the game, you know, from the fighting to the, you know, just the exciting, you know, back and forth kind of nature of the game. It feels wide open, it controls well. Just a wonderful, wonderful title. The next game that I would rent a lot, and it's a Konami sports game, but of significantly less quality, is Double Dribble. And I was a big NBA fan as a kid. My parents had season tickets to the New Jersey Nets, and which at that time they were an abysmal, horrible, horrible team. You know, I don't know why we would make the hour drive to you know, get into that part of the state. You know, I don't know why they weren't Knicks fans, but I think the idea was, you know, you would go to see the Nets because, well, they would play all the great teams. You just go see the great teams. They were terrible. So I had this real interest and really love of basketball, and so I needed a basketball game, and Double Dribble was that game. Again, like Blades of Steel, play it for hours. I would just, I didn't have real teams or anything, so I just, you know, imagined the matchups, and the one key animation that did it for me was the aggressive behind-the-shoulder dunk that you could do. I don't know, as a kid, I loved that. Wasn't really a great two-player game. I don't remember playing it with anyone, but I would just plug it in and create the matchups in my head and imagine the players that I saw at those Nets games. So, really, really fun title. Another NES title that I rented multiple times was Paperboy. And I remember really liking Paperboy. None of my friends were into it so much, but I kind of had this idea, you know, oh my goodness, this game feels incredible. It controls well, it's so much fun, you know, each day is different obstacles, and honestly, going back to it, it's a classic, but it doesn't control as well as I thought it did when I was a kid, but still a lot of fun. And again, it was a great rental game because there was no sense of progression. You know, you didn't need to save it. You could just get it on a weekend, play through it, try to beat your scores, try to get through the obstacle course at the ends of the streets. It was a terrific, you know, weekend game. And lastly, a game that I rented, I probably rented this actually the most, and I'm embarrassed to admit it. WWF WrestleMania for the Nintendo. This is possibly one of the worst games ever made. I mean, this is an abysmal wrestling game. And yet, being a wrestling fan in the late 80s and early 90s, it was WWF, and it was the characters that I saw on television, and, you know, particularly this game, you know, this was part of the roster from WrestleMania 4, which was one of my favorite WrestleManias growing up, and I would just play it and play it and play it. It is terrible. I mean, just the guys waddling around, looking to hit whatever one or two moves that they had. But there's something about it. The nostalgia, the soundtracks, the power-up icons that dance in the back of the ring. It really brings me back to those days, but I in no way recommend that anyone play this game. It is terrible. So then an interesting thing happened with my game rentals. You know, in this town where I lived, this video store, you know, was it. And at some point, we had gotten a Blockbuster subscription, and that was like a special event to go to Blockbuster. Like, maybe I went for my birthday, you know, maybe, you know, on Christmas break or something as a treat. I mean, because the Blockbuster was on the other side of town. You had to get on kind of one of the main highways to get there. But it was just a, you know, heavenly experience as a kid to see rows and rows of games. I mean, it put this little local video store to shame. So, towards maybe 93, 94, a Blockbuster opened up in our part of the town, right across from the old video store. And of course, this was the end of Gil and his business, and I'm very unfortunate as a kid. I just was like, okay, never going to that place again. I'm going to Blockbuster, and I feel kind of bad about that. But you know, as a kid, you have no consciousness about, oh, this mega corporation is going to knock the other one out, you know, knock the independent guy out of business. But that Blockbuster was awesome. Again, rows and rows of games, and so that's what, you know, in the 16-bit era, that's where I would go. And kind of, you know, I'm just going to pull out two games from that era that I rented and enjoyed. One of them, and granted, I rented tons and tons of games, but I'm just trying to pick out here the ones that I have some special memories with. One was Tiny Toon Adventures for the Genesis. And I want to say that I remember the cartoon as a kid. I can't say I was a fan, but it was something that I would watch after school. I remember reading that this game was so much better on the Genesis than on the SNES, so my interest was piqued, and it really was good. It's a solid platformer. I remember it being one of the better platformers in my childhood opinion on the Genesis, and now playing it so many years later, I actually thought about it for the first time in a long time when I was playing Ganbare Goemon on the Super Famicom. And Ganbare Goemon, you know, is one of the best platformers on the Super Famicom. I've reviewed it here on the channel, and it reminded me, the graphics kind of felt like Looney Tunes, or excuse me, Tiny Toons. So I went back and played it on the Genesis, and it's very good. It's not as good as Ganbare Goemon, but it's a very, very solid platformer. And it was just one of those things. It was like, you know, a comfort game. I, you know, wasn't enthralled with it, but just every once in a while it sort of fulfilled the need for a fun platformer. So probably rented it a dozen times or more. And lastly, Super Mario RPG. Now, this game came out in 96, and I had gotten my SNES probably mid to late 95. So it was a revelation to play this game. It was a Square RPG, which I loved, with the Nintendo characters. It felt, really for the first time, that you were exploring the Mushroom Kingdom. It had that great, you know, double attack system, you know, if you hit the attack button at just the right time. and had what I thought were, great graphics, that sort of pre-rendered style. And I remember renting this. I don't know if I rented it just when it came out, but I remember either Super Mario 64 had come out, or there was a lot of hype for it. And I was like, well, I don't have an N64, but let me just rent this. And I played this for 3 days straight. I didn't beat it, but I had a blast. I just had an absolute blast. It was one of the best Super Nintendo memories, one of the best game rental memories that I have, period. And the sad thing was I never rented it again. It just wasn't there when I was there. I guess the Blockbuster, had 1 or 2 copies of it, and it was always gone. And, I don't know, maybe when they were getting the N64 titles in, they sold it. But as far as I can remember, I only played it for that one weekend. But what an amazing weekend it was. And, it's just a game and a time period that I'll never forget. So what do you guys remember about renting video games? Did you do it as much as I did? Were you a sort of weekly rental person? Did you not have video stores in your area? Let me know. I mean, for me, like I said, looking back on it, renting a game every week, and like I said, I rented these games multiple times, but, maybe within a year, I rented 30 different games, 20 to 30 different games, from 1990 until 2000, because I had a Blockbuster subscription through all that time, from till I went off to college. And they did Sega CD, and they did PlayStation. I didn't rent it as much in the 32-bit era, because by that point I was working and I could buy my own games, but it really gave me just a wide array of experience in gaming that I would not have had otherwise. So I really look back fondly on those times, and it's just one of the aspects of my youth that was so cool in video gaming. So let me know what you guys think. I thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape. Here today with a somewhat different video, and perhaps a little bit of a depressing video, but I think, it needs to be made for all those people who are really, really invested in games as I am. I had an experience this week, or actually now last week, that was a little bit disconcerting. And someone very, very close to me passed away. And as he was in the hospital, I was there with him, and I was actually there with him when he expired. And all throughout this process, I'd spent a couple nights in the room, and he was not really conscious, so I had a lot of time to think. And one of the things that I noticed was that in the room, his family had left a number of pictures, sort of pictures chronicling his whole life, in the event, that he might wake up when no one was there. And this person had what I would say, had a very, I think, kind of normal, well-adjusted course through life. Very, very active youth. He was just a little bit older than I was. Not a gamer at all. Family, sort of a lot of academic, professional success, and all of it was kind of chronicled so nicely in these pictures. And as I was sitting there, and I don't know if anyone out there has ever done this, but watching someone die is a very, very disturbing experience, and it's something that I think will stay with you forever. And it's also an experience that makes you kind of reflect back on your life, particularly if you can't communicate with that person, if they're at the stage where they're just existing but are not really able to communicate. So I was there and just thinking about, my life as a gamer and how, precious life is, and how you have, as you kind of go through your daily routines, at least this is my experience, you kind of just get into a very sort of repetitive pattern, and you don't necessarily consider the value of life and the value of the opportunity or opportunities that you have when you're living. And it made me think back to gaming, and kind of my decision throughout most of my young adult and now adult life to spend a lot of time with video games. And I'm not here to say that I regret that, or that, when you're confronted with the end, you're going to look back and wish you had done something differently. That's really not the point of this video, but it's more to ask the question, what value does the experience of gaming have when you're in that situation, when you're kind of faced with your final hour? Will I, and of course, this is what was my main point of focus at this time, will I regret it, or sort of will I feel that I let myself down by engaging in this hobby? Now, I just want to say that, I'm not the sort of person, and I don't really think this sort of person exists, but I'm not the sort of person who is gamed to the exclusion of other things in life, to the exclusion of meaningful relationships, to the exclusion of professional success. That's not what I'm saying. I'm more of a person who, when work is over, when there's not social plans, with friends or with a girlfriend or something like that, I sort of sit down and game, and I've spent, like I said, most of my young adult and my adult life doing that, and it seems like it's a wonderful hobby. It's a wonderful way to spend your free time. But as I was sitting there, in the hospital last week and kind of thinking about these issues, I wonder if at that point, when you are faced with your final hour, if you might wish that you had done something more, done something different with the free time that you have in life. And I don't necessarily think that this is a question that only gamers ask. I mean, if you're really engaged passionately in any hobby, even if you're sort of just someone who likes to watch TV, I think to a certain degree there's always this question of, could I have done more, or could I have done something differently? And I don't know that there is a good answer to this question. If you think back to all of the gaming that you've done, these are actually wonderful memories. I mean, there's kind of like a Dick Clark effect, I think, when he came out, whenever he said this. I think it was Dick Clark who said this, that, music is the soundtrack of your life. Well, I mean, I think for someone who grew up with gaming maybe in the late 70s, 80s, 90s, that, games are kind of markers of your progression through life, and at least if you've been playing them as intensely as I have, and I think other people on YouTube have indirectly pointed this out. I mean, this is a lot of what Johnny Millennium's channel is about. I did a video talking about how he discusses this issue of memory. But, you associate playing different games with different phases of your maturation, and I think that's a positive. I'm not sure that you can look back on, say, or at least in my case, the summer of '93, when I was playing Sonic the Hedgehog 2 every day in my friend's basement, or the first Christmas that I got my Nintendo Entertainment System, and sort of remembering family members who were alive at that time. But you never really know what your mind will be doing when you reach that moment. And you never really know when you're confronted with the question of mortality, of really a final end. Will gaming matter? I mean, it certainly won't matter more than friends and family, and perhaps the lives you've impacted or what you've done professionally. But I think there is this reality that if you've been playing games passionately and intensely as a hobby for 20, 30, 40 years or longer, and hopefully it will be longer for all of us, you've nonetheless devoted a lot of time, and you've created a lot of memories around this medium. And I just wonder, when you're confronted with the question of your own finite existence, are these memories sustaining? And it's really not a question that I can answer. Because on the one hand, it's just too easy to say, well, I could have just done more, I regret my choice to pursue this hobby. Gaming is a passion for me and a lot of other people, and I don't think you can write it off by just saying that it was completely meaningless and you should have scaled a mountain or run the New York Marathon or whatever the case may be. And I think people need hobbies. You need downtime and escapism. People need idleness. No one really talks about that, but people, I think, need and are entitled to just a block of free, unstructured time. And plus, if you pursue great experiences constantly, I mean, that becomes a fetish in and of itself, and I mean, I think great experiences happen, and you have to learn to appreciate them. If you constantly hunt them, then it becomes an obsession, and if you're just trying to inventory experiences, I mean, that also somehow, I think, cheapens the process of acquiring them. But on the other hand, when you contemplate mortality, and when you contemplate, death, I think you're always confronted with this uncertainty and this doubt about your decisions, and I wonder how meaningful video game memories will be when you're in that process. And I mean, certainly that's why I'm doing this video, because as I was just sitting there watching my friend just kind of waste away, it puts all of your decisions in such a stark relief. And again, it's I think one of the more disturbing but also very interesting and unanswerable questions for not only gamers but passionate hobbyists of all kinds. So what do you guys think? Have you asked this question? Have you thought about the value that your memories and experiences with video games will have relative to all the other things that you've done in life? Again, can't answer it, but I would like to hear what other people have to say on this issue, and I'll just leave with one last thought, and that is, whatever we're doing in life and whatever our passions and our professional engagements might be, life really is such a limited, precious resource, and at the very least we should cherish our friends and our family and make the best decisions we can about how to use our time in it. So thank you for watching Game Escape, and I will be back shortly with a new video and a video that hopefully is a little more cheery. Take care. When Sega released Daytona USA to the arcades in 1993, they were arguably already the kings of the medium, with numerous classic arcade titles in their library such as Afterburner 2, Outrun, and Golden Axe. In developing the Sega Model 2 arcade board in the early 90s, they sought to maintain that dominance throughout the decade, and Daytona USA was the first game released on this new platform. The game was stunning, offering a driving experience that was truly revolutionary when you compared it to the driving games of the 80s. Once you got on a Daytona cabinet, you never wanted to go back to Outrun, let alone pole position, despite their status as classics. In fact, Daytona captured a visceral sense of speed that even its modern competition of the time, Virtua Racing and Ridge Racer, could not muster. Daytona ran at 60 FPS, regardless of how many objects were on screen. It was smooth and colorful, and it controlled well enough to allow the player to linger on the razor's edge between control and collision. As a kid, getting onto one of these machines was a rarity. They were expensive, infrequently found, and often crowded. If one could get a game, the ecstasy of the experience was quickly erased by the insufficiency of funds, and in my case, at 12 years old, insufficient reflexes. Where I lived, moreover, you had to go out and seek these games out in the world. They were at bowling alleys, movie theaters, and seaside arcades that one would frequent only on special occasions. You could walk to the local convenience store or neighborhood pool and play Street Fighter II, but it was an event to play Daytona shortly after its release, and the same could be said for other Model 2 games such as Virtua Fighter 2. It was thus somewhat thrilling to hear that Sega was planning to release a home version of Daytona USA to its new Sega Saturn platform in 1995. I say somewhat because at the time, Sega had alienated much of its fan base by releasing underwhelming peripherals like the Sega CD and the 32X, and consumer confidence in the company was severely degraded from its welcome to the next level Genesis heyday. The Saturn was viewed within my circle of friends with a healthy bit of skepticism, such that only one person purchased it at launch. The hasty launch itself, a moment that has become part of the lore of video game history, did little to help the system. It forced developers to rush games out ahead of schedule and killed the company's standing within the retail chain, almost to the same extent that its ill-conceived 32X killed the market's confidence in Sega's ability to innovate. So when the magazines spoke of these Model 2 arcade games coming to the Saturn, many had a wait-and-see approach. I waited, I saw the game, and I even played it for a bit in a store and at the house of that sole friend who bought the Saturn, and I remember liking it. It was certainly one of the most graphically impressive console racing games that I had played up to that point, and I thought that it was a good showpiece for the console. It was not, however, anything close to the glory of the arcade cabinet, and it suffered from a horrendously short draw distance and graphics that, while clearly better than any 16-bit console racer, nonetheless looked blocky and choppy. And I believe it ran at 20 frames per second. It was the kind of game which you said was cool, but it was also one that seemed to support your decision at the time to wait for the PlayStation. In many ways, this was a shame, because had Sega released, say, Virtua Fighter 2, one of the finest arcade-to-home ports of all time, to the Saturn before Daytona USA, it might have done more to sell the system. By January 1996, when Virtua Fighter 2 was finally released, the PlayStation had already been on the market for about 3 months, and for many, the battle was already over. For me personally, I never really overcame this prejudice when collecting for the Saturn. I got my copy of Daytona USA shipped to me for free along with my Japanese Saturn, and I spent about 4 minutes with it before eagerly swapping it out for other Japanese titles that I was excited to play: Snatcher, Fire Pro Wrestling 6-Man Scramble, and Panzer Dragoon. This was in March 2011, a date which I remember vividly because my Japanese Saturn was postmarked on the morning of the deadly Sendai earthquake and tsunami that crippled Japan for the next few months. Over the following 3 years, the game just sat in my closet, untouched, and collecting a layer of dust so thick that it actually became a marker of my prejudice and neglect for the game. I was thus surprised when, over this year's Martin Luther King holiday weekend, I found myself going back to the game. I fired up the Saturn, and to my surprise, I really enjoyed it. This was all the more improbable because between my initial time with the game in 1995 and my brief 4 minutes in 2011 when I had just gotten the system, I had played it often on the Dreamcast and thought that the Dreamcast version was the definitive home conversion of Daytona, that it was really the experience in its purest form. And in many ways it still is. That game, the Dreamcast version, runs at 60 frames per second. It has more tracks, more cars from which to choose, and sports those gloriously clean, clear, and bright graphics for which Sega's Naomi platform was famous. The Saturn version simply looks hideous in comparison to this. It chugs along at what seems like a glacial pace compared to its Dreamcast brother, and even compared to modern games, of course. And yet playing through the arcade and Saturn modes, the latter of which does not saddle you with the classic checkpoint-to-checkpoint time limit that is the hallmark of all Sega arcade racing games, I found the Saturn version to be quite playable and, to my surprise, deeply enjoyable. In fact, after about an hour or so, I actually came to the conclusion that it controlled better than its flashier Dreamcast counterpart. It is a simple game, to be sure, but the combination of the good controls, cheesy yet catchy soundtrack, and severe challenge on higher difficulty settings makes it a rather hypnotizing, if not addicting, experience. Buried in the solid gameplay, however, was a deeper nostalgia for the title that I did not know that I had. I was playing it not only for what it was, but also for what it likely represented at the time. Or, to be self-critical, what I believe I would have seen it to represent had I played it for longer back in 1995. It is coming up on 20 years since the game first hit the store shelves, and it seems to me that 1995 and the release of Daytona, USA is as good of a historical marker as any for the time when the gaming industry's long-used advertising slogan, the arcade experience at home, started to become true. Yes, there were games released prior to Daytona, USA that did a great job of capturing the arcade experience. Super Street Fighter II for the 3DO comes to mind. But Daytona, USA for the Saturn really did have a unique feel to it. It was a next-gen arcade game running on a next-gen home console, and doing so respectably for the time. It approximated its source material more capably than even the best 16-bit conversions did of their coin-op source material. Of course, I'm going to exclude Neo Geo AES here for obvious reasons. But as I sat in front of my old CRT playing this game, I remember those prized moments at the big movie theater or arcade boardwalk, and felt that from a 1995 perspective, this game is really not that far off from capturing the feel of those times on the arcade cabinet. It didn't have mind-blowing graphics that I thought the future of gaming would bring, but it did a good job of providing an experience that prior to 1995 was all but impossible. As I played through those iconic stages again and again, I remember the feel of the original game, and kind of glancing at the edges of my CRT monitor, expected to see the dim neon lights of the movie theater, and to hear the din of the boardwalk arcade, or smell the fried chicken of the bowling alley, which was the closest location to me that offered Daytona back in the day. The fact that this experience could occur within the home, with very few compromises, again, from a 1995 perspective, was quite significant. Daytona USA for the Saturn was one of, I think, the first games to shift the location of gaming. It brought an experience that could only be fully enjoyed outside of the home into the comfort of the bedroom or the family room. It offered players a chance to practice the game and understand its intricacies and shortcomings without spending tons of money or being hassled by the bigger kids who wanted to go on the machine. In the arcades, one forgets that for all the nostalgia surrounding arcades, they were often unpleasant places. Sure, they were sources of blissful amusement, but they were also places in which the consumption of amusement was unpleasantly limited by financial and social constraints. Being able to have a convincing facsimile of a game that was previously in the exclusive domain of the arcade was a masterful innovation, and one that, I think by 1997, began to drive arcades out of business in the United States. Daytona USA may look like the polygonal equivalent of a Jackson Pollock painting set in motion, but if you take the time to play it with a certain historical imagination and enjoy its solid controls, you'll discover a true gem in the Saturn library. Not quite a hidden gem, but one whose luster was quickly enveloped by the glow of progress before it could be properly appreciated. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today to ask the question, could the TurboGrafx 16 have succeeded in the United States? And this is a topic that is near and dear to me because I was not quite the earliest of adopters of the TurboGrafx, but I owned one pretty early on in its life cycle here in the United States, and I remember being horribly disappointed by the system. If you watch my personal history, Sega versus Nintendo video, I mentioned that it was a long story, but due to certain circumstances, I couldn't get an SNES, and I had to choose between the TurboGrafx 16 and the Sega Genesis, and I chose the TurboGrafx 16. I had the highest of hopes for it, but ultimately it kind of let me down personally, and of course here in the marketplace in North America it was not quite a flop. I think they claim that by 91 they sold maybe 500,000 units, but it wasn't the success here in the States that it had been in Japan. So I want to look at ways in which the system could have succeeded. I'm going to do this not in kind of a fantasy way. I'm not going to say, well, if they had just included, Neo Geo spec hardware at a $99 price point, it would have succeeded. Surely that, would have helped. But I'm going to take a look at the system really as it existed and the decisions that they made with it in the marketplace as it existed. Could they have done things differently? Could the TurboGrafx 16 have been a success? So point number one, the name of the system. I think the name of the system really hurt it. And, you hear TurboGrafx 16, and of course we were entering in to the 16-bit era when it came out, and it was supposed to compete not with the NES, like it did in Japan, but with the SNES and the Genesis. And for me, when I was given the choice, well, you can't buy an SNES, so you've got these two systems, I thought, whoa, Turbo and Graphics and 16, this must be awesome. It's going to be the best 16-bit system. I got it home, and from day one it was clear to me that this really wasn't a powerful 16-bit system. And as we know, it had an 8-bit processor and a 16-bit graphics chip, so it wasn't really a true 16-bit system. So right there, I think the name disappointed customers. You expected more than you got. Now in Japan it was called the PC Engine, and PC Engine is a cool name. I think they should have preserved the engine name. The engine should have been somewhere in it, and they should have adopted the PC Engine logo, which to me looked a lot cooler than the TurboGrafx 16 logo. I think something like the Turbo Engine would have made it sound equally cool and edgy, but it wouldn't have, made that overt promise of 16-bit graphics. So number two, the design of the system, coming from the NES, which had 2 controller ports, down to the TurboGrafx, which had only one, was a problem. The controller itself, 2 buttons. I think they could have gone 3 or 6 to kind of make it seem like a newer piece of technology. Of course, you needed to buy lots of accessories like the Turbo Tap, and then I think they had the Turbo Booster, which gave you composite video out. So you needed to buy all of these things to get it up to spec, so to speak, when with the SNES and the Genesis you had that ability out of the box. I also think the choice of going with, like the black piece of hardware, it didn't look as sleek as it could have. If you looked at the PC Engine in Japan, yes, it was very small, and they were afraid to go into the US market with a device that was a lot smaller than the competition, but I think they should have gone with, the white on orangey red color scheme and made it look a little bit bigger, but they could have eschewed the kind of, hefty black box look that they went with. All right, number 3, I'm gonna say hype, and I remember as a kid being caught up by the marketing hype. Obviously, TurboGrafx 16, have to have it. It's Turbo 16-bit graphics. But I don't really remember reading a lot about the system. It didn't seem to get as much press in GamePro and EGM as the SNES and Genesis did. Now, partly that had to do with the fact that there just weren't a lot of games out there for it in comparison to the other systems, but the games that were out there were very good. I mean, you talk about, Bonk's Adventure. Bonk, a lot of people sort of make fun of that as a character, but the game played really well, and I think Bonk was a worthy mascot. Games like Blazing Lasers, Airzonk, things like that, there were some really, really good titles, and they should have been promoted more than they were. Alright, number 4, and this is the elephant in the room, third-party support and availability of quality games. It seemed like as the system carried on, there was not a lot to be excited about. And to me, they missed out on a couple of major releases. First of which is Street Fighter. If they had a version of Street Fighter in Japan, plays really, really well. I think it really stands up. Not so much to the SNES version, but definitely to the Genesis version. Why didn't they release that here in the States? That would have been a system seller. That, as an owner of the system, if I had that, that would have been, a point of pride. It's like, hey, I can play an awesome version of Street Fighter 2 here in my home. Looks great, sounds great. That's really rough. Now, they had games like Afterburner and Outrun. I know that here in the U.S., Sega would not have allowed those releases to come through, but why not a game like Dracula X, another game that was exclusive to the SNES, but what was it called, Rondo of Blood? If they had had that game on the system, it would have helped. Plus, there were a ton of high-quality Japanese RPGs like Far East of Eden, which they could have localized, because at that time the JRPG market was really thriving. 92 to 95, there was an emerging market for that stuff, and the TurboGrafx or PC Engine in Japan had a number of those games. Again, they needed to, maybe they weren't going to get the third-party support here in the States, maybe we're going to get a version of Madden for the TurboGrafx, but they could have really leveraged all of the support and all the great games that they had in Japan and released them here and sort of marketed it as, this is the system for enthusiasts. If you go with my naming convention, the Turbo Engine, you're going to get awesome shooters, you're going to get great platformers, and you're going to get RPGs that you just can't play anywhere else. I think that would have really done a lot to get people excited and invested in the platform here in the States. And lastly, and this is maybe kind of a minor, slightly controversial point, is that I think NEC really needed to do away with the whole arcade card and HuCard reader to really be able to play the import games. They should have, when they released the Turbo Duo, which came out like late 92 or something, they could have actually made it region free and came up with some kind of a service that would import games that were friendly to the English language player. Now, granted, you could do that. They were import, if you remember back in the day on in video game magazines, there was like an import section, but it was really, really expensive. If they had, even if they couldn't get the either publisher support or they didn't have the ability to release these games here, they could have at least came up with a hardware design that made it easier to import, and maybe you can get it at a slightly reduced price. I feel like, absent my 4 other suggestions, at least if there were an easier, slightly cheaper way to get these Japanese games on the system, that maybe it could have helped it sort of hold on a little bit longer than it did. So what do you guys think? Could the system have been rescued? What are your memories with the TurboGrafx 16? Could it have been a success here in the United States? So let me know what you think in the comments below. Thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, and I'm here today with a new kind of video. In the spirit of March Madness, I wanted to have a little mini tournament, a showdown, if you will, between 4 systems that I've always had a fascination with, and what are probably some of the most expensive launch systems in the history of gaming. And, if this sort of format is successful, I'll take 4 other games, systems, issues, and pit them against each other, and based purely on my own subjective analysis, come up with a winner. So, for our mini bracket, if you will, we're going to have the Panasonic 3DO taking on the Pioneer Laser Active, and the other bracket will consist of the PlayStation 3 battling the Neo Geo AES. And like I said, these are systems that launched at incredibly high prices, and if you look, kind of adjust things for inflation, I think you'll be shocked as to how expensive these systems actually were in their time. How did I get to these 4 systems? again, purely on my own subjective kind of history with this period in gaming. There are certainly other expensive systems out there that one could choose. But I think these are the ones, at least in North America, that everyone associates with incredibly high costs. So we're going to start on the left-hand side of the bracket and look at the Panasonic 3DO. Now, the Panasonic 3DO, to me, was a fascinating system. If you were a kid at the time and you remember getting the Electronic Gaming Monthlies or the GamePro magazines, there was an incredible amount of hype, and as I recall, they were constantly tweaking exactly what this system would be, and this was supposed to really, really deliver on that next-gen promise. You know, what was the 5th generation capable of? Of course, well-known business model, 3DO would just sort of come up with the hardware spec and license it out to other companies. You had, what was the guy's name? Trip Hawkins behind it from EA. So you had a player stepping into the field who, or a company stepping into the marketplace that was run by someone who knew games. That was very exciting at the time. It just, it touted a lot of interesting things. I believe it was supposed to have like a video disc functionality to it. I believe I read there were rumors where it was actually going to be kind of like a very, very primitive digital rental service where you can actually, there was like a credit card swiping functionality, and you could sort of rent movies from a service or something like that. Again, I'm drawing this from, largely my memories of what I read. Of course, I don't think that stuff came to pass, but what you had when this was released was a system that, for all of its promise and for all of the technology behind it, really, in my opinion, didn't do that much different than the Sega CD. It was just a kind of a more powerful version of that experience. And, personally for me, a neighbor got it. It wasn't quite at launch, but shortly thereafter. And, there was this initial wow factor. Of course, we had to daisy chain the remotes together, as everyone knows. And he had Road Rash and what was the other kind of... Well, he had Super Street Fighter, and then he had one of those FMV games. I can't remember what it was. And kind of the impression that we had was, we played this system, and it was cool, and, it was next-gen. He had it hooked up into a sound system. It was great. But then we wanted to play Super Nintendo. And for all of the kind of niche titles and gems that the system had to offer, to me, it really never came into its own here in North America. The price point, of course, didn't help it. It started out at $6.99 USD, and let's see, what was that? I kind of wrote this down. Adjusted for inflation, that would be about $1,146. So very, very expensive at launch. The price certainly killed it for me for all of my kind of hype around it. Once I saw that $6.99, I'm not really gonna get this one. But of course, it dropped fairly quickly. I think within the first year, the price dropped maybe by about $100. But yeah, it just never kind of caught on, and never really offered the kind of games that the PlayStation ultimately did. So we're going to look at its competitor, at least in this format, and that is the Pioneer Laser Active. Now, the Pioneer Laser Active is a system that kind of gets trashed a lot. The Laser Active, just to give you the price point on that while I have it called up, the Laser Active, its base price was $970, but if you wanted the Sega module that would plug into the front and allow you to play Sega Genesis games and Sega CD games, plus the very, very sought after, even to this day, TurboGrafx 16 module, which gave you obviously HuCard functionality and Turbo CD functionality. Those were $600 each. So if you wanted to use it as a gaming system, your buy-in was $2,170 at the time, which equates to a whopping $3,557.84 adjusted for inflation. That is a huge price. Now you might say, well, a lot of people just got the Sega pack. Still, very expensive, over $1,000. I'm going to look at the system. You know, I think the way it was intended to be played, and that is to have both packs. So, you know, almost on its way to $4,000 there, 3,500 and change, insanely expensive. But on the other hand, it was a one of the first attempts in my mind at a true conversion device. You had the Laserdisc player, which was a viable format. It wasn't the Panasonic attempt at the video disc, which didn't materialize. It wasn't some sort of esoteric, you know, digital or, you know, format that hadn't taken off. The Laserdisc was, at this point, an expensive but viable format. Plus, you had both game systems. I mean, I remember as a kid dreaming, you know, could anyone ever build a box that had, you know, Sega, Genesis, and Super Nintendo in one box, and this was the closest thing that you got. So it was big, it was bulky, but it was an attempt at conversion. And then, of course, you know, you had your Laserdisc games, Mega LD, I think it was, for Sega, and then it was some other Turbo LD, and these types of games were ultimately terrible. But, it's the most exorbitantly priced system ever, and I certainly didn't know anyone who owned it. But think about it. You would have, you know, the potential to access two absolutely amazing libraries, really four if you count the CD games. No other system gave you that at the time. So who comes out the winner here? I think clearly when you stack the 3DO up against the Laseractive, you would have to go with the Laseractive, because I think one of the things that you have to take into account, you know, when you're sort of pitting systems against each other is, you know, what sort of world of games did they give you access to? And clearly the Laseractive, you know, by virtue of having Sega and TurboGrafx 16, gave you, you know, a virtually limitless amount of games to explore, whereas the 3DO, though more powerful, just had a handful of good games, and then you were into kind of the FMV muck and mire that you saw on the Sega CD. So, yeah, I'm going to give this one to the Laseractive and put it in the finals. Alright, so now on the right-hand side of the bracket, we have the Neo Geo AES and the PlayStation 3. We'll start off with the Neo Geo, and, you know, when I sort of put these systems together and looked at them, I thought this would be maybe a clear winner, but the more I thought about it, the more unsure I became. I mean, look, Neo Geo was an amazing system. It was a tremendous platform that gave birth to, I think, you know, the most beautiful 2D sprite art that we've ever seen. Absolutely tremendous pedigree. Consider all of the fighting games, the side-scrolling shooters, the sports games. This was a truly amazing system, and the idea that you could play it at home, price point on it, before I forget, was about $649 USD. Adjusted for inflation, we're at $1,176. And, you know, this was the first system when it came out in 1990 where, you know, it existed only as a rumor. Or at least its existence in my town was a rumor, I should put it that way. You know, we knew what it was from the video game magazines, and in school, you know, there was someone who had it. It was no student that we knew, but there was, you know, someone out there who had it. And we could never discover who that was to play it. So it had this kind of mythic status. Not only, of course, was it expensive, but the games themselves were extremely expensive. Some of them, yeah, I mean, they were, you know, $200, $300. You know, it was an incredibly pricey platform, but, you know, it was, again, home to, I mean, you know, the idea that you could play Samurai Showdown and King of Fighters, you know, at home and have it, you know, truly be a one-to-one arcade experience was unthinkable and amazing. And yet, if you look at the usage scenario, the typical usage scenario of the system, I think you can't call it one of the greats of all time. What do I mean by that? Well, I'm going to take a friend who did not have the system and tell you about an extravagant Christmas he had. This family had a lot of money, and so one Christmas he got a DSLR camera and some accessories, and I remember him telling me that it was somewhere around $1,500 in his estimate. So I don't know what DSLRs went for in the early 90s, but we'll go with $1,500. So if you think about a parent with a lot of money who can waste that on one gift for a kid, you had, if you put that towards the AES, you got the system, and maybe you got 3 or 4 games. Now, ask yourself this: say you can get any game that was available in 1993, and I can't remember which games came out in '93. That was probably before King of Fighters. Let's say you got, Samurai Showdown, Sengoku 2, was it the Nam game, Baseball Stars? Let's just say those 4. Could you be happy playing just those 4 games throughout the year? Would you be satisfied only being able to buy 2 games, 3 games a year? And I think that's where the price barrier really hurts the Neo Geo AES. For as great as those games were, to me, unless you were like the kid of Michael Jordan or Charles Barkley back in the day, you weren't getting these games on a regular basis. So could you play the same arcade game at home constantly and still find it to be fun after the 4,000th time you played it? I'm going to say probably not. I think a lot of our nostalgia for the Neo Geo typically occurs because it's so easy to play all of these games in quick succession, whether you do it on MAME or one of the compilations, or the virtual, Wii U Virtual Store, whatever they call it. I believe these were also on the Japanese PSN for a while. You can play 50, 60 of these at a clip, whereas that would have been incredibly expensive. Unthinkably expensive back in the day. But if you return to that time, you only had a handful of those games, and as good as they were, I'm not sure that they could have sustained you. So let's move on to the PlayStation 3. Price point on that at launch, I'm going with the 60 gigabyte model, which had the HDMI and all the different connectors. Price point on that at launch was $599, adjusted for inflation, $703, so very, very pricey, and seemed to be a miscalculation by Sony. But the PlayStation 3, I think, is going to go down as one of the more incredible launches of all time, not because of the games, but because of its status as a convergence device. You had this on the other bracket there with the laser active, and think back to the launch of the PlayStation 3. You got the 60 gigabyte model. You had the best Blu-ray player on the market, and it was that way for a long time. It was quick loading, it was quick, scanning, searching. It had, all the bells and whistles as far as audio, codec support, and all of that. Blu-ray players have become fairly ubiquitous, but in 2006 and 2007, that was a big deal when I got my PlayStation 3, not right at launch, but 2007. It was incredible. This was my source for HD content. Cable companies weren't delivering a lot of it. You could get Netflix, Blu-rays from Netflix, so that was pretty incredible. Then you take into account its kind of status as a media server. This was, I think, one of the first widely available media servers. I'm not sure a lot of users really took advantage of that, but you could pop in a whole bunch of storage devices. At this point in time, a friend of mine and I mentioned this on my WWE video, we were actually digitizing a lot of our tape wrestling collections, and we just stuck it on a hard drive, and so we had essentially a kind of ad hoc WWE network before the WWE network existed, and we could stream that, we could put it on the PC, stream it to the PlayStation 3, just storing an incredible amount of music. We forget that the PlayStation 3, at least that 60 gigabyte model, it obviously had PlayStation 2 compatibility, it had SACD compatibility, it had Linux OS functionality. So I mean, all sorts of stuff, and I think very overlooked, and again, I'm not sure how many people took advantage of this feature, but certainly it was floating around the internet how easy it was to get access to the Japanese PSN store, which at its launch meant you could play some games, demos and things like that first before they were released over here. You might say, oh, well, it was so difficult. No, there was a YouTube video floating around in kind of 4 easy steps. You had a Japanese account, and you were playing all sorts of games that you would otherwise not have access to, and all the other kind of media content, assuming you bought the cards, and you can get those cards online, probably can still do it. So, incredible convergence device. It had the Wi-Fi, and some people will say, oh, but the Xbox Live interface was so much better than the PSN at that point. I mean, it probably was, but don't forget the Xbox 360. Did I say Xbox One? I said Xbox 360. It didn't have strong media playback support. It didn't have, I think the lower versions didn't have the HDMI. I think you were outputting your HD through component. Didn't have the native, high definition disc support. Of course, it supported HD DVD instead of Blu-ray. So I think as a device that could sit confidently in a media rack, it was the PlayStation 3. Now, the weak point about it were the games. There were not a lot of good games at launch. I probably spent most of my time with Virtua Tennis 3. And, I'm blanking on the post-apocalyptic racer. Can't think of the name. But, it was pretty cool at the time. I think I had MLB The Show, one of the early versions of that. And there was nothing else. I remember Lair, and there was that sort of Japanese woman hack-and-slash game. Those kind of fell flat. And there was just not a lot of stuff to play at the outset. So that really hurts it. Of course, it obviously picked up steam. By the end of its lifespan, it became a very, very competitive console for exclusives. Its price dropped significantly. Its design changed, cheapened certainly from what it was at the beginning, but it was a pretty solid device, and not what sold me on it, because I had it first, but what really kind of woke me up to the fact that this was targeting a market beyond gaming, a market for that convergence product. Because I have a friend who's got a ton of money, and he built a home theater back in 2006, 2007. Never played a game in his life, hates video games. But sure enough, that PlayStation 3 was sitting in his media rack and was his go-to Blu-ray player for many years, actually, until they started releasing some better high-end stuff. So when you put that against the AES, we might say, based on nostalgia, you'd have to go with the AES, but I think you need to go with the PlayStation 3. Just because it was really, it was a product that I think really showed the way forward as far as digital convergence, and it was a really, really sophisticated attempt at that. And it was certainly more reasonably priced. And even though the games were pretty bad at the outset, you had a base of games that were affordable, whereas, again, that price wall of the AES game prices really hurt it. So, in the final, we have the Laser Active and the PlayStation 3. Who comes out the winner? Again, I'm going to have to give the nod to the PlayStation 3. The Laser Active was great in its time, really underappreciated, and certainly home to a huge library of games. But at an inflation-adjusted price of $3,500, I don't know practically how many people had both game packs, and we have an early attempt at convergence, which was fascinating, if not clunky, and we have a slick, really high-end product that totally misread the video game market, but as a piece of technology was truly ahead of its time, even if the games weren't that great. So it's always striking a balance. It's this question of do we put the emphasis on the games? Do we put the emphasis on the technology for the price? And ultimately have to do, I think, both. And on that account, I think you have to give the nod to the PlayStation 3 and say that it is the greatest, extremely expensive system of all time. So, I thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today to talk a little bit about video game difficulty and the need to complete video games. And this has been a topic that's really fascinated me for most of my time as a gamer, and kind of how these categories have shifted since I was 8 years old in the arcades and playing my Nintendo at home until right now. So I think I'll start off with the question of difficulty and how that has changed. I think anyone who has been around and been gaming since the 80s until now has seen what I think is a fairly noticeable decline in video game difficulty. And that is, of course, largely due to the way games are created in the arcade setting. As people of my age range will remember, I mean, the games were designed to be insanely difficult. They were designed to eat as many quarters as possible. And that mentality sort of bled over into the development of games for home consoles. The idea, the sort of prevailing idea, was that a game had to be difficult at a certain level to keep you playing it. Particularly, I don't know if a lot of younger people realize this, but games were very expensive back then and sort of harder to come by. And at least in my case, you may have only gotten 3 or 4 games a year. So if you could finish the game in a weekend, that was a problem. So I think difficulty in that sense was kind of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you had games that were beautifully difficult, like Mega Man. Mega Man is a game. Now, I didn't interpret Mega Man that way when I was a kid. I would rent it, particularly Mega Man 2. I would rent that from time to time and would be utterly frustrated by how difficult that was. I mean, for a 8-9-year-old kid, I just found it impossible, and actually kind of got angry at it. And then sort of later in life, when I went back to it, I'm still not very good at Mega Man, but I can appreciate that finely crafted sense of difficulty. And then there were other games that you would pick up, and they're too numerous to mention, particularly on the NES, that were just frustrating because they were poorly designed, or they were just frustrating for the sake of being frustrating, and they did not have the same kind of underlying quality that a Mario game or a Mega Man game had. When you move to today, I actually kind of like the fact that difficulty is variable, and I think, as someone with a certain degree of time limitations, it's nice to come home and maybe play a game on normal, or play a game on easy, assuming that it's not too easy. And certain games today have that fault of when you put it on easy, they are way too easy. But to take a kind of relaxed pace and go through a game, I don't see that as a negative. Now, I know a lot of people bemoan that, and that is one of the reasons why the roguelike genre has become so popular. Getting back to that sense that video games can be tough and challenge your reflexes and challenge your mind, and really force you to become excellent at the game. But I wonder if that credibility that you got from finishing a game in the 80s or 90s is even necessary today. And we see that with people now saying, well, I finished the game. When I was a kid, you beat a game, and it was a big deal. I remember when I beat Super Mario Brothers, it was, a moment where you would call your parents into the room because they were playing the game as well, and because, their friends were playing the game as well. I mean, it was a novelty. It was a new medium, and when you actually completed a game, it was a notable accomplishment. I think we're so far removed from that it's it's just lost that. Even if you finish a game on on the highest difficulty setting, I mean, you can still call people into the room. I want to think that at least call people into the room who aren't hardcore gamers. I'm not sure that you do that. I think that moment is gone in gaming, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. And I know people will differ with me on that. I've had this discussion with friends who think that gosh, you've got to finish a game. The game has to be hard, otherwise it's worthless. And my point has always been, look, life is frustrating enough as it is. And when you come home and when you have an hour or two of leisure time, I mean, do you really want to be frustrated to the point of ripping your hair out, or do you just want to relax and enjoy a game for what it is and consume the content at a pace that is comfortable for you? And I have no problems with this particular way in which games have evolved, as long as they give you the choice to amp up the difficulty when you want to. And so the related question is, given that games have evolved in this way with regard to their difficulty, is completing a game still the point of credibility that it was, say, in the 80s and the 90s? And I'm very, very mixed here. I am someone who does not complete a lot of games, and it varies depending on the genre. And I actually find that later in life, I am okay with that. So if we take sports games as one of my examples here in this video, I don't feel the need to play through the franchise mode and take my team through 30 seasons. And I'm not even going to deal with going online. That's a separate issue. But I'm fine with just playing a single season, playing a game, and just enjoying enjoying the games that way. As far as RPGs, I love the JRPG genre, but I don't have the time to complete these games. I try. It's there's always something in life that kind of comes up and prevents me from finishing these games. And so my choice, given these circumstances, at least with regard to role-playing games, is to, since I enjoy them so much, play as many as I can. It doesn't bother me that, for instance, I still haven't finished Persona 4, and I probably won't finish it, even though that was on my bucket list video, because I accidentally deleted my save file for it. And I just don't have the time to go back and replay it, at least on the Vita. I still have my PlayStation 2 save. With regard to sort of action games, stuff like that, my thinking there is I will try to play. I like to play at least 10 to 15 hours of any game. And if I can get that out of it, now of course some games can be finished before that, if I can get a lot of enjoyment out of it within that time, I'm happy. And another kind of thing that has come up over the years for me is that games that I feel like I'm progressing too quickly in, I will actually stop playing them and put them to the side because I'm enjoying them so much. I don't want the experience to be over. Now, I don't know if that is common to me or if other people do it, but it's no longer a question of pride. The Super Mario 3D Land, 3D World games were great examples of that. I got 3D Land in the spring, and I sat down on a Friday, I played through it, I couldn't put it down, and when I hit the seventh world, I said to myself, I want to be able to enjoy this game for more than a weekend. The same thing happened with Yakuza 3 and 4, games that I just absolutely loved and didn't want to be over. So, in both cases, I played them nonstop for a week straight, and then I put them down before the last boss battle. And I think that's a sign of quality. I don't feel that my credibility is impacted by doing that. I just feel like there are certain games that I just want to enjoy into the future. And some games, on the other hand, you do rush through if you have the time. I remember when Oblivion came out, I actually had a lot of time, and I played that thing day in and day out, hours and hours and hours, and it was rewarding to go through that game and get as close to complete as I could get. But I didn't feel any better about myself for doing that. I didn't feel any better about myself for beating the Yakuza games when I eventually went back to beating them. So I'd like to know how you guys feel. I mean, is completing a game a necessary component of really enjoying it? Now, the interesting question is, as someone who comes on YouTube and reviews games, does that kind of affect my credibility if I talk about a game that I haven't finished? I haven't done that too much. I did it with the Guided Fate Paradox, but I didn't really review that. I just kind of gave my impressions, essentially. I thought it was actually a terrible game, so I didn't return to it. But again, I go back to the 10 or 15 hour mark of a game. If I've lasted that long, I feel like you can still comment intelligently about the mechanics. You can still comment intelligently about design choices. Now, in the case of an RPG, you don't necessarily, you really can't say anything about the story, but I find that the story tends to be incidental. The story, if you're reviewing a game for its story, then you need to complete it, but I always find that stories in games are not the most important element. To me, it's the aesthetics of the game, it's the mechanics of the game, and I think, you can certainly recommend a game to somebody if you have not finished the story. Before I posted my review of Grand Theft Auto 5, and before I had finished it, I have a friend who's really into the series, and he's like, how is it? Should I buy it? And, of course I said, you must get this. It is awesome. I know you love the series. You will love this game. I'd only played, I think, 5 hours at that point, but I was able to kind of give him what I thought was a very fair assessment of the game's quality after that 5 hours, and didn't come onto YouTube to talk about it until I had completed it. So, what do you? I'm just curious. Am I an outlier? Is this something? Am I sort of doing myself a disservice? Is completing a game or completing a game on hard, does it kind of have that sort of cachet that it did back in the 80s or 90s, or has gaming become somewhat more relaxed? I'm not going to say casual, because that has kind of a negative connotation, but has gaming become a more relaxed hobby? And are you guys okay with that? So thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to a Game Escape update video, and I've wanted to do one of these videos for a while now and talk about special editions in gaming. It's a topic that has really been bothering me, and kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, if you will, was tonight I went on eBay to check the prices of the Hyrule Warriors Special Edition game that you can only pick up at Nintendo World in New York. I think there are only about 300 copies, 300 special editions produced by Nintendo, and they are going for absolutely outrageous prices. I think I would say about the average I saw was $500 as a sold listing, going up to like $700, $750, and it's always bothered me that companies have taken this approach to releasing special editions. It seems like special editions are created to produce artificial rarity. There's nothing particularly special about these games. the game that you would obviously purchase right off the shelf, right from Amazon, but usually includes an art book and a CD and something like that, and all of a sudden it becomes incredibly rare. We see things like the Destiny Ghost Edition, where you get some sort of expensive figurine and stuff like that. And to me, it is completely unnecessary. As a video game collector, I have sort of really regretted this trend, because on the one hand, you're pulled to these editions. God, I need to get the special edition. It's so rare. And on the other hand, when you actually buy them, you're frequently disappointed. And it's really just a strategy to extract 30, 40, 50 more dollars from you, because what you get is cheaply made garbage a lot of the time. And one example, sort of the last recent special edition I picked up, and that is Ys Celceta, Memories of Celceta Special Anniversary Edition. Now, this is a really good game, and I'm kind of happy that I picked this up. I only pick up special editions of series that I really like, and Ys is one of those series. But basically, you can see my unboxing video of this. You get an art book, you get a CD with music from the entirety of the Ys series, which is pretty cool. On the other hand, I can just listen to that on YouTube, and you got kind of like a cheap compass and a little map. Wasn't worth whatever it was that I paid for that. Now, that may have only been $60. I don't think it was like 80 or 100. But there was also no need to have a special edition. Recently, I picked up this beauty, which is Lunar 2 Special Edition Complete in Box. Everything still in the original shrink wrap on the inside. And, this is a pretty cool edition to have. On the other hand, I think they had a regular edition of that. And, again, art book, CD, they really give you a really heavy, nice-looking pendant, which I guess is okay. I have no need for it. Will never wear it, but it's I think that was like one of the early attempts at doing this, and maybe this is just the nostalgia talking, but it's kind of like a celebration of Lunar. On the other hand, I don't find any of these newer special editions to be celebrations. They're cheap cash-ins, and as much as I feel drawn to buying them, it kind of reminds me of another hobby that I have, and that's baseball cards. And I grew up collecting cards in the 80s, which, if you're familiar with baseball cards, is like the worst era to collect baseball cards in, because they were overly produced and incredibly cheap. And then towards the end of the 80s into the early and especially mid-90s, you had card companies producing things for the sake of artificial rarity, parallel cards, randomly inserted autographs, foil cards or chrome cards, and then of course today you have relic cards where you get a piece of the jersey, and it's just a kind of a way to force you into buying the super expensive product, buying the hobby box. You go back to the 60s and 70s with ball cards, and you were just buying packs of cards, and you'd find a great player, and those would appreciate in value. There was a certain authenticity to that. And I kind of feel like that's the same situation with video games. Back in the era of the Super Nintendo, you purchased Earthbound, and it was unique. It was a special game, not just because it was a great game, but because you got this oversized box, and you got I think they had like scratch and smell stickers, and of course the large strategy guide. So you could go in, you could purchase it. That was Earthbound, and you got a special game. It's the same thing with a lot of the RPGs on the SNES. I always liked their instruction manuals because they were in color, they were artistically done. So I kind of think, like, why can't we go back to something like that? Buying the game, there's only one version of the game, and if it's kind of a niche title, it's special. It includes automatically the CD and the art book. We don't need the cheap plastic nonsense that constitutes the special editions today. Just give us something where we can actually celebrate the game, celebrate the product, and not have it be artificially rare. I mean, if you can only do, say, Ys Celceta, and combined in a singular edition, you can only produce I don't know, 4 or 5,000 of them, and then, they're sold out and you have to get it on the PlayStation Network, so be it. I would embrace that model because, it has a sense of being real and being special. And you can price it $10 or $15 more, or whatever the case may be. I think fans would certainly gravitate towards that. So, what do you guys think? Are special editions cheap cash-ins? Are they worth it? Do you collect special editions? How do they affect your enjoyment of the hobby? I thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today to ask the question, are indie games overrated? Now, I know that's a very provocative question to ask, and in doing so, I'm not trying to cast doubt on indie game developers and somehow suggest that they're suspect. I don't want to criticize this new ecosystem for developing and distributing games. I think it's nice that we can kind of circumvent the traditional means in which that work is done. However, I think it's worth exploring why now, at this particular point in time, why are these games becoming so popular? Why is this becoming a viable alternative to the mainstream? And so I just want to address this question with a healthy dose of skepticism. I think the first thing is that indie games represent a value proposition to the consumer. They're cheaper, and they harken back to game design that was probably left in the mid-90s or earlier. They are ubiquitous. There are tons and tons of indie games out there to choose from, all at reasonable prices. So they definitely offer the consumer something. Because of that, I think companies, we're seeing this here with the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One to a lesser degree. And of course on Steam, the indie game segment kind of represents a way for publishers to offer lots of content, to kind of have the indie game market in your online marketplace. You can then come out and say, well, hey, the PlayStation 4, we may only have 2 games that are actually worth playing on store shelves, but look at all the indie games we have. Look at all of that innovation that we're bringing to the table. It's a quick and easy way to build a library of content for a device. Ouya is the perfect example. I mean, here's a device that is relatively underpowered, although I know there's a new one coming out, or it actually was released this past week. But it's a console that exists as a console specifically to offer this particular type of game. I think there's also a kind of malaise on the part of the mainstream gaming press. I think if you are writing about mainstream games, you're playing a lot of repetitive first-person shooters. You're playing the same reskinned sports games every year. There's probably a sense of monotony and boredom that comes along with those jobs. So when you're presented with an indie game, it is refreshing. It seems like a sort of different and new experience that you probably haven't had over the past maybe 3 days reviewing Call of Duty. So I think the indie games, in that sense, they get a lot of positive coverage from people who are kind of fed up with the mainstream form of this medium. And you see it if you look at Giant Bomb, if you look at Super Joystick, and particularly if you listen to those podcasts. I mean, these guys just absolutely gush over indie games and can't get enough of their quirkiness and their randomness and their sort of, in some cases, traditional design choices, or their sort of riffs on old school design choices. So I think creating an indie game because of this phenomenon is kind of a way to have, achieve a good deal of visibility if you know that your game will appeal to some of these personalities. That's not to say that some of these games aren't good. I'm not saying that They're cheap and they're repetitive knockoffs. There is a good deal of innovation to be found in some of these games. The game you're watching here, Gone Home, is certainly unique. I think it's more of a visual novel than a game, but it's nonetheless a unique idea. Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, very, very good. Mark of the Ninja. I'm not saying these games are unworthy of praise, but what I am arguing is that I think indie games are a kind of style. They're actually becoming a genre rather than games that are made independently and try to compete within other genres. So, for example, you have the ubiquitous puzzle platformer. It seems like if you go on to Steam, on a Steam sale, any sort of strange game that you haven't heard of, you click on it's an indie game, it's a puzzle platformer. You have roguelike RPGs, and I guess ever since the rise to prominence of games like Dark Souls, you have a lot of games that take that roguelike formula. What you don't see are games that try to break that mold. You have these games that cultivate this very particular style. In other words, you don't see a lot of indie sports games, for example. You don't see developers that come out and say, well, hey, I'll never get the NHL license, and I'll never have a big development team. But boy, I've figured out a way to represent the game of ice hockey that hasn't been done before. So here it is, Steam. You don't see that. You don't tend to see a lot of indie racing games. Not a lot of indie fighters. I mean, there are some, but it seems like the platformer and the RPG, the procedurally generated dungeon crawl, these are all becoming part of the idiom that is indie games. So, what does this actually mean for the gaming community out there? Are these games overrated? Well, I think, like anything, you've got to take it on a game-by-game basis. But I think there's a certain degree of skepticism needed, particularly when these sorts of games, go early access and kind of ask you to commit to them before they're even done. I think it raises the question, are these games really innovative, or do they just cultivate a sense of innovation and remain fairly derivative projects that are trying to capture this particular audience? I mean, there's kind of a sense of being an initiate when you play indie games, or at least it seems that way. Well, the rest of the world is playing Call of Duty, but I'm playing this great new indie game, and boy, it takes me back to my youth, and it's so it just has this quirkiness. But I mean, I think a lot of times it's a forced quirkiness. It's a forced sense of innovation, so that it can slot in very comfortably into this new genre. I would argue that indie games are just a genre unto themselves. It would be nice to see some developers try to break the mold there and try to move and actually, create the indie sports title, or, the indie racing game, the indie fighting game, the indie classic RPG, and have it not be a quirky riff on times gone by, but really a unique, different kind of product. Now, I think, in fairness, I mean, this is a new movement in gaming. Perhaps it'll take some time for this type of game design and distribution to mature, and maybe in 5 years, we'll have a wide variety of indie games that are more than just what you see today. But I think there is the danger that this is just a way for some small, talented developers or development studios to just go after a slice of attention and a slice of profit that's here today and possibly gone tomorrow. Can speak for myself and say that I've not played an indie game, and of course, like I said, I haven't played all of them. But, I would much rather go back to my SNES and play a platformer rather than firing up Steam and buying one of these new ones for, $3 or $4. I would rather go back to the classic games of the 80s and 90s than one that tries to emulate or innovate on them. And like I said, that question of innovation is an open one. So what do you guys think? Are indie games overrated? Do you play a lot of them? Am I just sort of being a curmudgeon here, and am I just sort of out in left field? Let me know. And as always, I thank you for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today with a thoughts video. I've been doing some of these recently, and I just wanted to offer some thoughts on free-to-play games. About a week, maybe 2 weeks ago now, the Hearthstone open beta started, and Hearthstone, of course, as a YouTuber, I've seen a lot of people talking about it and playing it, and I was watching some gameplay videos, tutorial videos for quite some time now, so I was really eager to get into it. All of the press on this game has really been positive, and so for this past week, I've been really getting into it. Probably sunk more time into the game than I would like to admit, and it's a really good game. I'm not a fan of free-to-play games, but as far as free-to-play games go, this is a good one. And I know it's obviously not a finished product, so this is by no means a review. But I really have to say I was impressed with what they had to offer. And I have shied away from free-to-play games. I guess the last one that I played at any length was Candy Crush. Of course, everyone has played Candy Crush, I guess, at one point or another. And there was a stretch over the summer of 2013 where I probably played a session a day of Candy Crush, maybe for 2 or 3 weeks. I eventually stopped after that time and deleted Candy Crush after this whole issue of them copyrighting the word candy. And beyond that, I have not really played a lot of free-to-play stuff. I mean, when I got my iPad, I played a bit, but it's never been a genre that has really interested me. And as much as I've enjoyed Hearthstone, as much as I've gotten into it, playing it now pretty much non-stop with the gaming time I have this past week, I've come away a little bit disappointed. Just not so much at the game, but at the idea behind this free-to-play model. And the problem I have with it is that I feel that games that are designed in this way are not actually designed as games. They're not really designed for the purposes of entertainment, but to kind of dispossess you of money. They have this really at least in the case of the two that I'm familiar with. Now you might say, well, why are you're criticizing the genre after only playing two? But I'm going to do it, and I think it's fair nonetheless. I mean, I think that these games, what do they want to do? They give you this trade-off. You can sink a lot of time into the game, grind it out to have a fair shot at winning, or you can simply pay. And the payment system is, and I think we've seen this in the case of Candy Crush, I mean, the payments can go on forever. I mean, that's the idea here. If you have a good enough game, if you have a game that's exciting to play, that's addictive to play, why ever stop trying to extract that money from the player? And I think that's totally anathema to the classic game design ideas of the past, where you come up with a product, you make it an engaging and enjoyable game, you put a price tag on it, and you give it to people to enjoy for as long as they want to. With free-to-play, I think in a kind of broader sense, it embodies a strategy of value extraction that we see really all over the world today. I mean, how many different ways are companies trying, devising to nickel and dime you out of every last bit of money? I mean, whether you look at your phone bill, whether you look at tiered internet speed plans, whether you're buying or leasing a car, society is, I think, in a sense, coming up with these schemes to just continually extract every last dime they can. And free-to-play game design really embodies that. And of course, in my opinion, I've said this in other videos, games are supposed to be an escape from that. Games are supposed to be a way, if not to sort of take your mind off of things, to kind of give you this palliative, to soften the blow of these strategies and other more meaningful aspects of life. And in a certain sense, these games are designed to be parasitic. They're not designed to be enjoyed. As I was playing Hearthstone, and Hearthstone, I'm not knocking the game itself. It has a lot of interesting strategy. It's fun to learn the different character types, to build decks. But if you really want to win, if you really want to get good, and if you really want to implement a lot of the strategies that you see if you play against people online, it's going to take money, or it's going to take a lot of time completing the daily quests every day. And at a certain point, you're left wondering, well, why am I sitting here in front of the computer for 4 or 5 hours? Am I having fun? Well, in a sense. I mean, it is a fun game. It is an enjoyable take on collectible card games, and that's not. I've never really played the tabletop games. Never got into World of Warcraft, but the kind of simplicity and accessibility of the game is really wonderful, and you can really start enjoying it quickly. But once you understand the system behind it, you naturally want to get better and to be competitive online, particularly because people who are in the closed beta have had a lot of time to get good. You're going to need to spend money, or you're going to need to invest a lot of time day in and day out, and it's kind of a Sisyphean task. And I wonder if this is really the direction that we want to push video games in. I know a lot of articles that I've read, a lot of people out there think that, games are just not profitable under this old model, AAA games, $60 price tag, and that companies need to find new ways, whether it's DLC, microtransactions, free-to-play, play-to-win. And I think that fundamentally changes what a game is. Because, again, the incentive for the companies is always going to be to get more money out of you. And so even if you think a game is fair and balanced in an interesting way, like Hearthstone seems to be, at least I always have the question in the back of my head, that great card that was just played, was it because I was matched up, against this player? The Hearthstone knows my deck, knows the other player's deck, and, assumes there's some sort of algorithm, figuring out what the common strategy would be to play one deck against the other, and it knows, hey, this is a worthy opponent who happens to have the one card that's going to destroy you and make you want to buy packs to get that one card. It's a paranoia, perhaps, but it's certainly within the realm of Blizzard's interests. And I think that goes for all games. Why play a game that is constructed not for your enjoyment, but to frustrate you into paying? And Hearthstone even takes it a step further with Arena Mode, which is arguably its best gameplay mode. You get to draft 30 random cards and play against people online, see how many wins you can get with those cards. If you lose 3 games, you're out, and I think you can win up to 9 at the moment. Not that I've done that, but this is just a tremendously fun, well-designed gameplay mode that's locked behind a paywall. You have to pay $2 every time you want to do this, or $150 in-game gold. Now, granted, if you do win probably 8 or 9 games, you can make back the cost of entry, plus a little bit, and then you get extra packs and things like that. But again, this is really emblematic of the fact that the company knows that they have a really brilliant, fun game. But they're using that not to entertain you, but to continually profit from you ad infinitum. And because of that, I'm always left with the question when I play one of these games, am I playing the game or is it playing me? And having that thought in the back of my head ruins what I think is that core limitless enjoyment that video games have offered us in the past. So I'd be curious to know what you guys think. Is my view on free-to-play games a little myopic? Are there examples that don't really function in the way I've described here, and what are they, and what can you recommend? As always, I thank you for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape. Here today to talk about the problem of money on YouTube, particularly in YouTube gaming content. What happens when channels promote certain games? What happens when sponsorship agreements are reached? And really what led me to do this video and to really think about this topic was the survey conducted by Gamasutra. I'll link to that below, and talking about the ethics of receiving paid promotion schemes if you're a channel on YouTube, working with developers, promoting specific games, and how do you disclose that to your viewers? That, plus some other interactions that I've been having over the past couple of days, made me want to just come on and sort of give my opinion on the topic. And what I will say at the outset, and what I think has not necessarily been underreported, particularly in that Gamasutra piece, but just in general, is thinking about what it means to be on YouTube. What are gaming channels, or what is any channel trying to achieve? And of course you'd say, well, that's views, but views is, I think, a stand-in for attention. YouTube is a way of commodifying attention, and the most popular channels on YouTube, the ones that have 500,000 subscribers or 5 million subscribers, whatever the case may be, that is very, very hard to do. That is a ton of quantifiable attention that these channels can then exchange for access to games early, or for other forms of compensation. So of course you get, if you monetize your videos, you're paid based on the amount of views, the amount of engagement that you have with the video, of course. But that attention becomes a secondary stream of income. So let's see how that works with a promotional deal. So let's say, for example, the next Call of Duty is coming out, whatever it is, Call of Duty Advanced Retread, or whatever they're going to call it, and Activision approaches you. It says, hey, we're going to give you this review code, you play the game for a couple weeks, get your video ready, and then when the embargo is lifted, you get that review up. Okay, so maybe they don't specifically say you need to say positive things about that game, but what is the nature of that exchange? You are exchanging your amount of attention that you can quantifiably generate on YouTube for early access to a product that will allow you to maintain that attention and accumulate more attention if your video goes up, say, on the same day that IGN and GameSpot put their coverage up. And so people searching for an opinion on the game will, of course, find your video review. And so you can say, well, but that happens with all game journalism, it's okay to do. Why should I really disclose that fact? They didn't pay me for the review. They just gave me the review copy. Well, but that review copy is going to get you more of a tradable commodity. That review copy is going to earn you more views. And that early access and that ability to essentially come to market ahead of millions of other channels is what sustains and grows your business here on YouTube. So that's a problem, and that is as worth disclosing as, if your review is in fact compensated by the publisher or by the developer. And this is particularly problematic in the gaming community, and particularly the retro gaming community, because we are, in the end, a group of extremely passionate, what I'll call hyper consumers. We're always looking either to get the next great game, or we're looking to, buy classic retro games that maybe we didn't experience back in the day. And a lot of that happens based on the recommendation of a YouTube personality or someone in the community, whether it's a podcast or a forum or something like that. And I've done it time and time again. I'll be on, Happy Console Gamer, Pete Dorr, or, and sometimes also GameSpot, although I don't really frequent that site too much anymore. Rev3 Games, whatever the case may be. I do get a lot of suggestions and recommendations from those guys that, again, that will turn into purchases. And as a collector, you're purchasing a lot of games. So when you have a channel, and by the way, I'm not saying that, those channels may or may not do promotion. I don't know. Obviously, videos are monetized in some cases. I'm not calling them out. I'm just using them as an example of the kind of sites that I go to, and some recommendations that I've turned into purchases. But you see the problem. Okay, you trust a particular commentator to offer you a genuine opinion, and when that opinion is compromised in some way, you really can't trust in the kind of content that they're providing. When I produce a video on my channel, I'm certainly not paid to do it. I have no financial motivation to tell you to go out and buy a Mahjong game. But I talk about it just because I enjoy it. It's fun for me, and I think, I try to put out videos that will be interesting and perhaps to a certain degree informative or educational for my viewers. But when you have those guerrilla marketing schemes, there was the deal last summer with Xbox, and they had people talking up certain Xbox games. When you're listening to these people and it comes out that they have a financial relationship with either a developer or a publisher, or they're sort of hawking something themselves, the content is in danger of devolving into sales talk. And sales talk, to me, is almost, if not completely, meaningless. Now, I'll give you an example. When you're buying a car, okay, do you really listen and trust the opinion of the salesman? Do you read and trust the opinion of the brochure they give you? Well, hopefully not. Hopefully you will go to something like Consumer Reports or Cars.com Research or Auto Trader, or look for user reviews of the car, and kind of come up with a wide range of sources of opinion and information to help you make your decision. The brochure that they give you is meaningless, because they're going to tell you that this car is wonderful. It's going to make your dreams come true. It's got speed and space and amenities and all of that. That's literally a waste of the movement of your eyeballs going over that text. And in the same way, when I'm on GiantBomb.com, for example, and they do one of their quick looks with the developers, what that developer has to say to me is meaningless, because what is he? He's not going to come out and tell you that the game has some significant problems with the online multiplayer, and we hope to get them resolved with the 4th patch that we release. These are not trustworthy opinions, and I would hate to see a lot of the content that I consume on YouTube be compromised in that way. But you can see the incentive to compromise it, and you can see the incentive to not disclose your financial relationships because it keeps that attention, it keeps that commodity as views and view duration that you can then trade to expand your business. But I think on the positive side, there is still some hope for the gaming community on YouTube and beyond. And I think, that is to insist on disclosure. It is to insist, and this is not to say that, you can't have a financial relationship with the developer. This is not to say that you can't use your channel to plug other projects you have, or, that you can't sort of participate in any other kind of monetization. It's just to say that, we should insist upon the genuineness of your opinion. And if you can come out there and disclose your relationships in the manner discussed in the Gama Sutra article when they talk to the FTC, and it should be, it should be glaringly obvious to the viewer or the listener if you're a podcast that what you are saying, that this segment or this part of the video is promotional content. I think if you do that and you can make some money off of that and clearly denote those lines to your viewers, okay, this part of the video is my own honest assessment of something, and now we're going to move into some promotional content and then move out of it. I know I, as a viewer or listener, I don't have a problem with that. Similarly, if you want to plug something, if you've got a gaming channel and you've got a book of tribute art that you're selling or whatever the case may be, plug it. Tell me where I can get it. Maybe show me some examples of the artwork. Just don't linger on it. Don't allow the content, the quality of your content, to be poisoned by sales talk and kind of marketing considerations. And I think that's really the easiest thing, the easiest solution to the problem. And I think if we insist on it, we're still a large vocal community. And one of the reasons why this type of financial relationship exists in the first place is because developers are fundamentally worried about the spread of negative opinions about their games, because they know we're hyper consumers. They know that many of us have grown up with gaming, and we deeply care about these products. So if something is off, if something is mediocre or sort of below a given quality standard, people are going to complain, and that's going to catch on like wildfire. So it is in their interests to hand the growing channel the review copy and say, listen, here you go, like your channel, like your work. It's a very, very subtle way to co-opt opinion and stop these fires before they're starting. Now, some people will come out and say, "Oh, you're overreacting. You're taking this too far. Marketing." This is my favorite argument: is that marketing makes the world go round. You wouldn't have YouTube without marketing. And, a lot of things make the world go round. Oil makes the world go round. Doesn't mean that the oil industry should function in the way that it does. You can, make that argument for anything in the world that is negatively impacting people, and you can just be an apologist for the way things are, and ultimately that is incredibly destructive, not only to our own personal projects, but to society as a whole. So, you can take that tact. But let's think about it. What is so awesome about YouTube? Why has the gaming community grown on YouTube and the internet at large? Well, think back to when I was a kid. If you wanted to read about games, you had to go to the magazines. They were your only source for screenshots and information. And if you didn't have a close group of friends who were into gaming, you really had no way to discuss anything. The internet, and more specifically YouTube, has given us a broad platform to discuss games and talk about the games we love and make quality judgments of games that will then lead in to purchases in many cases. So we have a voice, and we live in a society that wants to, I think, constantly strip away independent voices. We shouldn't allow that to happen to YouTube. Again, this is not to say that we shouldn't make money off of what we're doing. This video is monetized. Why do I monetize some of my videos? Well, I do it if I realize I have a video where I'm just talking, or I'm just doing an unboxing, or maybe an art book review, and I'm not using any game clips, I'm not using any licensed music or anything like that. Yeah, I'll monetize it, but go ahead, skip the ad, skip put ad block it, or I don't care. This is not what I do for a living. I have a fairly comfortable living doing other things, and I do this for fun, and I do this to contribute an honest opinion into the discussion. And I think if we all tried to function like that, even the large channels, hey, they're large for a reason. They are successful. They are, in many cases, whether it was the ones I mentioned or guys like, I think Total Biscuit is the best example. He commands a huge amount of attention, but he's very, very critical. And he even said himself, not in his most recent video on the subject, but a couple months ago, that he can tell developers and publishers, give me your games early, and even if I give them a bad review, people really want to listen to what I have to say, and that is exposure that will turn into purchases and will actually help your game. So I mean, that to me is the model. Let's not sell out our channels and turn YouTube into a type of sort of PR outlet for corporations. Let's turn it into a community with a lot of high quality content and commentary and honest opinions, and monetize that. See, that's what the gaming companies don't want. And I think if we pull together channels large and small and take that opinion, take that approach, we will have a voice, and it's a voice that will be profitable, but it will also be genuine, and it will foster a lot of what has made this community great and actually expand upon it in the future. So I thank you as always for watching Game Escape, and I'll be back shortly with another video. And welcome back to Game Escape, here today to discuss a really fascinating article that I was alerted to by listening to the CU podcast. They did a segment on an article called Get Rich or Die Vlogging, the Sad Economics of Internet Fame. And, I thought the discussion sounded interesting, so I searched this article out. I'll put a link in the description below. And, it's basically one of the better pieces that I've read about the kind of behind-the-scenes economic reality of Internet fame. It's by a woman named Gabby Dunn, whom I've never heard of, but she's apparently a comedian, and there are a couple different themes that run through the article. I really suggest you read it. I'm not going to summarize everything, but the first theme is how obviously your followers, your subscriber numbers, your view counts, in some instances the view counts, but certainly subscriber numbers, followers, Instagram, whatever followers are called on Instagram. Obviously this does not relate to making money. And she talks about the certain life of dissonance that some sort of mid-level YouTubers live, where they're quite famous, and she talks about people who are kind of recognized while waiting tables, or working in some other quote-unquote menial job, and how certain people in that position, they actually have to, they're too famous to work, but they're not famous enough to live off of their internet fame. And it's really, really fascinating to hear that story told, and she sort of talks about a few people in that position. So then the second thing she talks about are kind of the ethics of brand deals, and not only the ethics of accepting them, but the fact that there's kind of a race to the bottom as far as what people will take for brand deals, and how if someone's offering you $4,000, you're going to take it, even if they offered someone else, another company offers someone else, $20,000 for doing something similar. That there's no standardized pricing for these kind of brand deals, and the fact that you can actually lose viewers if you do them, if you take the wrong one, if you come off as a sellout, and of course the paradoxically needing the brand deal to make a living. Third theme she discusses is this kind of life of constant existential angst that certain, these mid-level YouTubers have. You don't know how you're going to pay the rent. You have no savings. You're constantly, in her case, which I find in a certain sense shocking, paying people for doing, some video editing work or camera work. If you're doing a sort of a live, shoot, actually paying professionals to help out with that. So, all of these, external costs to producing the videos, and how, on the one hand, you've worked hard to build up this audience. On the other, it's not sustaining, and, just sort of the day-to-day hardships that creates, and the fact that, I guess, in her opinion at least, a lot of people on YouTube don't really connect and talk about the financial side of the venture of having a channel. So really a good read, and just really maybe want to represent some of the other things that I've said about the economics of YouTube. I've done a few videos on this, and I'm glad to see that someone with some more prominence is coming and speaking out on the issue. I guess I'll start first of all with the CU podcast guys, and I like them. I really like Ian. I was a Mahjong video game player, so have nothing but admiration for him because of that. Nonetheless, I really disagreed with their take on this. They came at it and said, why do customers, why do viewers, there's a sort of a pregnant Freudian slip for you, why do viewers get upset when you take brand deals and call the creators sellouts, and they equated it to being like LeBron James doing a sneaker commercial or Derek Jeter doing a car commercial. It's the same thing. Why is it not more accepted? The viewers that complain are immature. That was their take, and I disagree with that because I think Derek Jeter and LeBron James and all these other people who do sponsorship deals, my viewership of them, my relationship to them, if you want to call it that, within the media is not based on the authenticity of their presentation. Right? I mean, I was a Derek Jeter fan because he was a great baseball player and played for my favorite team growing up. I had no expectation of him being, pure or good, or, it didn't matter whether he was, whether the Ford, whatever the hell he sold for so many years was a good car or a bad car. It had no effect on me. I wasn't going to buy the car because Derek Jeter was doing the ad. The same thing with sneakers and all these other things. I think YouTubers are part of their presentation. What they're giving to their audience is authenticity, or at least it's been that way. It's the appearance of authentic interaction. And incidentally, this article on Fusion by this YouTuber really talks about how that that aura of authenticity is in many cases not true. But when I watch, let's say, Happy Console Gamer, I watch him because I value his opinion and his experiences. I don't believe, when he does his new game stuff episode, that he's, companies send him whatever it is he's talking about. I'll give you an example. He at one point did a video on Royal Space Force, the Wings of Anime's anime film, and I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. I saw it for about $11 somewhere, and I was like, I'm going to buy it. Hey, Johnny really loved it. I'll give it a shot, and I enjoyed the film. I don't believe that Studio Gainax paid Johnny to do that. Could be totally wrong, and that would change my my opinion of the show. So, when you're, the YouTube, it's that sort of illusion of humanity. We're talking to each other as equal members of a community, and I just happen to have a channel, and you just happen to be viewing me, and here's my, uncensored take. So when you're doing a lot of brand deals, I think it does disrupt that relationship. I mean, this is not a Derek Jeter selling a car scenario. This is something else. Does it mean you can't do it? No, but if it becomes intrusive, or if it compromises your, your opinions, if it compromises the core content that you're producing, then it is very dangerous. And I can see how, as this article points out, that some YouTubers find themselves turning them down to kind of cultivate a certain image to their audience, and they're actually losing money by being selective in their brand deals. I think some channels do it really well. I think the Total Biscuit channel, his content is his content. He's very, very clear and upfront about sponsorship deals. And as a result, I think his audience still more or less believes that he is offering his own personal opinion, not heavily influenced by whatever deals he's entered into. Again, we could all be totally wrong about this. But I think certain channels do well. Now, here's a channel that does it very badly. And I had never heard of this guy until Happy Console Gamer did a video on him. A guy by the name of JonTron, and this video I'm referencing will be in the link below. So he did a Walmart promotion about, going to Walmart and meeting him and playing Star Wars Battlefront, and this was a commercial. I mean, this was I think it was a blatant Walmart commercial that just ran for however long it ran for, 5 minutes instead of 30 seconds during a football game. This is not content that I want to watch. If this is what YouTube is becoming, it is losing its value as a platform for informed review and community discussion. It is becoming an interactive billboard. I've said many, many times before, this is my personal opinion, but I think in all walks of life, you can say, oh, we're influenced by advertisements. I think to a degree that's true, but it's to a much lower degree than a lot of people assume. When you buy a car, do you really listen to what the car dealer tells you? When you're trying to make that purchase decision, are you really, taking the information in the brochure that he hands you to heart? I would say, if you're an intelligent buyer, you're not. Because that's biased information, and as such, it has no value as information. It is a sales pitch. Maybe after we buy the car, it's cool to thumb through the brochure and feel good about what we bought, but it's not valuable information. At the same, so if you're buying a house, okay, are you going to believe the realtor that's trying to sell you the house, or are you going to pay for an inspector to come in and give you an objective assessment of the house? When you're selecting a college, okay, are you going to go to a college because you like the commercial you saw for the college during, their team's football game? Or are you going to make an informed decision? So now granted, those types of decisions are not as serious as video game buying decisions. On the other hand, it's the same dynamic in the sense that if the information is biased, if someone is paid for an opinion, if someone is paid to make a video, I can no longer believe what this person is saying. It can maybe pique my interest, and I can say, I'm going to read about this game from another source, but it really reduces the faith I have in that channel. So, that is I guess, my response to the CU podcast take on the situation. Now you're getting to the economics of YouTube. I've argued elsewhere in some other videos on the channel that what YouTube and other forms of social media essentially do is commodify attention. They give us a way to, measure the amount of attention a person gets and take that audience and sell it like I'm hitting my desk here, sell it like a commodity to companies. Obviously, the more attention you have, the more valuable you are in their eyes. The problem that comes up is that the value of that attention, because you're commodifying it, you're making it available to everyone. Everyone can vie for the attention. Everyone can vie for the views. I think the value of a view and of a subscription is constantly driven down for the creator. I mean, look, everyone has a video game channel, it seems like. This is not a unique thing as it was in 2008 and 2009. I started my channel at a time when the odds were really against me and are still against me for ever gaining any measure of attention, and I'll come back to that point. But this is also, I think, inherently connected to the spread of affordable technology for producing videos. I mean, the process of creating video content has been opened up to a lot of people. It's been democratized, and so everyone can pick up a webcam, a mic, a camcorder, a decent computer. If you've assembled these things in your house for other purposes, you can start a vlog. And because of that, the overall perception from the advertising standpoint, from the YouTube standpoint, is that the actual opinions and content that you're producing is not as valuable because there's just such a glut of it out there. So the only one who is winning is YouTube. And I think for the sort of economic uncertainty that the article talks about, there's no way around that. You are making a living within YouTube's algorithms. You're making a living, within this financial ecosystem that they've created. You're just subjected to it. If you want to change that situation, there has to be some competition. And what I think a lot of these mid and high level YouTubers don't realize, or at least don't act on, is that they are the reason why YouTube exists. YouTube is a popular platform. YouTube can dictate these policies. YouTube can do something like YouTube Red, which apparently is not really financially beneficial to a lot of channels, and they can just force you to abide by it. They can have the draconian copyright practices, force you to abide by them. So these people should band together and pool some of their resources, especially the ones that have a lot of money, and go out and build a competitor. And then, see, the only power that a lot of these video creators have is that we're not in an employment contract with YouTube. So if everyone migrates to another platform, YouTube changes. That's, again, expensive to do. It's been unsuccessful. I'm just taking, the retro gaming side of it. I mean, Classic Game Room tried it, failed. Came back to YouTube. The Johnny Millennium and a couple of other guys started the Final Bosses website, which I did criticize, to be fair. But it's, the idea behind it was correct. You get away from YouTube, see if you can bring the audience there. It's not going to work when one channel does it. It's not going to work when 5 channels do it. But if the big guys do it, okay, YouTube is going to change if there's a mass exodus. That's the only way that you're going to change the economics of YouTube. That doesn't solve the problem that this writer was talking about for her personally, but if enough people do it, it will make an impact, and I think the audiences will follow. I mean, if PewDiePie went to, and I don't know who these equivalent YouTubers are to PewDiePie, but let's say PewDiePie and the 5 guys or gals below him started another website, moved on there, and a lot of people followed because it just had, better, copyright protections, fair use protections, better monetization options. People followed. YouTube would be in trouble. Google would have to respond. I don't really see that happening. I don't think the organization is there. She makes that point pretty clear in her article. But that's the way out, fundamentally. Now, at a deeper level, this gets back, I think, to the fundamental question of what is the role of the YouTuber in media? You see, the YouTube, I think, and wants to create, and the advertisers to a certain degree as well, want to create the idea that YouTubers are just, these, kind of hip, with it young people who just love to chat and can't help but to create this content, and they're giving us a platform to do it, a platform for this exposure. They're giving us a monetization scheme, that allows us to make some money off of it. All should be right with the world. All right, but obviously, as this article points out, that is not the case, particularly if you're trying to make a living on this. So what is the YouTuber to do if they don't want to rebel, if they don't want to really pool their resources and come up with a kind of alternative platform? I think, they have to read between the lines and realize that it seems like if you want to be successful on YouTube, you have to be an entertaining influencer. And this is what you see in the JonTron video. You are, influencer and kind of advertising speak, the first of a group to purchase a new product or to try a new service and then more or less evangelize it to a circle of friends. That's how the word of mouth spreads. That's how market share is created. Is that all that we are? Is that all that we are becoming? Is that what the economic directives are telling us to be? It seems like a lot of people have followed that path. Very unfortunate because YouTube really should be a platform for individual creativity in whatever shape or form it takes. Of course, that requires the expectation that you're not going to be rich and famous and live off of your YouTube income. I believe the monetization should be there, but if you craft your channel in such a way that you are this entertaining influencer and all of your decisions about how you run your channel are market driven, we're just going to have the same type of content. YouTube will become an advertising platform, and a very, very cheap advertising platform, because what to us is sharing passion and making some sideline money off of doing so, is for advertisers a really great and cheap way for us to, or for them to build hype, build market share, build mind share around a product. So it is a form. It is a very mild, but nonetheless a very present form of exploitation. This is an exploitative relationship. She doesn't use those words in her articles, but that's fundamentally what it is. Again, if the YouTuber doesn't generate the attention, YouTube doesn't exist. Unfortunately, they have cultivated relationships, that is YouTube, with some of the big personalities, so they will be remaining. But you may say, well, hold on, why am I the expert? Okay, I don't have a lot of viewers. I don't have a lot of views. I'm not successful. I've always said, YouTube for me is a hobby. YouTube for me is just a way to enrich my experience with video games. It's fun to come on and talk about games. It's fun to do reviews. It's fun to do hardware reviews. It's fun to do a long 20-plus minute rant on a topic. I enjoy that. It makes the hobby better for me. And I don't understand why, and there are a lot of other channels like that, why can't those channels get more exposure? and I think in, well, obviously because they don't make YouTube any money, I guess, but for me, that doesn't need to be compensated. It's a kind of uncompensated labor. Yes, YouTube is benefiting off of it, but not really. I don't know how much they're really making off of me, but I think for a lot of people considering going into YouTube, I think it is, in these circumstances, highly unrealistic to expect fame and fortune. And as you can see in this piece, when that's what you're searching for, that's when you sort of go down this rabbit hole of brand deals and desperation and cognitive dissonance and existential crisis and things like that. So I think young people with any so that with any ambition should probably put it towards something other than YouTube. But at the same time, I think it is up to the smaller channels, and I've always ended on this point when I've talked about the economics of YouTube, is to fly the flag of independent, open-minded commentary. I won't say journalism. I don't really believe YouTube is necessarily journalism, but commentary. There should be as much independent content as there is paid content. There needs to be a balance, and hopefully that will still exist. I think that's what made YouTube great to start. But if we go down this path of having a massive video advertisement platform, we'll no longer have entertainment. We'll have a constant flow of amusing indoctrination, and that's not what I want from YouTube. So I thank you as always for watching Gamescape. If you've made it to the end of this video, congratulations, and I will be back shortly with another video.